Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick. Both sides exchange blows, fists landing on flesh, close combat forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fangjing is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Zhu Kaibei, we need to defeat him first, don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Zhu Kaibei had habitual strength gu, the longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say, who can kill him at the early stage? He has rank 4 cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor gu, as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fangjing can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fang Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 gu master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Shang Xinci clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fang Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Howl! Suddenly the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Zhu Kaibei. Dragon elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood. Its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour, not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength gu. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength gu, rank 4. Fang Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength gu, Green Bull Labor gu and others, which were also rank 3 gu. Since Zhu Kaibei became a rank 4 gu master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength gu, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment, he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and at the crucial moment, he raised his arms. All-out gu Stone Tortoise Strength. Behind him a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Zhu Kaibei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Fang Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Zhu Kaibei to take a step back. While Fang Yuan was sent flying by Zhu Kaibei's punch, the stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Fang Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars, and copper skin was still very strong. Zhu Kaibei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison, he has been using habitual strength gu. His strength is getting stronger and stronger. This was only the power of 1 dragon elephant. Zhu Kaibei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Fangjing did not restrain Zhu Kaibei. Zhu Kaibei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow-silver primeval essence continued to pour into the all-out effort gu. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength gu, Fang Yuan used white elephant primeval strength gu and black python coiling strength gu, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength gu, he did not use any other strength gu. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive. Fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Kaibei had just erupted and used the strength of 1 dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength gu started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Zhu Kaibei's enormous strength. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaibei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while, chance. Zhu Kaibei made very few mistakes. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy. If it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Kaibei did not have time to block. He could only turn around and sweep his arm. Howl! Suddenly there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon-elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying. This was the 8th time. The number of dragon-elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but Dragon Elephant had a slight dragon bloodline. It was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, howl! 2 dragon elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kaibei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu masters' eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 beast phantoms are not the rank 4 dragon elephant phantoms match. Fang Jing might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. It is inferior to Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu. How can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Soon someone explained. This is not the all-out effort Gu's problem, but Fang Jing himself. Fang Jing has the strength of 8 beasts. He is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort Gu can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength Gu is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort Gu is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength Gu accumulates and explodes. Brother He too. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Shang Xianxi's heart jumped, and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Fang Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel, so what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. Ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Fang Jing talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Zhu Kaibei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Fang Yuan's wild laughter, Zhu Kaibei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad. His expression sank. He felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings. This laughter seemed to bring Zhu Kaibei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness, with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear, the demonic path, life worse than death. You have to move forward, you have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. Your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Kaibei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang clan and became a hidden elder. All these years, he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Fang Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Zhu Kaibei's heart. Don't go back to the past. I don't even want to think about the past. A prodigal son is worth more than gold. I have already repented, I have started a new life, I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Zhu Kaibei's face trembled. A trace of extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Zhu Kaibei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. It allowed Zhu Kaibei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Zhu Kaibei's body. Zhu Kaibei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Fang Yuan. Howl! Dragon Elephant Phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shockwave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Zhu Kaibei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant, but why were the results so different? Zhu Kaibei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Fang Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked 2 beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. Chapter 323. 2 Beast Phantoms. Did I see wrongly? Outside the arena, Yen Tu stared with his eyes wide open. To be able to shoot out 2 beast phantoms at the same time, what gu did he use? Zhu Kaibei's expression turned solemn as he stared at Fang Yuan. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. It's here. Vertical Crash Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His eyes were like an unfathomable black pool as he charged towards Zhu Kaibei. At the same time, in the air above his head, a horse and boar phantoms appeared. The boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while the horse's strength increased Fang Yuan's speed, increasing the speed of his charge. With the support of the 2 strengths, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious boar or a galloping horse, his figure continuously enlarged in Zhu Kaibei's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kaibei's figure leaped. The dragon and tiger roars resounded again. This time he took the initiative to dodge, and Fang Yuan brushed past him. Vertical Crash Gu's flaw was that when charging it was a straight line, it could be easily detected by the opponent and easily dodged, causing the attack to be useless. Zhu Kaibei dodged. He has always been charging head-on, rarely dodging. This is the first time he dodged since the start of the battle. Fang Zheng can shoot out 2 beast phantoms at the same time. While Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength gu needs to recharge, dodging was a wise move. Fang Zheng is still too inexperienced. Although he has good gu worms, his battle experience is far from Zhu Kaibei's. This attack was not handled well. Before the person outside the arena could finish his evaluation, there was a sudden change in the arena. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kaibei, he suddenly stopped activating all-out effort gu. The 2 beast phantoms dissipated. The force of the charge immediately fell to the bottom, and he crashed into a black stone pillar. The black stone pillar collapsed, and Fang Yuan's charge came to a stop. Horizontal Charge Gu. Fang Yuan charged sideways, punching with both fists. The brown bear and white elephant phantoms suddenly rose into the air. The distance was too close. Zhu Kaibei was caught off guard and was struck, his body flying high up in the air. The person who said Fang Yuan was too inexperienced was speechless. Many people's eyes shine. Fang Yuan's attack this time seemed ordinary, but in fact contained many things. It was exceptionally brilliant. All-out effort gu can activate and unleash a burst of attack, of course. Switching between activating and deactivating allowed Fang Yuan to be extremely nimble and flexible. At the same time, he make use of the terrain. Zhu Kaibei was hit by Fang Yuan in one strike, not because he was not smart, but because he was used to using habitual strength gu. His rich experience had caused him to have a blind spot in his thinking. Fang Yuan once again. Zhu Kai-bei turned into a punching bag, unable to retaliate. He could only hold his breath and defend. Heavens, Fang Jing is actually suppressing Zhu Kai-bei as a mere rank 3 peak stage. An unimaginable scene is actually happening right in front of my eyes. All-out effort Gu is after all a legendary Gu. Its power is miraculous. Even rank 4 habitual strength Gu cannot compare to it. Fang Jing has already used all-out effort Gu to perfection. Although he does not have rich battle experience, his talent is enough to make up for it. There was a commotion outside the arena. Boom! A cloud of dust rose into the air. Zhu Kai-bei's tall body was like a flying sack, crashing into several thick black stone pillars. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Fang Yuan had already pounced, not giving him any chance to breathe. Stepping on the ground, the 2 beast phantoms of a horse and a green bull appeared at the same time. Zhu Kai-bei rolled on the ground, miserably dodging this attack. Fang Yuan's right foot stomped on the ground, letting out a muffled sound. Rocks and soil flew, and the entire battle stage shook slightly. Under his feet, an obvious crater suddenly appeared. Vertical crash Gu. Fang Yuan charged again, the brown bear and white elephant phantoms appearing at the same time. Damn it! This time Zhu Kai-bei could not dodge in time. He could only grit his teeth and block with his arms. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon and elephant phantoms appeared from his body, rising into the air, making Fang Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms pale in comparison. Fang Yuan crashed into Zhu Kai-bei's body, causing Zhu Kai-bei to retreat slightly, while he himself was sent flying. 2 beast phantoms could suppress 1 dragon and elephant. But with 2 dragon and elephant phantoms pressuring him, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He finally unleashed the strength of twin dragon and elephant. Zhu Kai-bei breathed out. Fang Yuan's battle strength was so fierce that it shocked him. Only the eruption of twin dragon and elephant phantoms could turn the situation around. Habitual strength Gu, although rank 4, was inferior to all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai-bei activated habitual strength Gu, accumulating and increasing his strength, then unleashing the beast phantoms. But Zhu Kai-bei did not know when he would be able to unleash them. Even if he unleashed them, Zhu Kai-bei would need to recharge his strength, causing his battle strength to fall temporarily. Zhu Kai-bei's strength was like a water tank. Habitual strength Gu was like a bucket every time it was unleashed. On the other hand, all-out effort Gu could be unleashed at will, completely depending on Fang Yuan's will. In fact, when Fang Yuan did not want to unleash it, he would stop activating it, unleashing and retracting as he wished. This allowed Fang Yuan to advance and retreat with a sense of propriety, fierce and flexible at the same time. If only I had the all-out effort Gu Sai. Unfortunately, even if I won, Shang Yanfei would not allow me to obtain the all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai-bei felt very regretful. When he became a demonic path Gu master, he was free and could do whatever he wanted. After joining the righteous path, although it was stable and had ample resources, he felt restricted when doing things. If I really chose the all-out effort Gu, what would happen? Such a thought suddenly appeared, but was immediately dispelled by Zhu Kai-bei. If he did that, he would undoubtedly offend Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei was not only a rank 5 expert, he was also in charge of Shang clan. If he did not listen to his orders, even if he escaped in the future, there would be no peace. Wait, why am I thinking so much? The most important thing now is to defeat Fang Jing. Zhu Kai-bei's gaze focused, activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu and attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just been injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His iron-like arm bones were showing signs of cracking. The intense pain caused Fang Yuan to grin instead. All-out effort Gu. Brown bear, white elephant and green bull phantoms burst out at the same time. Even Zhu Kai-bei couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. What happened to Fang Yuan earlier was also happening to him. Zhu Kai-bei had wanted to take advantage of the situation and take the initiative to attack, but he was sent flying instead. The thick ivory white armor on his chest was smashed into a large hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The black stone pillar was knocked down and collapsed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhu Kai-bei gritted his teeth and quickly got up. 3 beast phantoms. The spectators were in an uproar. He had seen the earlier scene very clearly. Fang Yuan sent out 3 beast phantoms. How did he do that? Many people looked at each other. He sent out 2 beast phantoms earlier, but now he sent out 3. Many people were speechless. Even more people had guesses. Don't tell me. Zhu Kaibei stared at Fang Yuan and squeezed out a word. Bitter Strength Gu. That's right, it was Bitter Strength Gu. Bitter Strength Gu was a rank 4 Gu. A perfect match for Strength Path Gu masters. The more injured the Gu master was, the greater the pain they felt, and the greater the strength they could use. Of course, there was a limit to the strength they could use, it depended on the Gu master's foundation. Fang Yuan had 8 beast phantoms on him. The strength they contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort Gu was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at any time, continuously drawing out water. Now, after Fang Yuan was injured and used Bitter Strength Gu, it was like opening up many small holes around the water vat. All-out effort Gu added bamboo pipes to these holes, allowing Fang Yuan to use them as he pleased. When using all-out effort Gu alone, Fang Yuan only had 1 bamboo pipe to draw water, thus he could only send out 1 beast phantoms. But now he was affected by his injuries and used the Bitter Strength Gu. It was like adding 2 new openings to the water tank. Thus, when Fang Yuan used all-out effort Gu, he could send out 3 beast phantoms at the same time. To think that Bitter Strength Gu is on him. Didn't Shang Yizi buy this Gu in the auction? This Bitter Strength Gu, is it the one in Shang Yizi's hand? Yen Tu guessed the answer from outside the stage. His eyes squinted. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If Fang Zheng's Bitter Strength Gu is not Shang Yizi's, then in the auction, he had no doubt played with Shang Yizi. If this Bitter Strength Gu was bought by Shang Yizi, then it is even more terrifying. Shang Yizi had been stripped of his young master position because he and Fang Zheng falsified accounts together. Maybe this Bitter Strength Gu is Fang Zheng's spoils of war. This kid is not simple. Brother Zhu, you need to control yourself. Yen Tu could not help but worry about Zhu Kaibei's situation. Zhu Kaibei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. First, it was all-out effort Gu. Now it was Bitter Strength Gu. These 2 Gu were what he, Zhu Kaibei, yearned for day and night, searching for them bitterly, but to no avail. But Fang Yuan had 2 Gu at such a young age. Such luck and opportunity made a senior like him green with envy. With Bitter Strength Gu, the more injured Fang Yuan was, the more holes in his body became, and the stronger his battle strength became. In other words, every time Zhu Kaibei was injured, Fang Yuan's battle strength increased. This was not a good feeling. Those with weaker mental fortitude would not even want to fight with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got stronger the more he fought, and the more injured he was, the stronger his strength became. More importantly, he had 8 beast phantoms. If they burst out together, even Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephants would not be able to help. What made Zhu Kaibei even more dejected was that he knew Fang Yuan had a self-reliance Gu. Self-reliance Gu to Fang Yuan had a very good healing effect. Fang Yuan could heal himself while being injured, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, self-reliance Gu. The 3 formed an ingenious combination, forming a solid foundation. At this point, Fang Yuan's plan of using Gu worms had already reached a small success stage, forming the framework. The effect was outstanding. Even the rank 4 Zhu Kaibei would be at a disadvantage against this Gu worm set. Chapter 324. However, even if Fang Yuan has Bitter Strength Gu, the strength he can erupt with is at most 8 beast strength. Bitter Strength Gu does not provide endless strength. Shang clan leader did not allow me to take all-out effort Gu. I can still choose Bitter Strength Gu. Thinking of this, Zhu Kaibei's eyes brightened. Be it all-out effort Gu or Bitter Strength Gu, they were extremely attractive to Strength Path Gu masters. I have not lost yet. I am rank 4 initial stage. I have the advantage in terms of primeval essence. Moreover, I still have killer moves. Zhu Kaibei was very experienced in battle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sorted out his emotions and reorganized his troops, raising the low morale of his troops. The 2 began to fight again. The battle could no longer be described as intense. It was more appropriate to describe it as tragic. Both sides punched and kicked, exchanging attacks and defenses. Zhu Kaibei's ivory white armor was constantly breaking and mending, blood spurting out of his mouth from time to time. Fang Yuan was not much better off. He restrained himself from using self-reliance goo. His whole body was lacerated and bleeding. His ribs were broken, endless pain attacked his nerves like a tide. The more severe his injuries, the stronger his strength. Not long after, he could summon 5 beast strength phantoms at the same time. Zhu Kaibei's situation was even more dangerous. He was almost suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point of not being able to raise his head. This was an unprecedented experience in the battle stage. Even Yan Tu was only evenly matched with him. "Junior, you are too arrogant." Zhu Kaibei was furious, his fists sweeping horizontally. 3 Dragon Elephant. He suddenly erupted. The dragon elephant's huge figure appeared in the air. Fang Yuan was sent flying without any hesitation. 3 dragon elephants suppress 5 beast phantoms. The 2 arms that Fang Yuan used to block were strangely twisted, completely fractured. His left arm was even bent at a right angle. The broken arm bone was exposed and dripping with blood. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated self-reliance goo. Such injuries had already affected his battle strength and could not be healed. He first healed his right arm, then forcefully straightened his twisted left arm, forcefully putting it together, before activating the self-reliance goo. Very soon the severed arm began to grow back. The bone mass increased and reconnected. Then it was the broken flesh and finally the skin. While recovering, Fang Yuan kept dodging Zhu Kaibei's attacks. He continuously used horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, doing 3 things at the same time to deal with Zhu Kaibei. When he attacked, he was powerful and domineering, strong and fierce. When dodging, it was a completely different style. He was calm and collected, not panicking in the face of danger. He was as slippery as a loach. He made full use of the surrounding black rock forest. Zhu Kaibei's dragon travel tiger step goo was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not catch him. After Fang Yuan recovered, he turned around and fought again. As time passed, the battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Yuan's 5 beast phantoms gradually increased to 6, then 7, then 8. At the beginning of the battle, there would be people cheering from time to time. Now that the situation had reached such a stage, they gradually fell silent and no one made a sound. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei's terrifying strength caused everyone to shiver in fear. Too scary. Such strength. One can only imagine the magnificence of the ancient strength path. If it were me, no matter who I was fighting, I would have been smashed into minced meat. Everyone was speechless, secretly admiring Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei's unyielding spirit. These 2 men were truly tough men of steel. No one could predict the result of this battle. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 beast phantoms and suppressing Zhu Kaibei most of the time. However, Zhu Kaibei was not weak either. His healing goo was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts goo, Dragon Form Tiger Steps goo, and Dragon Elephant goo, the law fragments of the 3 were similar, forming a Tao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant phantoms. Shang Xianxi's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 beast phantoms. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 beast phantoms, but at the same time it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage. Both sides had reached their limits and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous. Even Bai Ningbing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent. Countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Zhu Kaibei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 strength path goo master, Zhu Kaibei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yanfei's secret letter appeared in Zhu Kaibei's mind. If Fang Jing really has it, Then his luck is too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai-bei gritted his teeth. The expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull goo and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Zhu Kai-bei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai-bei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Goo. He suddenly retreated. This abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than Horizontal Charge Goo and Vertical Crash Goo. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Zhu Kai-bei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed. He could not help but cry out. What? Shang Xianci quickly looked over. Zhu Kai-bei is going to use his killer move. This battle has finally reached the most crucial moment. Wei Yang's voice was low, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very nervous. He spoke quickly and explained. Zhu Kai-bei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Zheng can grasp this flaw, he will be able to clinch victory. If not, I'm afraid Zhu Kai-bei will win. Just as Wei Yang finished speaking, there was a change in the battlefield. Giant Spirit Heart Goo. Giant Spirit Body Goo. Giant Spirit Will Goo. 3 rank 4 Goo were activated at the same time. Body and mind as one essence, chi and spirit flowing together. Zhu Kai-bei's body suddenly expanded by 3 times. His whole body shining with white spirit light, like a god descending into the world, his aura rising bit by bit. This was his killer move, Giant Spirit Transformation. It could increase a Goo Master's strength by 3 times. At the same time, their mental strength would increase by 3 times. A Goo Master controlling Goo Worms expended mental strength. After a long time, their mental strength would become sluggish. But now that Zhu Kai-bei's mental strength was increased, his mind shook and he became excited again. At the same time, his strength would increase by 3 times. The strength of 3 dragon elephants would become the strength of 9 dragon elephants. Once the 9 dragon elephants burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be useless. Fang Yuan would lose without a doubt. Zhu Kai-bei reached his strongest moment. But at this moment, the ivory white armor on his body was broken by him. Many defensive Goo did not have the ability to extend. Ivory white armor was one of them. This is the moment he is defenseless. His strongest moment is also his weakest moment. Quickly grab this only chance of victory. Wei Yang's eyes opened wide. He clenched his fists and shouted. On the other side, Bai Ningbing's eyes also brightened. As if he had heard Wei Yang's reminder, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but suddenly his movements stopped. Wei Yang's excitement and joy froze on his face. Make your move. He could not help but shout, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, the barrier blocked the sound. The surrounding people could not help but look at him strangely. Fang Yuan did not move. He watched silently. The broken ivory armor began to regenerate, and a new set of armor was formed, covering Zhu Kai-bei's entire body tightly. Fang Yuan's chance of victory was slipping away. It was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wei Yang stomped his feet anxiously, but it was to no avail. He looked at the sky and sighed. Fang Zheng lost. He lost his only chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not attack. This made Zhu Kai-bei somewhat surprised. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack. He had already made preparations, but Fang Yuan did not move. This made him feel pity, because just earlier he had used the hard Qi Goo. The hard Qi Goo turned into a formless air current, wrapping around his entire body. At that moment he seemed to be defenseless, but in fact his defense was extremely tight. It could be said to be as solid as a rock. With the hard Qi Goo, his biggest flaw was made up for. If Fang Yuan attacked forcefully, he would definitely face Zhu Kai-bei's attacks. He would suffer greatly and most likely lose. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. Even if Zhu Kai-bei purposely slowed down the ivory white armor's growth, Fang Yuan would not move. The latter also did not move. He only watched quietly. Did you notice it? Impossible. The hard Qi Goo is formless. I just obtained it and have not used it. Humph, since you are not attacking, I will. Zhu Kai-bei's eyes shone brightly. Jin transformation was a killer move to control 3 rank 4 Goo at the same time, be it the yellow gold primeval essence or mental strength. They were both expending intensely. Strength and mental strength increased by 3 times. But at the same time it was also expending at 3 times the rate. Jukai Bei's Jin transformation could not last long. Dragon movement tiger steps. Jukai Bei charged towards Fang Yuan. Rampaging. Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat, avoiding the attack. Jukai Bei could not help but be bewildered. Fang Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated. Was he trying to stall for time? It was useless. My body is now 3 times bigger than usual, and my steps are also 3 times longer. If I use dragon movement tiger steps my speed will be even faster. Jukai Bei snorted coldly in his heart. Even if Fang Yuan used the terrain of Blackstone Forest, it was of no use. At this point the Blackstone Forest was almost completely destroyed. What's more, the gigantic spirit transformation was a completely one-sided battle style. For Jukai Bei, it was a completely flat stretch of land. Chapter 325. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be caught, Shang Xianxi's heart tightened. Fang Yuan's injuries were severe. If he was hit by Jukai Bei's 3 dragon elephant strength, he would die. Right now, Jukai Bei was strong. If Fang Yuan got close to him, he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan's movement speed was slower than Jukai Bei. Unless he had a strong long-range attack method to restrain Jukai Bei. Fang Zheng, you lost. Jukai Bei walked over. He knew that Fang Yuan had a blood moon gu. But how could such a weak long-range attack stop him? Ordinary long-range attacks could not stop him at all. In the whole battle stage, only Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon could block his Jin transformation. Fang Zheng is going to lose. So Jukai Bei is the victor of this battle. Old ginger is spicier. The spectators discussed. The situation was very clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang heaved a long sigh. Shang Xianci could not help but close her eyes. Bai Ningbing's gaze also dimmed. Yin suddenly laughed lightly. With Fang Yuan's defeat, Shang Yanfei's mission was completed. Unless Fang Yuan had strong long-range attacks and could stop Jukai Bei from getting close. However, Strength Path Gu masters were mostly close-range fighters. Their long-range attacks were very weak and were usually just for the occasion. This was a common weakness of Strength Path Gu masters nowadays, and could be easily exploited. Yen Tu and Jukai Bei had many intense battles. Some of them relied on long-range attacks to restrain Jukai Bei, and he won with a slight advantage. Other than that, he did not restrain Jukai Bei, causing Jukai Bei to lose in close-range combat. Close-range and long-range attacks were crucial in battles against Strength Path Gu masters, even to the point of deciding victory. It's over. Jukai Bei was already very close to Fang Yuan. Many people sighed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His eerie black eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. It was time. 8 phantoms suddenly rose behind him. Next, he activated his goo worm and lightly pointed his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell by 40%. Some kind of miraculous change occurred. The beast power phantom that was originally just a pure Dao pattern suddenly became plentiful, turning from illusion to reality. It turned from a shadow into a real shadow. Wild boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, all descended from the sky with a loud bang, attacking Jukai Bei. At this moment everyone was stunned. The turnaround was so sudden that Jukai Bei could almost see the scene of Fang Yuan bowing his head in defeat under his fist. But in the next moment, the 8 great beasts pounced on him, surrounding him from all directions. The wild boar charged, the brown bear slapped, the crocodile bit. The green ox pointed its horns, the steed trampled its hooves, the stone turtle suppressed, the white elephant swung its tusks, and the black python coiled around its body. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The 8 beast phantoms seemed to have gone berserk as they attacked Jukai Bei fiercely. Dust rose and rocks flew. Jukai Bei was surrounded by the 8 beast phantoms and was beaten up mercilessly. Attacks came from all directions. Jukai Bei's huge body that had expanded to 3 times its original size became the best punching bag. The ivory armor that covered his whole body could not hold on any longer and broke apart, white fragments flying everywhere. Where it wasn't broken, there were also densely packed cracks. Countless people stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, looking at this scene in extreme shock. There were close to 1,000 Gu masters watching the battle. Right now, no one made a sound. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the 8 frenzied beast phantoms submerging Zhu Kaibei's figure. After a while, the 8 beast phantoms turned from solid to phantom, vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, Zhu Kaibei was half kneeling on the ground, his arms hugging his head as he breathed roughly. Finally resisted? He slowly retracted his arms, raising his head to look at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was holding 2 yuan stones, trying his best to recover his primeval essence. He had a great aptitude in heavenly essence treasure lotus. Now that he was multitasking and absorbing 2 yuan stones at the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was already replenished to 70%. Seeing this, Zhu Kaibei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, spitting out blood and broken teeth. An intense pain came from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy and his ears to buzz. This was a vicious beating. If I had not used all my strength to activate the ivory armor Gu, I might have already fainted. Zhu Kaibei felt a lingering fear, but by doing so, his yellow-gold primeval essence was almost expended. He had not expected such a change, and it was too late to use Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu to retreat. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him, he had no way to escape. Zhu Kaibei estimated that his bones were broken in dozens of places. He could only choose to heal these injuries. He did not have much yellow-gold primeval essence left. He also had yuan stone, but he could not absorb natural primeval essence during battle. Feng Yuan would not give him the chance. To be able to absorb the primeval essence from yuan stone during battle, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier, when Zhu Kaibei was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, Feng Yuan had some free time. Even so, Feng Yuan was taking a risk. He was multitasking, absorbing the primeval essence from 2 yuan stones. This way, the number of Gu worms he could activate would decrease, and his reaction speed would also decrease. What did I just see? This is unbelievable. Beast phantoms can actually turn into physical attacks. Since when did Strength Path Gu masters become so strong? They actually have such a method. After a while, the people outside finally reacted and cried out in alarm. For a moment, the battle stage was in chaos and clamor. Shang Xianxi's eyes were wide open. She was surprised and overjoyed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Good lad. Wei Yang clapped his hands, shouting excitedly. Bai Ningbing was speechless, her eyes shining with an eerie blue light. Able to turn beast phantoms into physical bodies. Such a Gu worm could it be? Yan Tu's expression was heavy. He could not help but think of the many times Zhu Kaibei had expressed his desire to obtain that Gu. What you used just now was its strength Qi Gu. Zhu Kaibei slowly stood up. His voice was hoarse, concealing bitterness. He did not attack, and Feng Yuan was happy to see it so. While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded. You guessed right, it was strength Qi Gu. Zhu Kaibei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression there was envy, jealousy, helplessness, and misery. Strength Qi Gu, He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient Strength Path Gu worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Zhu Kaibei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of Strength Qi Gu from the young Feng Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao. They were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the Strength Qi Gu, the Gu master can activate this Gu and produce formless Strength Qi. The beast phantoms left Feng Yuan's body and attached to the Strength Qi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the Strength Qi dissipated, the beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Feng Yuan's body. The Strength Qi Gu in Feng Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation Gu refinement. The main body of the Strength Qi Gu was the rank 4 Atmosphere Gu. When Feng Yuan unexpectedly saw the Atmosphere Gu in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere Gu, Strength Qi Gu, both were Qi Path Gu. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through Gu refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly, There could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength Qi Gu was only a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the Strength Qi Gu. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle, I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had Strength Qi Gu, Zhu Kaibei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this Gu, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Zhu Kaibei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Zhu Kaibei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Zhu Kaibei was clear about the weakness of Strength Qi Gu. Strength Qi Gu consumed a lot of primeval essence. It needed 5% of snow-silver primeval essence to produce enough strength qi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow-silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use Movement Gu, Defense Gu, All-Out Effort Gu and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time. He could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Zhu Kaibei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When Gu masters fought, they used Gu worms, but in the end they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw. At this time, the hosting Gu master walked onto the stage and announced the result. Zhu Kaibei actually admitted defeat? Many people could not accept it. Fang Zheng really broke through the sky. The sky is changing, the sky is changing. Zhu Kaibei was known as half the sky of the battle stage, but now even this sky could not cover Fang Yuan. Chapter 326. Fang Zheng actually won against a rank 4 peak stage rank 3. Not only did he defeat a strong opponent, he even defeated a powerful existence like Zhu Kaibei. He is truly a promising young man. This is undeniably a great victory. Zhu Kaibei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still defeated by Fang Zheng. He even admitted defeat. The attacks of the 8 beast phantoms are truly terrifying. To think that Fang Zheng actually has the Strength Qi Gu. His luck is too good. I heard that this Strength Qi Gu was a treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants and streets, people were casually chatting about the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei. Being able to defeat a rank 4 with a rank 3 strength when both sides were at their peak state, such a battle was truly rare. There were close to 1,000 people watching the battle. The whole process was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yuan won fair and square without using any tricks. His battle strength was indeed above Zhu Kaibei. As for the origin of the Strength Qi Gu, Fang Yuan purposely spread false information, leading everyone's guesses to Guyue clan. From today onwards, Lord Fang Zheng is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had already gained the recognition of most people. Lord Fang Zheng is truly incomparably handsome. Zhu Kaibei's era is over. Some female Gu masters' eyes shined. A new generation replaces the old. Zhu Kaibei's fall has allowed Fang Zheng's reputation to flourish. Many old Gu masters sighed, feeling as if the new generation was replacing the old. Fang Zheng defeated Zhu Kaibei, but I wonder if he can defeat Yen Tuesday. If he also defeats Yen Tu, he will be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he wins 18 rounds, he will become Shang clan's external elder. This battle caused the battle stage's structure to shake. The old structure was broken, and a new force was born. People started to look forward to Fang Yuan's future with excitement and anticipation. It had been more than 10 years since Shang had an external elder. If Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage and barely won against Zhu Kaibei, then everyone's expectations would not be so high. When Feng Yuan displayed his strength that surpassed Zhu Kaibei's, everyone began to analyze the situation excitedly. Fengxing has all-out effort gu, bitter strength gu, self-reliance gu and strength qi gu. Even ancient strength path gu masters could not compare to him. All-out effort gu allows his attacks to be powerful and domineering. Bitter strength gu allowed him to get stronger the more he fought, especially when paired with self-reliance gu. It was amazing. Strength qi gu allowed him to be extremely fierce in long-range battles, making up for his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together was simply terrifying. This is Fengxing's killer move. Zhu Kaibei did not lose unjustly. Although he was rank 4 and had the advantage in cultivation, strength path gu worms had little primeval essence requirement, which unknowingly weakened this advantage. Fengxing's gu worms were simply too good. Their combination was powerful and their coordination was flawless. Zhu Kaibei admitted defeat on the spot. He must have been disheartened. How can a person's fortuitous encounters be so strong? Fengxing's luck is so strong that it defies heaven. He has only been in Shangshang City for a few years, but he has already accumulated to such an extent. With such a powerful combination of gu worms, it is enough to let him become famous in southern border and have his own name. Name? He already has one now. Many people call him and Bai Ningbing the Black-White Demons, but even more people call Fengxing Little Beast King. Feng Yuan controlled the 8 beast phantoms. His battle style was fierce and domineering, rampaging everywhere. The name of Little Beast King was very fitting. As for why he was not directly called Beast King, that was because Beast King was a famous demonic path gu master. He occupied 100 Beast Mountain alone, had 100 beasts as his army. His cultivation was at rank 5. He was unreasonable and extremely vicious. Both the righteous and demonic paths were wary of him. Feng Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage now, although he defeated Zhu Kaibei and became famous in one battle. But compared to a rank 5 gu master like Beast King, he was still lacking. On the other hand, the fact that everyone called him Little Beast King indirectly showed that Feng Yuan's future was in everyone's favor. I am really looking forward to his arena defense battle. Every expert who dominates the battle stage, their arena defense battle is a classic. Back then Lord Wei Yang was only rank 3 middle stage, even weaker than Fengxing, but he could dominate the battle stage. Every battle of his has become a classic. An experienced gu master sighed with emotion. Thus, many people started to calculate Feng Yuan's future. At this point, how many true opponents does Fengxing have? Zhu Kaibei Yen 2 right. There is also Bai Ningbing. However, Zhu Kaibei has already been asked for Giant Spirit Will by Fengxing. This move is really ruthless. Among the 3 gu, Giant Spirit Body, Giant Spirit Heart and Giant Spirit Will, Giant Spirit Will is the hardest to obtain. Without Giant Spirit Will, Zhu Kaibei's killer move is incomplete. To Fengxing, the threat is greatly reduced. Yen 2 will be Fengxing's greatest opponent. He and Zhu Kaibei are known as half the sky of the battle stage. Their strength cannot be underestimated. But Fengxing can defeat Zhu Kaibei, and also has the strength qi gu to make up for his weakness in long-range attacks. His chances of winning against Yen 2 are very high. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing cannot be underestimated either. After losing to Yen 2, her cultivation had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. Rank 4 at such a young age, what kind of aptitude is this? But her relationship with Fengxing is very deep. Even if they meet in battle, she will take the initiative to admit defeat and let Fengxing win. Bai Ningbing and Feng Yuan had been living in Nanqiu Garden. This news was already widely known. Many people guessed that they had already had intimate relations. However, just as everyone was in an uproar, Feng Yuan announced that he would be leaving the battle stage. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Why did Fengxing give up such a good opportunity? External elder dominating the battle stage is right in front of us. Countless people wrung their hands and sighed. Is there some inside story? Demonic gu masters could not help but start to guess. Could it be that Shang clan no longer wants to recruit external elders, so they are secretly forcing Fengxing to give up? Demonic gu masters had always lacked trust. Or maybe Shang clan wants to change the policy and get rid of the external elder policy? Suspicion caused many people's hearts to fluctuate. Shang clan's policy of recruiting demonic Gu masters to become external elders was unique in southern border. Many of the clans in the southern border had their own practice fields. The largest and most popular battle stage was located in the number 1 clan of southern border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for internal use, rarely for external use. The Shang family's external family policy became the finishing touch. It attracted countless talents for Shang clan. Even for external merchants, many demonic Gu masters did not rob Shang clan's caravans. Precisely because of this external elder policy, these demonic Gu masters wanted to leave a way out for themselves. Shang Yanfei sensed something amiss and quickly clarified. Although he had secretly placed Zhu Kai Bei and Yin Tu as his chess pieces to control the battle stage, but such things could not be exposed. Shang Yanfei's prestige caused this formless storm to gradually calm down. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan also announced in public that he would join Shang Xinci and help her ascend to the young master position. Immediately, everyone's attention was diverted from the battle stage to the battle for the young master position. Because Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts was proven, his young master position was revoked, leaving it empty. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were eyeing this position covetously, drooling over it. I have heard that Fang Jing is a loyal and righteous lad. He has a principle in life, that is to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring, and repay a small grudge 100-fold. He is really responsible. Someone gave a thumbs up for this. For Shang Xinci to ascend to the young master position, Fang Jing even gave up the external elder position that he was so close to obtaining. This is really... Someone could not understand such a move. Who knows, he and Shang Xinci might have some ambiguous relationship. If it were me, I would not make such a sacrifice. That is very possible. Wait, if that is the case, what about Bai Ningbing? Everyone's gossipy soul burned fiercely. The triangle relationship between Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci became the topic of many people's conversations. Soon after, a few days later, Bai Ningbing also announced that she would leave the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also joined Shang Xinci. Everyone was shocked. What is wrong with this world? Does no one want an external elder? Many people's values had been impacted. Bai Ningbing is very courageous, not willing to compromise and give up. For love, she took the initiative to interfere. Actually, the emotional entanglement between these three started from the moment they met. Similar rumors started to spread everywhere. The crowd imagined countless scenarios. Even Shang Clan City started to produce sketchbooks and dramas, depicting the emotional entanglement between Fang, Bai and Shang Xinci. It was actually very popular. Putting these minor details aside, Shang Xinci had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention after Fang and Bai had joined her. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 Gu master would be a clan leader in other small or medium-sized clans. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage, but his battle strength was above many rank 4 Gu masters. When he becomes rank 4, what would happen? They were both very young and had a lot of room for growth. Now everyone had high hopes for them. With the help of 2 experts, Shang Xinci naturally became the second most popular candidate for the young master position. Before this, everyone thought that the person with the greatest hope of inheriting the young master position was Shang Yifan. Once Fang and Bai joined Shang Xinci, the situation immediately changed, creating a situation where 2 strong contenders were competing. Shang Yifan was not tall, even a little short. He had an aquiline nose, narrow eyes, and a sharp gaze. Shang Xinci. He sat on a wide-back wooden chair in the study room, muttering softly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he thought about this name. In front of him a person was sitting. It was none other than Shang Yizi. Brother Yifan, I came here this time to help you. Shang Xinci has Fang and Bai's help. She will be your greatest opponent. Especially Fang Jing, you have to be careful. This person is sinister and crafty. I fell into his hands. Chapter 327. Shang Yizi continued. I lost, but I have not completely failed. Father exiled me to the slave hunters for 3 years. After 3 years I will return. But before that, I have something to give you. Saying so, Shang Yizi handed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan received them and looked through them. The documents recorded Shang Yizi's secret assets, his hidden pawns, and some of his trusted subordinates. Brother Yizi, you are. Shang Yifan showed a shocked expression. Brother Yifan, you are the one with the highest chance of becoming the young master out of all our brothers and sisters. I'll lend you a helping hand and hope that you can succeed in your endeavors. You can use these resources and manpower as you wish. 3 years later, when I return, you can return them to me. Shang Yizi sighed. He was sent to the slave hunters to train. He could not bring his subordinates and guards. He was not there to enjoy life but to be punished. Now that he no longer had the young master status, these forces would fall apart sooner or later. He might as well hand them over to Shang Yifan while he could still control them. 3 years later, when Shang Yizi returns to the clan, he would not have to start from scratch. Shang Yifan quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Brother Yizi, Yifan will not forget your help. In the future, when I become the young master, I will repay you tenfold. Sai, we are brothers, how can we repay each other? Although he said so, Shang Yizi's lips curled into a wide smile. After a heated conversation, Shang Yifan personally sent Shang Yizi out. Watching him leave, Shang Yifan's smile slowly turned into a sneer. Shang Yizi, you have a good plan. You want me to take care of your forces for you? Then I will beat you at your own game. I will first take over your forces, then divide them. I will not return them. He saw through Shang Yizi's plan. 3 years. So many things can happen in 3 years. You really think you still have hope? So naive. So naive, no wonder Fang and Bai schemed against you. You are a disgrace to our Shang clan. Shang Yifan sneered. But when he thought of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his face darkened. Shang Xing. He muttered the name. When Shang Yizi stepped down from the stage, he thought that the young master position was already in his grasp, but he did not expect for Shang Xinci to suddenly appear and become his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes narrowed into a line as he analyzed. Shang Xinci's greatest advantage is her father's pampering. Which other children had such favoritism? But the family rules are there. Everyone is competing for the young master position, so father can't openly give her special treatment. On the contrary, because of Lord Father's favoritism, the other siblings have opinions or even hostility towards Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's greatest advantage is actually her weakness. Shang Xinci's second advantage is actually her greatest advantage, and that is Fangjing and Bai Ningbing. These two are really. Thinking of Fang and Bai, Shang Yifan's face also revealed a strange, envious, jealous and incomprehensible expression. These two, I wonder what they are thinking. They even gave up on being an external elder, and went to help Shang Xinci. This feeling was like someone gave up on eating watermelons, and went to pick sesame seeds. How did Shang Xinci win over these two? Her luck is really good, she easily took in these two generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4. And Fangjing can even defeat Zhu Kai Bei. These were 2 rank 4 battle strength. Even big brother Shang Qiu did not have rank 4 subordinates. Above the 10 young masters, Shang clan's current young clan leader, Shang Tuahai, only had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But these 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuahai's private army, but were specially sent by the clan to help him. As the clan's young master, Shang Tuahai personally controlled a caravan. When fighting outside, he needed strong assistance to deal with all sorts of situations. Now Shang Xinci had not even become Shang clan's young master, but she already had 2 rank 4 experts helping her. This situation made many of Shang Yanfei's children jealous and wary. However, even if she has Fang and Bai's help, so what? This young master position will definitely be mine. Shang Yifan licked his lips. Thinking of something, his spirits rose. At the same time, in Nanshou Garden, Shang clan has complicated and comprehensive clan rules, especially regarding inheritors. The rules are even stricter. Wei Yang stood in front of Fang and Bai, as well as Shang Xinci, speaking frankly with assurance. Lady Xinci, if you want to ascend to the young master position, you have to pass Shang clan's test. This test is very traditional, it has always been the same content, that is, business. Shang clan was built on business, and its development could not be separated from business. Shang clan's selection of young masters was based on business. Do not look down on business, thinking that it is just a business that earns money. business can test every aspect of an inheritor. There will be all sorts of problems in the process of doing business. It tests one's plans, adaptability, strength, and so on. The clan will allocate a sum of 100,000 yuan stones to any child who participates in the competition. 3 months later, the one who earns the most will become the new young master. Wei Yang was very familiar with the clan's policies. Then, how much yuan stone do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's young master selection was watched by the entire city. The entire Shang clan was paying attention to it. Fang Yuan knew his own limits and decided to abide by the rules here. Normally speaking, as long as Lady Xinci has 300,000 yuan stone, you can eliminate most of the people. If you have 600,000, you will have a high chance of winning. Above 600,000, between 700 and 800,000, these results are top class in the past young master selections. However, as he said this, Wei Yang's tone slowed. Among the competitors this time, there is one whose mother is the clan leader's cousin. She is a member of Shang clan and has great power. He is called Shang Yifan and is the most popular candidate in this young master selection. With his mother helping him from behind, he would be able to get at least 600,000 points. If Lady Xinci wants to win him, she needs to have even more outstanding results. Shang Yifan will have at least 600,000. If Shang Xinci wants to obtain the young master position, she needs to be top class. But Shang Xinci has no power in Shang clan, and her mother is a Zhang clan member. She is at a disadvantage politically. She cannot be like Shang Yifan with people supporting her from behind. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but because he is the clan leader, he cannot openly side with her. Thus, the pressure on Shang Xinci's shoulders is huge. After Wei Yang said this, he looked at Shang Xinci with hidden worry. He knew that a result between 700 and 800,000 was hard to come by. There were very few young masters in history who could achieve such results, because it required talent, help, and luck. Shang Yanfei did not plan to let Shang Xinci compete for the young master position so quickly. Everything was pushed by Fang and Bai from behind. After Shang Xinci heard Wei Yang's introduction, she was silent for a while, before suddenly asking, "I wonder what is the best result in Shang clan's history?" Wei Yang was slightly stunned. Of course it surpassed 800,000, reaching over 900,000. In Shang clan's history, there are very few who can achieve such results. At the very most, there are not more than 20. The current young clan leader Shang Tuahai reached 890,000, causing an uproar. But Missy, your father reached 920,000 at that time. Just this achievement is enough to be recorded in Shang clan's history. As he said this, Wei Yang paused. But the best result in Shang clan's history is 1,110,000. He is called Shang Gui Kai. He has monstrous talent, but a pity he has one of the 10 extreme physiques. 920,000, 1,110,000. Shang Xinci's eyes shone as she listened, clenching her fists. She could be said to be brimming with talent in business. Towards this competition, although she was encouraged by Fang Yuan, she had her own will and was not passive. Seeing Shang Xinci's expression, Wei Yang relaxed slightly. "All right, I should go. But before I leave, I have a special reminder for you. This competition is highly valued by the entire Shang clan. Do not take the risk and do anything that goes against the rules. Believe in your big brother Wei. Those who cheated in the competition have never succeeded." Young master was the future of Shang clan. This was a huge matter. There was no room for carelessness. Shang Yizi was still a young master, but because of one false accounting, he was exiled. From this, one could see how much importance Shang clan placed on young master matters. Shang Yifan had the support of his mother's tribe. He could at most help him within the rules, and did not dare to cheat for him. After that, Wei Yang gave a few more instructions before leaving Nanqiu Garden. He was an important official of the clan, Shang Yanfei's trusted aide. He should have avoided him. But he still went in and out of Nanqiu Garden, and explained so much to Shang Xinci'i. It showed his loyalty. Big brother Wei is bearing a lot of pressure for us. From now on we cannot trouble him anymore. Shang Xinci'i said. Fang Yuan did not comment. Bai Ningbing frowned. To do business in 3 months, to increase 100,000 yuan stone by 6 times, It is easier said than done. Although she was talented, she knew nothing about business, so she was in a very difficult position. But Shang Xianxi's eyes turned, revealing a smile as she said confidently, "Actually, I have a good idea. As long as we implement it, I guarantee we can make 600,000. Oh, what is it?" Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xianci looked deeply at Fang Yuan, revealing everything. "I was inspired when I saw Brother Heitu's battle at the battle stage. We can do information business." Chapter 328. That's right, information business. Shang Clan's battle stage has hundreds of battles every day. The atmosphere of the battle stage is so intense, we can make use of it. I've thought about it. We can collect the information of all the Gu masters in the battle stage and sell them. We can invite some famous people to make predictions before the battle, and give comments after the battle. Shang Xianci smiled as she replied, "Brilliant." Bai Ningbing immediately slapped the table and praised. This idea was too brilliant. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles in the battle stage. She had a deeper understanding of the beauty of this idea. She immediately understood that this was a brilliant idea that could open up business opportunities. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had actually thought of this idea in his previous life and had even used it in Wu Clan. Wu Clan's battle stage was much larger than Shang Clan's, and the atmosphere was even more intense. Fang Yuan's creation caused a huge commotion at that time, and he earned a lot of money every day. But not long after, Wu Clan interfered, and all kinds of competition and suppression came one after another. In just a few months his profits fell to rock bottom. Half a year later he could no longer do it. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he could think of this idea because of his memories from Earth. Shang Xianci was able to think of this. It was truly a pioneering idea. It showed her outstanding talent in the business world. But although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xianci gritted her teeth. "Does Brother Heitu think this idea is bad? It is a good idea, but don't rush. Xianci, do you trust me?" Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xianci with rapt attention. Shang Xianci smiled warmly. "My life was saved by you, Brother Hey Tuesday. Why can't Xianci believe in you?" Bai Ningbing snorted in her heart, but did not speak. She was in the know, and along the way with Fang Yuan she was clear. Shang Xianci's dangers were all caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. "Since you trust me, then listen to my arrangements. In just 20 days, you'll be able to triple the amount of primal stones in your possession." "Is that so?" Shang Xianci's face showed curiosity. "Then I will listen to brother's arrangements. What is he up to this time? Who does he want to harm this time?" Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but guess. Sancha Mountain was located between the Zhua clan's Cold Quaking Mountain and the Che clan's Feilai Mountain. The Zhua clan and the Che clan had a history of more than 600 years, while the Che clan had a history of 580 years. The two families had been enemies for generations. The hatred that had accumulated for generations had made the two families irreconcilable enemies. In the recent 100 years, the two families expanded and fought to occupy Sancha Mountain. On a certain mountainside of Sancha Mountain, an intense battle was already nearing its end. Blood flowed on the ground. Dozens of Gu master corpses lay on the mountain rocks. In the arena there were still 7 people standing. 3 people from the Zhua family and 4 from the Che family. There was a deep hole in the chest of the Zhua family's elder, Zhua Soundless. He pressed on his wound with one hand and stood in front of Zhua Chanyu, his expression solemn. "Eldest miss, please leave quickly. We'll hold them off." Zhua Chanyu was the eldest daughter of the Zhua family. She had a great aptitude and was the future hope of the Zhua family. She was young and beautiful, not even 20 years old, but already had rank 3 middle stage cultivation. She couldn't die here. Elder Soundless. Zhua Chanyu's expression showed reluctance and hesitation. "Want to leave? No way." Che clan's elder, Che Yuin, sneered and walked out from the crowd. "Old Soundless, to think you would have such a day. Today I, Che Yuin, will make the 3 of you die without a burial ground." His tone was filled with killing intent. But after saying this, he whispered to a fresh and beautiful female Gu master beside him, "Xiang Er, you are injured. When the fight starts later, just stay back and watch over us." Che Xiaoxiang's brows immediately furrowed. Father, I only suffered light injuries, it's nothing. I want to fight alongside you. She was very worried. The other parties with Soundless had been enemies with her father Che Yuyin for decades. Their strength was actually about the same. Although Soundless was heavily injured, it would not be easy to kill him. His counterattack before death would definitely be terrifying. Nonsense. Che Yuyin scolded in a low voice. Listen to father, this is an order. Che Xiaoxiang pouted and was about to retort when she suddenly heard a long laugh. Ha ha ha. This laughter was very strange, it made people feel like an evil wind was blowing. Following this laughter, a figure appeared on a mountain rock. This person was handsome and wore a flowery robe with pink butterflies embroidered on it. He wore a flower crown on his head, and on the crown was a fluffy red flower ball that trembled along with his laughter, like a character in an opera troupe, giving off a comical feeling. But whether it was Soundless or Che Yuyin, when they saw this person, their expressions changed. They felt no joy, but instead fear and panic. Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman, Kong Ritian. The two spoke one after another, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this moment, even the expressions of the others changed. Especially Zhuo Yu and Che Xiaoxiang, they turned pale and were extremely nervous. This Kong Ritian was a demonic Gu master with a notorious reputation. He liked to wear a flowery robe embroidered with pink butterflies. Thus people called him the Pink Butterfly Gentleman. But the truth was, he was a rapist who specialized in harming the chastity of righteous path women. He was hated by people and was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank for cultivation. His appearance immediately changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Swa tribe and Che tribe were at the end of their ropes. Their two strongest forces, Che Yuyin and Zwa Soundless, were injured and had insufficient primeval essence. They only had rank 3 cultivation. Yes, that's right, I am Kong Ritian. Although his identity was exposed, the pink butterfly gentleman was very happy and let out his signature strange laughter. Suddenly he waved his sleeves and injected primeval essence into Gu worms, causing flower petals to rain down. The pink petals turned into colorful butterflies that fluttered in the air. At once the battlefield was filled with fragrance. Zwa tribe and Che tribe members quickly defended and displayed their abilities. Kong Ritian took the chance to attack. The battle erupted. The flower rain became more intense and figures flew everywhere. After fighting for 8 or 9 rounds, Kong Ritian's body flashed and he suddenly retreated, leaving the battlefield. He was beaten back. So close, Che Yuyin and Zwa Soundless let out a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed at the next moment. Chan Yu, my son. Xiaoxiang. Scoundrel, let go of my daughter. The eyes of the two elders were filled with anger. Their eyes were filled with anger. Ha, he. Kong Ritian laughed loudly towards the sky. His 2 hands, one in each hand, were holding 2 beauties. They were Che Xiaoxiang and Zwa Chanyu. They were unconscious and had just been captured by Kong Ritian in the chaotic battle. Kong Ritian was most proficient in dealing with female Gu masters. Today's harvest is not bad. To think I could see these 2 beauties here. Hi. Kong Ritian was feeling very pleased with himself when a change occurred. The whole of Sancha Mountain started to shake at once. Rocks rolled down and the earth quaked. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 pillars of light shot out from the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain. The grand pillars of light, one yellow, one blue, one red, pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds. Right at this time, the voices of the 3 mixed together spread throughout the whole of Sancha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, righteous or demonic. It will be left for those who are fated. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were all stunned. Even Kong Ritian temporarily forgot about the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance. It is actually 3 kings' inheritance. After everyone came to their senses, an extremely excited look emerged on their faces. 3 kings' inheritance, heavens, the 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters. This is their inheritance. This is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, Shangclan City. Nanqiu Garden study room. Placing a report on the table, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. 3 kings' inheritance has finally opened. Counting the days, it was the same day as in his previous life. It could be seen that in this world, although rebirth could change history, major events had inertia and could not be easily changed. Since Three Kings' inheritance has opened, I don't have much time left. After pushing Shang Xinci to the position of young master, I should immediately leave this place. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. He needed to make full use of his time. Three Kings' inheritance was not the same as ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and Baigu inheritance that Fang Yuan had taken were only one. Three Kings' inheritance, however, had three. If he could obtain all three, Fang Yuan's strength would increase by several times, and his requirement for rank 4 gu worms would be more than half satisfied. At least, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources before rank 5. However, Three Kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance. It was extremely dangerous. There were many bastards inside and there were many obstacles. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and after spending half a year, someone finally reached the end and obtained the inheritance. Thus, it was useless for Fang Yuan to go for now. The news of Three Kings' inheritance cannot be concealed. How can those 3 pillars of light be concealed? Fang Yuan knew that these 3 pillars of light were the entrances to the inheritance. But to enter these entrances, a certain standard was needed. This way I can buy dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo, and exploding egg goo. Fang Yuan calculated. Before this, he had used the funds he had, and secretly bought these 3 goo from the market. But he was cautious and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of Three Kings' inheritance had spread to Shang Clan City, the time was ripe. Buy with all his strength. In the next 5 days, Fang Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. Not only Shang Xinci's 100,000 yuan stone, but also Bai Clan's latest 300,000. Fang Yuan had extorted 3 million yuan stone from Bai Clan, and by now Bai Clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Fang Yuan's plan was a huge success. Chapter 329. Shang Xinci used all her funds to buy these 3 goo? In the study room, Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo. What is the use of buying these goo? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Shang Xinci entrusted the 100,000 goo to Fangzheng. Although Fangzheng has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this, he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase goo worms, because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying goo worms was the other party's scheme. At this time, the old butler reported from outside. "Young master, something big happened. I need to report to you." "Oh, old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, he was independent and had rich experience. Naturally, he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat Steward Zhang with respect, and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression. "Young Master Yifan, something is wrong. From the latest news from Sancha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the Three Kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue, and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The Three Kings' inheritance had its own mysteries. No one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the Three Kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the Three Kings' inheritance. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him. and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it. Indeed, to enter the Three Kings' inheritance, 3 gu were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the gu master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement gu. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the gu master needed to possess a paper crane gu. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg gu. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Feng Bai wanted to buy these 3 gu in bulk. Presently, the news of the Three Kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 gu master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the Three Kings' inheritance, one must have at least 1 of the 3 gu. But now these 3 gu in Shang Clan City. Most of them were in Shang Xian's hands. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine it. Their business of selling gu worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot, in fact, he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. Where did they get this information from? They are so accurate. No, it is not important to investigate the source of the information now. The important thing is, how can I stop them? Shang Yifan's eyes shone with a dark light as he thought hard. After a long while, his face showed dejection and helplessness. There was no other way. Shang Xian had done it cleanly. This was a very ordinary and normal investment, but with the help of the Three Kings' inheritance, it was very outstanding. Although Shang Xian had used more than 100,000 yuan stone to purchase the gu, this was not against the clan rules, it was just taking the edge. As long as the yuan stone was earned, it was only 100,000 yuan stone, there was nothing wrong with it. If Shang Yifan wanted to use this to cause trouble, he did not have the confidence to do so. Because he was also taking the edge, he borrowed the influence of his mother's clan, for example Steward Zhang. Strictly speaking, he was taking the edge more ruthlessly than Shang Xian. Young Master Yifan, this time the other party has the most accurate information. After this, their capital will increase by at least 3 times. We cannot find any evidence against them. We cannot use underhanded methods. We need to hurry and do our own business. With Madam's connections in Shang Clan City 3 months later, young master will have at least 600,000. You still have a chance of winning. Steward Zhang explained. Ma'am, that is all we can do. Shang Yifan let out a breath of turbid air. But there was still a lingering worry in his heart. The competition for the young master position had just started, but the other party gave him such a surprise. He really didn't know what kind of tricks they would come up with next. Shang Yifan, who was full of confidence, started to feel hesitant. 3 kings, they were King Quan, King Xian and King Bao. Their origins could be traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was seized by their mortal enemy Wu clan and exterminated. But unexpectedly, 3 Wang clan children were left behind. These 3 children were 2 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was only 8 years old, and he would be the future dog king. The youngest was 5 years old, King Bao. The girl was the future King Xian, she was 6 years old at that time. Wu clan was busy annexing and digesting everything in Wang clan. What were these 3 little children? They were not even gu masters, thus they did not care, they casually gave a kill order and ignored the 3 of them. The person chasing them was also a lazy person. He killed the 3 children and impersonated them to complete his mission. The 3 Wang clan orphans were lucky to survive. They went through hardships and trials, barely making ends meet, surviving with difficulty. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred towards Wu clan deepened. But after Wu clan annexed Wang clan, their strength swelled and they became a large clan with 3 famed mountains. After these years of operation, their forces were deeply rooted in the area. The 3 Wang clan orphans did not even have the chance to awaken their aperture. To deal with Wu clan and take revenge, it was simply a fantasy. But the mysteries of the world lie in the unpredictable changes of fate. You never know what fate awaits you in the next moment. One time, while risking their lives to gather herbs in the mountains to make a living, the 3 kings were accidentally drawn into an ancient inheritance. This inheritance was no small matter. It was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 Gu immortal. Thus the three kings' fates changed. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance. They worked hard and cultivated for close to 100 years. The three encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they cultivated to rank 5 realm, they felt the time was ripe. They left the inheritance ground and rushed to Wu clan to take revenge. At that time Wu clan was at its peak, developing vigorously. The three kings did not use any schemes or plots. They directly attacked their clan. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 Gu master, but how could he fight against 3 rank 5 Gu masters working together? Especially these 3 rank 5 Gu masters, they had all inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan controlled the dog group that covered the entire mountain. With a wave of his hand, it was a majestic army. The dog group was like a vast river, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xian was agile, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He attacked Wu clan's higher-ups, causing the group to be leaderless and chaotic. And King Bao was ferocious. He did not make a move, but once he did, it would shake heaven and earth, causing landslides and rocks to split. The Wu family, which had been strong for a while, was annihilated by the three kings within 3 days. On the 3 mountains the spirit springs were destroyed. Corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Wu clan was completely uprooted, and the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to pay such a price in order to avenge themselves. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life was dull and boring. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. No matter how strong a clan was, it could not resist a true expert. They lived in seclusion and did not come out again. Like 3 meteors, they shone brightly and caused a huge commotion in southern border. Then they retreated, vanishing without a trace. No one knew about the 3 kings after that. Until recently, their inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement Gu. With it, he can control myriad beast kings and command beast groups to conquer the world. King Xian is an expert in Gu refinement. She developed a set of special Gu worms from the ordinary rank 2 paper crane Gu, allowing her to easily steal information. Because of her, King Quan and King Bao knew about the loophole in Wu clan village's defenses. The 3 kings were able to exterminate Wu clan village because of her contributions. There is also King Bao. He has a fiery temper. Every time he attacks, there will be earth-shaking explosions. His power is fierce and domineering. If you can obtain his inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Obtaining 1 will allow you to soar to the sky. Obtaining 2 will allow you to leave your name in history. And obtaining 3 will allow you to achieve great ambitions. This is a huge opportunity. I won't be satisfied if I don't work hard. I need to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I am late and others take it away, I will regret it for life. As the 3 kings' inheritance method spread, countless people in Shang Clan City became excited. I want to buy exploding egg Gu. I want paper crane Gu. I want dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu, and exploding egg Gu. What? Why are these Gu so expensive? The price is 3 times higher than before. TSK, if you don't have money, go away. There are many people who want to buy it. Damn it. I will buy it. I will buy it too. I must buy it. Chapter 330. In just 10 days we earned 20,000 a day on average. In 10 days, the 100,000 yuan stone in our hands has tripled to 300,000. Shang Xianci was surprised and happy as she looked at the account book in her hand. In the competition for the young master position, Shang Xianci's capital of 100,000 had tripled in just 10 days, and she was leading the group. 300,000 was only the capital of the young master position. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested a lot of money, and were now earning a lot. 1 primeval elder Gu in Fang Yuan's hands was no longer enough, so he added 2 new ones. His assets had already risen to over 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot. Shang Xianci's 2 servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fang Yuan with an indescribable light in their eyes. They knew that this was all because of Fang Yuan that they could have such a good result. A good start was half the battle. The 2 servants were originally doubtful of Shang Xianci's competition for the young master position, But this matter gave them much more confidence. But how did Fang Yuan know about the three kings' inheritances information? Bai Ningbing sat at the side, feeling puzzled. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to speculate, hoard, and earn a lot was because of this information. Could it be that Fang Yuan knew the secret of the three kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, it showed that Fang Yuan was not simple. Although Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot, she felt a sense of pressure in her heart. She had interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, and she found that unknowingly, Fang Yuan would bring her some surprises. Fang Yuan did not look mysterious on the surface, but in fact he was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. It was because she had interacted with Fang Yuan day and night that she could understand this feeling, and understand how unfathomable Fang Yuan was. Brother He too, thank you. With these 300,000 I will be able to carry out my plan better. Shang Xianci said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Xianci, your idea is very good. However, it is still very difficult to implement it. He continued, doing information business in the battle stage is different from hoarding goo worms. This time it was too sudden. Your competitors couldn't react in time. More importantly, Shang Yizi, who was in charge of the shop, had already stepped down. The shop was managed by the Shang clan. There was no personal will. Even if the others wanted to, they couldn't interfere and could only watch. But it's different if you're in the intelligence business. To carry out this business, the material requirements were not high, but a large amount of manpower was needed. At the same time, he also needed the help of various connections. Otherwise, they would be suppressed and destroyed by their competitors. Our foundation is shallow, so we can't act rashly. Once he made his move, he had to succeed. Therefore, we need to make more preparations. Shang Xianci's expression turned solemn as she nodded. Brother He too, you are right. But I haven't been in Shang Clan City for long. I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan with me. As for connections, I don't even have them. Xiao Dai was a personal servant she brought to Shang Clan City. She was very loyal and was being nurtured by Shang Xianci to become a Gu master. Her aptitude was pretty good, having B-grade cultivation. As for Xiao Lan, she was sent to Shang Xianci by Shang Yanfei. She was a rank 3 healing Gu master and was trustworthy. Fang Yuan chuckled. Xianci, don't look down on yourself. Just the battle stages Shang-Chi when alone has a good relationship with you. We are both women, we can get along well. At the same time, the information business will also boost her sales. I'm sure she won't object. Shang Xianci estimated. Xianci, I said I would help you ascend to the young master position. I naturally have a plan and a chance of success. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you do as I say, you will have a high chance of ascending to the young master position. Fang Yuan consoled. I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xianci smiled and answered without hesitation. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, looking like a strategist, giving Shang Xianci a sense of security. Xianci, the first thing you need to do is to recruit people. You want to do the information business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. This manager needs to have at least rank 3 cultivation, be able to take charge, and have rich experience in managing goods. I have already found a person for you, his name is Zhou Quan. He is a shopkeeper under Shang Yizi. Fang Yuan continued to guide Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci's expression was slightly troubled. Zhou Quan, I know this person. But he is a rank 3 Gu master. He has an arrogant nature and is very lofty. He was once the Zhou clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation. But Zhou clan had internal strife and was slaughtered by demonic Gu masters. He luckily escaped but suffered heavy injuries. Right now, his cultivation is only rank 3 upper stage. The shop he is in charge of has the best sales among all the shops. But even Shang Yizi could not obtain his loyalty. Such a person, I'm afraid I cannot. Fang Yuan waved his hand and laughed. How would you know if you don't try? Xianci, you need to be confident, trust me, you have a charisma that is different from others. In the future, many people will willingly submit to you and work for you. Zhou Quan is a very difficult target, you might not succeed. But as long as you show your sincerity and work hard, you will reap rewards. Yes, Brother He too, I will work hard. Shang Xianci clenched her fist. Fang Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Not long after Shang Xianci left, Wei Yang arrived at Nanshou Garden. Fang Yuan received him at the lakeside pavilion. Brother Wei, I already know why you are here. Please take a seat. Saying so, Fang Yuan poured a cup of tea for Wei Yang. Wei Yang laughed. Brother Fangxing, you are very intelligent. Then please tell me more. Fang Yuan used the Three Kings' inheritance to hoard and speculate. It was all because he knew about the Three Kings' inheritance in advance. Shang Yanfei was not an idiot. He immediately understood that Fang Yuan had information that was ahead of time. The Three Kings' inheritance was the most important matter in the last 50 to 60 years of southern border. It had already affected the whole of southern border, attracting the close attention of many forces. Most forces could not help because of the mountains in southern border. It was vast and deep, with dangers lurking everywhere. Thus they could not help. But many clans, as long as they could, sent out their own forces. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters. Even the super clan Shang clan could not help but be moved. I got my information from the White Bone Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the Three Kings' inheritance ground and obtained some information. In fact, the inheritance land of the Three Kings is the blessed land of the olden antiquity Gu master that they accidentally discovered. Fang Yuan spoke half-truth and half-lies. Naturally, his information did not come from White Bone Mountain. But the news of the blessed land was real. He had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land. Hearing this, Wei Yang's eyes shone brightly. Blessed land was a place of fortune. The place where Gu masters lived after becoming immortals. Inside the blessed land, the scenery was picturesque, the weather was unique, and there were large amounts of treasures. The primeval energy inside was at least 10 times that of the outside world, extremely abundant. A blessed land was an independent small world, a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. It was ruled by a Gu immortal, and living inside could bring happiness and peace. Brother Fangxing, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became hurried. He had no choice but to take this seriously. Rank 5 Gu masters were all mortals, rank 6 Gu immortals. Between rank 5 and rank 6 there was a huge qualitative change. The difference was like heaven and earth. 3 rank 5 Gu master inheritances could only attract Shang clan's interest. But if it involved a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, then all the super clans in southern border would rush over. The value of a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance was too great. It was so great that even rank 6 Gu immortals who lived in seclusion would appear one after another. Fang Yuan smiled. I don't know the details, but Grey Bone Scholars will recorded this. He was not afraid of revealing this information in advance. There would be negative effects. According to his previous life's memories, in a few days, people would come to a common understanding. Not long after, Shang clan would also know of this, so he might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to gain trust. Brother Wei, don't be too excited. Although this is a blessed land left behind by a rank 6 Gu immortal, it has already decayed. Right now, it is on the brink of collapse. Back then, this blessed land was already taken by the Three Kings. The resources and treasures were almost all dug out. Right now, the Three Kings are relying on this blessed land to build their inheritance. The blessed land is unable to bear the burden. One day, it will be completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. Fang Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked his eyes, thoughts moving intensely in his mind. These are the records in Grey Bone Scholar's will. Unfortunately, to ensure my safety, I destroyed it. I cannot show it to you. Fang Yuan smiled. Brother, this is too important. It is not that I don't trust you, but I need to report this to Lord Clan Leader and let him decide. Wei Yang said solemnly. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang clan wants to send an exploration team, I have some information here, maybe it can help. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. Haha, in that case I will not let you suffer a loss. Name a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Fengyu Manor. He was in charge of information. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave 400,000. Wei Yang frowned. This concerns a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance. 400,000 is a bit low. But the information is not confirmed yet. I will give you 400,000 first. After some time I will evaluate it. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Wei here, you will not suffer a loss. With Brother Wei here, I can be at ease. Fang Yuan smiled. After Shang Yanfei received this information, he placed great importance on it, and immediately sent 3 teams to Sancha Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders. They had great strength. A few days later, Fang Yuan received another payment from Wei Yang regarding the information. The information he provided was a great help to Shang Clan's team. They prevented many casualties. After Fang Yuan received this payment, he went to find Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy planted by Wu clan and Shang clan. He was currently in 3rd inner city battle stage. His identity was confidential. Other than Fang Yuan, almost no one knew about him. I have information regarding the 3 kings' inheritance. I believe your Wu clan will be interested. Fang Yuan secretly met with Li Ran and went straight to the point. Chapter 331. Time passed day by day. Around the 3 kings' inheritance, Sancha Mountain was in a turbulent state. Many heroes of the evil Tao, people of the righteous Tao, and people of all religions and 9 schools of thought rushed over. At first, Shang clan controlled the situation, continuously increasing their troops and occupying the entrance of the inheritance, showing their determination to obtain the inheritance. Next, Wu clan moved and broke Shang clan's blockade. After that, the news spread. 3 kings' inheritance was the blessed land of the rank 6 Gu immortal back then. The people were in an uproar and countless people flocked towards Sancha Mountain. The other super clans were also alarmed and sent out their strongest Gu master teams. This time, even Shang clan and Wu clan could not stop this huge trend. Sancha Mountain's situation fell into chaos. People died every day. In order to fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, righteous and demonic path people, and righteous path people fought fiercely. Every change in Sancha Mountain's situation affected many people's hearts. Fang Yuan had also been paying close attention to this. The inheritance had opened for more than half a month. Some people had already obtained benefits from the inheritance. This stimulated everyone's passion to explore the inheritance. But these benefits were nothing to Fang Yuan. He had his previous life's memories and knew that the true essence of 3 kings' inheritance was in the deepest part of the inheritance. To reach there were at least 100 checkpoints and it took a lot of time and effort. Sometimes they would get lost and get trapped in the fog, unable to find the exit. Sometimes they would be attacked by dog groups and many Gu masters would die tragically under the dogs' bites. The 3 kings were demonic path people and this was a demonic path inheritance. Demonic path inheritances were always filled with danger. They often had to risk their lives to explore it. It is still too early to go to Sancha Mountain. The time is not ripe yet. I might as well sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor while conserving my energy. Once they get through the checkpoints and get rid of the obstacles, I will go and plunder the fruits. Now it is time to refine Gu. Fang Yuan had a plan in his heart. He was refining Gu this time. Not anything else but liquor worm. Rank 1 liquor worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm could purify golden yellow primeval essence by a small realm. Above 9 eyes liquor worm there was no rank 5 liquor worm. Back then, the secret recipe master who researched the secret recipe of the liquor worm was extremely talented and very young. However, he was beheaded by his opponent in advance and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented one possibility. There were many cases of geniuses being killed before they could mature. But now Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could be considered to have matured. It would not be easy to destroy them. After Fang Yuan had refined the liquor worm into the 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it. He had been raising it for nothing. The reason was that he had the bone-flesh unity Gu. And with Bai Ningbing's help, the 4 flavor liquor worm lost its value. But things were different now. Bai Ningbing had advanced to rank 4 while Fang Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. Not long later, he would also advance to rank 4 initial stage. At that time their cultivation bases would truly be equal. Bone-flesh unity Gu's help to Fang Yuan would be greatly reduced. At this time, if there was a rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm, it would be very convenient to cultivate. Refine 9 eyes liquor worm. While Shang Xianci was recruiting Zhou Quan, Fang Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine gu. Bai Ningbing did not know what gu to refine, but also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. To refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, there needed to be 2 rank 1 liquor worms, as well as 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wine. To refine the 7 fragrances liquor worm, there needed to be 2 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 types of spices. To refine the 9 eyes liquor worm, there needed to be 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and 9 types of 100 beast king's eyeballs. Fang Yuan was currently in Shangclan City, which was blessed by the heavens. If it was any other place to gather the materials to refine liquor worm, he would need to spend a lot of effort searching. But in Shangclan City, as long as he had money, he could buy them. Fang Yuan already had a 4-flavor liquor worm in his possession. He bought 2 liquor worms, and first refined the second 4-flavor liquor worm. Next, he used 2 4-flavor liquor worm to refine the first 7 fragrances liquor worm. Up to this point he was very successful. But in the process of refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, he met with difficulties. When he was refining the third 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, he failed once. The yuan stone consumed was all wasted, and the supplementary materials had to be bought again, so he had no choice but to start again. Fortunately, in the end, the refinement of the 2 7 fragrances liquor worms went smoothly. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained the 9 eyes liquor worm. The 9 eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm. Its whole body was white and exquisite like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but the 9 eyes were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, as if they were inlaid with agates or gems. 9 eyes liquor worm could raise the yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. For it, Fang Yuan spent a lot, close to 200,000 yuan stone. Failure in gu refinement was unavoidable for any gu master. Although Fang Yuan failed many times, his luck was good overall. His failures were concentrated in the process of refining the 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, in the first half of the process. At the final juncture he succeeded in one go. The most frightening thing in gu refinement was failure in the later stages. That kind of loss would be extremely disastrous. I have 9 eyes liquor worm now. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while, before putting the liquor worm into his aperture in satisfaction. He was only rank 3 peak stage now, so he could not use the 9 eyes liquor worm yet, and could only wait until he reached rank 4. Bai Ningbing could use it. But gold middle stage primeval essence had a stronger effect on the nourishment of the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark ice soul physique, and according to her, her aptitude had already risen to 96%. The 9 eyes liquor worm, however, had more disadvantages than advantages to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this 9 eyes liquor worm, I will have gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time I will surpass Bai Ningbing in terms of primeval essence for the first time. Fang Yuan felt that he was not far from rank 4 realm. Although he had signed the alliance agreement, he had never forgotten the hidden danger of Bai Ningbing. Days passed, and after Kong Ri Tian, another big shot of the demonic path appeared on Sancha Mountain. He was Longqing Tian, the one who dyed the blue sky, a famous figure in the poison path. The moment he appeared, he poisoned 3 Shang clan elders to death, causing the demonic path's morale to soar. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent out rank 4 elder Wu Tongshun to resist Longqing Tian. The situation on Sancha Mountain returned to a balance point once again. As for Shang Xinci, she met with a setback in recruiting Zhou Quan, and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was arrogant, his attitude did not soften, and his tone did not seem to leave any room for discussion. After Fang Yuan successfully refined the 9 eyes liquor worm, he had been cultivating diligently. Because Bai Ningbing was constantly providing him with yellow gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan was getting closer and closer to rank 4 realm. But these days spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster, and the pressure on the rank 3 aperture was getting more obvious. On this day, Shangclan City welcomed the auspicious market festival. This was Shangclan's traditional festival, to commemorate the first time the ancestor of Shangclan set up a stall 1,000 years ago. Shangclan's ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally a mortal, living a poor life, and set up a stall to make a living. In the end, in a certain transaction, he accidentally obtained a gu master's inheritance token. Relying on this token, he inherited the inheritance and stepped into a new world in his life. Step by step, he advanced steadily, and his forces and wealth continued to grow, finally establishing Shang Clan City. On this day, Shang Clan City's inner and outer city was decorated with lanterns, and all the large shops, brothels, restaurants and so on were closed. People were in high spirits, happily walking to the streets and setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young were immersed in the lively atmosphere of the festival, treating this day's business as an interesting competitive game. But the joyous atmosphere of the festival did not seem to affect Shang Xinci. The young girl sat in front of her desk, her brows slightly furrowed as she stared at the invitation cards on the table, feeling melancholy. These invitations were from the 9 young masters. During the auspicious market festival, the young masters would hold a grand banquet to reward their meritorious subordinates and invite people from all over. Brother He Tu, what do you think I should do? Shang Xinci felt troubled and subconsciously asked Feng Yuan. Xinci, we tripled our investment this time and are one of the hottest contenders for the position of young master. They will definitely invite you. Feng Yuan smiled, continuing, but we can only choose one of the 9 invitations. On the surface, this is a joyous banquet, but it is actually a political choice. Feng Yuan spoke of the deep political meaning behind the invitation cards. Shang Clan only had 10 young masters, and among the 10 young masters, there were alliances and also internal conflicts. Shang Xinci was competing for the position of young master, and was one of the 2 hottest contenders. The other 9 young masters naturally paid close attention to her. Shang Xinci had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. As a higher-up of Shang Clan, one could not avoid being dragged into the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qiwen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of the battle stage. It will be of great help to our future plans. Shang Xinci said. Feng Yuan shook his head. On the surface, there are 9 invitations, but that is not the case. Among the Shang Clan young masters, the biggest faction is Shang Qiu. His status as the eldest son is his greatest advantage. Second is Shang Pulao, Shang Baishi, and Shang Baishi. They are currently in the limelight. Third is Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fuxi. They are waiting patiently. As for the rest, Shang Qiwen has no ambition, and Shang Paixiu is too playful. Xinci, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you want to choose one of the top 3, that way you can make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qiwen, there is no difference if you choose her or not. Is that so? Shang Xinci's eyes brightened when she heard this. Feng Yuan's words made her feel like the clouds had parted, and she could see the clear sky. Her previous bewilderment was swept away. She thought for a while and made her choice. She chose the 3rd faction, Shang Chaofeng's invitation. Right now, among the 3 great sects, the 1st and 2nd faction are competing with each other. If I choose one, I will definitely offend the other. I might as well choose the 3rd faction and join this whirlpool, but I can stay out of it for now. Shang Xinci explained to Feng Yuan. Shang Xinci was intelligent and understood immediately. Regarding this, Feng Yuan was gratified, but also had a slightly strange feeling. Chapter 332. Here, let me toast Big Brother. Shang Yifan stood up and bowed, raising his wine cup with a smile on his face. Right now the hall was brightly lit. People were singing and dancing and music was playing. Everyone was toasting each other. The atmosphere was intense. Good. Shang Qiu sat on the main seat, raising his wine cup towards Shang Yifan and drinking it. A strategist spoke for him. Young Master Yifan, it is a wise decision for you to attend young Master Qiu's banquet. Don't worry, our young master will not mistreat you. Big Brother Qiu has always been my role model. Actually, I have always wanted to get closer to you and learn from you. Shang Yifan smiled. Shang Qiu was the number 1 faction among the current young masters, and Shang Yifan's mother's tribe had deep ties with him. If Shang Xinci chose Shang Qiu's side, she would be ostracized by Shang Yifan. However, Shang Qiu had already sent an invitation to Shang Xinci. If Shang Xinci came, he would definitely welcome her. Why? because Shang Xi and Ci had Fong and Bai, 2 rank 4 battle strength experts. This was something none of the other young masters had. Many people were envious and jealous of this. Young master, I have found out that Shang Xi and Ci went. At this time a Gu master entered and whispered to Shang Qiu. Shang Qiu's gaze dimmed as he heard this. Shang Yifan had been observing the situation carefully, thinking. It seems Shang Xi and Ci did not choose this side. Could it be Shang Pu Lao's faction? Shang Qiu's face was already well trained. He did not show any emotions on his face. His expression did not change. Shang Yifan could only guess and not see any clues. But not long after, Shang Yifan also received the news. Shang Xi and Ci had taken the invitation and attended Shang Qiaofeng's banquet. This meant she chose Shang Qiaofeng's faction. The moment he received this news, Shang Yifan was secretly happy. Shang Qiaofeng and Shang Fuxi might be the third largest faction, but they are suppressed. How can they be Big Brother Qiu's match? I have a higher chance of winning this time's young master position. However, old butler Zhang shook his head and said with a grave expression, Young Master Qiu and Young Master Pu Lao's factions are locked in a stalemate. Young Master wants to borrow Young Master Qiu's strength to deal with Shang Xi and Ci. But I'm afraid it's not possible. At such an intense moment, it is impossible for Young Master Qiu to make another enemy. Shang Xi and Ci's choice this time was rather ingenious. She avoided the whirlpool and temporarily watched from the sidelines. By the time the two sects have decided who is stronger, the competition for the position of Young Lord will also be over. Shang Xi and Ci has 2 rank for battle strengths. No matter which sect she joins, she will be recruited and become an ally. Young Master Shang Qiaofeng will definitely support her. Old Steward Zhang analyzed the situation calmly and incisively. In other words, even if I join Shang Qiu's faction, I still can't deal with Shang Xi and Ci? Shang Yifan's expression turned ugly. I can only say that we cannot borrow Shang Qiu's strength. Old Manager Zhang stroked his white beard. However, Shang Xi and Ci has many problems. Most importantly, he still lacked competent manpower. I heard that recently she has been trying to recruit Zhou Quan. How is that possible? Steward Zhang sneered, continuing. Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He is proud and arrogant, and is 10 times more talented than me. How could he attach himself to a little girl who was still wet behind the ears like her? I have already secretly made a move and created a large amount of rumors. Zhou Quan's extremely prideful face has already blocked his path. Shang Xi and Ci originally only wanted to recruit Zhou Quan secretly. If she fails this time, she will lose her prestige and become a laughingstock in Shang Clan City. Saying so, Steward Zhang laughed sinisterly. Shang Qiaofeng's study room was decorated simply. There was a large square stone table and high-back stone chairs, giving off a rough and sturdy aura. While Shang Yifan and Old Manager Zhang were conversing secretly, Shang Qiaofeng, Shang Xi and Ci, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also discussing something. The conversation had been going on for some time. In truth, Shang Qiaofeng was slightly surprised that Shang Xi and Ci took the initiative to join him. He had thought that Shang Xi and Ci would join Shang Qiu or Shang Pu Lao. His faction was only the 3rd faction, currently lying dormant and accumulating strength. Normally, they were very low profile, and would choose to give way to many problems and conflicts. But to think that they would gain Shang Xi and Ci's favor. Shang Xi and Ci's cultivation was only rank 2. Her aptitude was even worse, and her faction foundation in Shang Clan City was almost 0. But she had Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing to rely on. These were 2 rank 4 battle strengths. Even when Shang Yanfei was a young master, he did not have such capable subordinates. To have 2 such powerful generals, no young master would not be envious. Shang Qiaofeng naturally also secretly sighed at Shang Xi and Ci's good luck. Now, as long as he recruited Shang Xi and Ci, he could indirectly obtain Feng and Bai's help. This was an irresistible temptation to Shang Qiaofeng. The atmosphere in the study room was harmonious. In the conversation earlier, Shang Qiaofeng had already sincerely expressed his intention to fully support Shang Xi and Ci's ascension. Sister Xi and Ci, you have already earned 300,000 primeval stones by selling the goo worms you bought earlier. You can be said to be at the top, but just this 300,000 is far from enough. What plans do you have for the future? Shang Chaofeng added, "Tell me, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will give you the greatest help." Shang Xianci and Fang Yuan glanced at each other, and Fang Yuan nodded at her. Shang Xianci said honestly, "I won't hide it from Brother Chaofeng, I want to do information business." Information business? Shang Chaofeng could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yes. Shang Xianci explained her plan in detail. But after Shang Chaofeng heard it, his expression changed and he shook his head. "You want to do information business in the battle stage? Not appropriate, not appropriate." He said not appropriate twice in a row, disapproving of Shang Xianci's plan. "Oh, what is inappropriate? Please enlighten me, Brother Chaofeng." Shang Xianci said sincerely, "Xianci, I advise you to change this plan. You have just arrived, so it is understandable that you are not clear. It is better not to touch the battle stage." Shang Chaofeng sighed and continued, "Shang Clan City's battle stage is different from all the other clans' battle stages in the southern border. Here, demonic Gu masters can become external elders of our Shang clan. This is our Shang clan's unique policy. These years we have absorbed many talents. Among the 5 great elders of the current Shang clan higher-ups, 3 of them are external elders. However, this policy has its advantages and disadvantages. The greater the benefits, the higher the risk of disadvantages. External elders are Shang clan higher-ups, and if we invite a wolf into the house, it would be a huge disaster for our Shang clan. Demonic Gu masters are demonic Gu masters after all. Even if they turn over a new leaf, their loyalty is still questionable. At the same time, other than demonic Gu masters, there are also those righteous sects with ulterior motives. Thus, Shang clan's battle stage is the place that Shang clan higher-ups pay the most attention to. Once, there was a young master who suddenly had the idea to use his blade in the battle stage, and opened a casino. In the end, the casino only opened for 2 days, and he earned 500,000 yuan stone. But on the 3rd day, the casino was sealed, and the young master was demoted and exiled. The battle stage cannot be touched carelessly. This example is the best warning. Shang Chaofeng revealed a secret. This secret was unknown to Fang Yuan by Ningbing and Shang Xianci. Although Fang Yuan had rebirth memories, it involved Shang clan's internal affairs, and such a small and secretive historical event that happened suddenly and ended quickly, it was not strange that he did not know. The battle stage was a forbidden area. Back then, a young master touched this place, and not only did he lose his young master position, he was also exiled by the clan. Now, Shang Xianci was not a young master yet, but she had the idea of the battle stage. In Shang Chaofeng's opinion, this was truly the ignorant being fearless. "Xianci, your plan is a different path. It is a good idea. If it succeeds, you will definitely be making money every day. But this possibility is too small. Don't take your future as a joke. I will be in charge of the Gu battle stage, and your brother Shursan will be in charge of the auction house. You can take care of these aspects. With our help, you will definitely be able to compete with that Shang Yi fan." Shang Chaofeng advised gently. Shang Xianci was silent. Bai Ningbing frowned. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He opened his mouth to speak, but after glancing at Shang Xianci, he changed his mind and swallowed the words in his mouth. At once, the atmosphere in the study room became heavy. After a long while, Shang Xianci suddenly smiled after thinking intensely. "Big Brother Chaofeng, regarding the battle stage, my point of view is different from yours. This matter is very possible." "Oh." Shang Chaofeng frowned, staring at Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci felt the pressure from Shang Chaofeng's gaze, but instead smiled like a flower, showing her confidence. She continued, "The previous young master failed to open a casino. He was simply a moth flying into a flame, courting his own death. He was exiled by the clan, but our Shang clan is merciful." "Why?" In the study room, only Shang Xianci's gentle voice could be heard speaking. "Just like Big Brother Chaofeng said, our Shang clan's battle stage is of utmost importance, a place that all the higher-ups are extremely vigilant about. Opening a casino in the battle stage for huge profits can easily create a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly manipulating the results of the battle stage. To Shang clan, this is a huge destruction to the external elder policy. The casino seems to have high profits, but to Shang clan's battle stage, it is a huge parasite. sacrificing Shang clan's benefits to feed themselves. They must be removed to allow the battle stage to continue growing. Shang Qiaofeng nodded continuously. Shang Xianxi's words were incisive, and had a kind of temperament that made people involuntarily believe her. But the nature of my information business is completely different from the casino. I know Shang clan's largest information organization, Fengyu Manor, has been investigating these demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. We need to investigate clearly to confirm if they have any ulterior motives. However, these investigations had always been carried out in secret, never in broad daylight. Why? Hehe. This is because most of the demonic Gu masters are filled with distrust, suspicion, and even paranoia. They live in precarious situations all year round, with their lives hanging by a thread. They cannot relax for even a moment. The mental pressure is too great. If they go to Shang Clan City, they will be investigated. They will definitely feel disgusted. To ensure they can attract more and better talents, Shang Clan naturally cannot investigate openly. But not investigating is also impossible, and I can't be at ease. In this situation, I do information business. I investigate every Gu master's general strength, Gu worms, battle achievements, and sell them. At the same time, I invite authoritative figures and experts to estimate the results of important battles, as well as create rankings. To the Gu masters in the battle stage, this was extremely important information. Many Gu masters rush for the position of external clan elder, hoping to advertise themselves more, and also hope to see their names in the rankings. This kind of information, of course, does not involve any privacy, and only summarizes and compares the strength they have displayed. This way, it will be of great help to the demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. At the same time, it can strengthen Shang Clan's control over the battle stage. I think Lord Father must be extremely happy. Why would he ban such a thing? After Shang Xianxi finished, she smiled at Shang Qiaofeng. At this moment her eyes were shining brightly, full of wisdom and confidence, her elegance boundless. Bai Ningbing's brows had already relaxed. So it is like this. Feng Yuan laughed inwardly. Shang Qiaofeng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Shang Xianxi with a dazed expression. After a few breaths, he reacted and could not help but clap his hands, praising. Well said, your analysis is too brilliant. Little sister Xianxi, you really have a unique insight and a pure heart. I cannot help but admire you. I will definitely help you with this business. You lack manpower now. I will transfer some people for you. I can give you as many as you want. Shang Xianxi, however, shook her head. Thank you, big brother Qiaofeng, for your good intentions, but we already have someone in mind. On the surface, Shang Qiaofeng wanted to send people to help Shang Xianxi, but in fact he had his own people to control this information business, and at the same time increase his control over Shang Xianxi. But Shang Xianxi immediately saw through it, and tactfully rejected Shang Qiaofeng. Not all the help was out of good intentions, but Shang Qiaofeng was not willing to let it go. The information business that he had previously avoided had now become a rich treasure in his heart. He continued to persuade, Little sister Xianxi, I know that you have been trying to recruit Zhou Quan recently, but this person is arrogant because of his talent. Previously, Shang Qiunyou had personally invited him, but was rejected by him and even reprimanded him. This junior is still wet behind the ears. How dare you recruit my 100-year-old subordinate? Zhou Quan was already over 100 years old, and was not willing to live under someone else's roof, especially as a subordinate to a junior. Shang Qiaofeng was also not optimistic about Shang Xianxi recruiting Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan's ability was recognized, but he was too arrogant. Let's take a step back. Even if you manage to recruit Zhou Quan, what can one person do? You still do not have any lower or middle-level subordinates. These people must have a certain level of ability, and most importantly, they must be loyal and devoted to you. To build up this kind of power, it will take time, a very long time. You do not have subordinates that you can trust. Even if you do this information business, it is very likely that it will be destroyed by Shang Yifan, and even the fruits of success will be stolen. Although Shang Qiaofeng had his heart set on giving up, his words were very reasonable. Hearing this, Shang Xianxi could not help but frown. Chapter 333. So it is like that. Shang Chaofeng answered. Fang Yuan had helped Shang Xianci to reject his suggestion. He could not force it. Fang Yuan had defeated Zhu Kai Bei, and had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but had rank 4 battle strength. At the same time, he had a purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Thus, Shang Chaofeng had been showing goodwill to Fang and Bai. But he did not care. Building a force requires time. How can it be done in one go? Never mind, I will let you guys suffer first. At that time I will come and help, it will be more effective. Shang Chaofeng thought, but on the surface he had a smile. Both sides talked for a while longer, before Shang Chaofeng personally sent Shang Xianci and the rest out. To outsiders, this was the clearest political signal. After bidding farewell to Shang Chaofeng, Shang Fang and Bai walked on the street. Today was the auspicious market festival. All the shops were closed, and all kinds of small stalls were set up on both sides of the street. Come, 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 sweet and sour candied haws. Let me tell you, this piece of old jade was passed down from my ancestors. Selling rice, a bag of 5 spice essential oil rice, only half a yuan stone. Small stalls were set up one after another. A dazzling array of goods were sold. They formed a row stretching out. Looking around, countless pedestrians rubbed shoulders. Some stopped to watch, some haggled, some looked around. The auspicious market festival was held once a year. Whether it was Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing or Shang Xianci, they were not unfamiliar with it. Thinking about it, it has been 2 to 3 years since we came to Shang Clan City. Shang Xianci suddenly spoke, sighing. Too many things have happened in these 2 years. She sighed, continuing. If it was before, I would never have thought that I am Shang Clan leader's daughter. Then Shang Xianci looked at Fang Yuan, smiling, revealing her white teeth. If not for you, brother Fang Yuan, I would not have been able to come here. Towards Fang and Bai, Shang Xianci had always been deeply grateful. Bai Ningbing was silent, but the corner of his eyes twitched. That's right, I also did not expect your father to be the famous Shang Yan Fei. However, saving you is also because we hit it off. Fate comes and goes, meeting and parting, this is the nature of the world. Fang Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Shang Xianci's expression changed slightly. She understood the meaning behind his words. Big brother He too? Are you leaving Shang Clan City? Not bad. Not long after, Bai Ningbing and I will leave Shang Xianci for Sancha Mountain. Fang Yuan answered. Shang Xianci gritted her teeth and wanted to say something to make him stay. But in the end, she didn't say anything. She had been with Fang Yuan for a long time. Although they had never had a clear conversation, she could feel the ambition in his heart. This man's ambition was too great. It was impossible for him to stay in a place like the Shang Clan City. But don't worry. Before I leave, I will push you to the position of young lord and let you sit on it steadily. Fang Yuan smiled. Let's go, I will bring you to recruit subordinates. Today, let's build the foundation of your force. What, big brother He too, you really have an ideal candidate in mind? Shang Xianci asked in astonishment. Building a force required a long time. Any loyal and devoted subordinate had to go through a long period of nurturing. Fang Yuan's current tone made Shang Xianci feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbages. They could be easily found if they wanted to. What kind of certainty did he have to sound so confident? Not only Shang Xianci, but even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the way for the two. After several turns they came to a small alley. Between a lantern shop and a silk shop there was a stall. Fang Yuan walked to this stall and stopped. Behind the stall a young man was lying down. The young man's clothes were tattered, his back leaning against the wall. His eyes were half closed, his complexion was bad. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was immersed in wine and women, unable to extricate himself. Could it be that big brother He too is looking for this young man? Shang Xianci thought. Bai Ningbing was also looking at this person with a sharp gaze. Although this person was a Gu master, he was only rank 1 middle stage. Looking at his appearance he was not young, but his cultivation level was simply too horrible to look at. Little brother, what do you want to buy, Lord Fangjing? The young man sensed someone and opened his eyes. Halfway through his words, he suddenly raised his voice, showing a shocked expression. Fong Yuan was now a famous person in Shangclan City. He did not hide his face and many people recognized him. By Lord Bai Ningbing. Soon after he recognized Bai Ningbing and stuttered in excitement. Although he did not know Shang Xianci, he could recognize her Gu Master aura. At the same time, Shang Xianci's stunning beauty made him feel dazzled and dazzled. This is 10 yuan stone, I will buy all your things. You can leave now. Fong Yuan took out a bag of yuan stone. The young man's face immediately showed an overjoyed expression. But soon after, he revealed a slightly hesitant expression. The junk on the stall was something he had found when he was tidying up his grandfather's belongings. Through his inspection, he found that they were all scrap metal. There was nothing valuable in them. But why did Lord Fengjing want to buy his things? Was there really a treasure in here? If there was a treasure and he sold it, wouldn't it be a loss? Just as he was thinking, Fong Yuan suddenly raised his hand and threw the small bag filled with primeval stones to him. What are you thinking? You didn't hear me clearly. It is your honor that I like your things. You can scram now. If you don't scram now, you won't even have the chance to. Fong Yuan threatened coldly. The young man immediately shivered in fear. His lips trembled as he stuttered. Lord Fengjing, how can you do this? When doing business, it was all about mutual consent. We can't force you to buy or sell, you are also a person with status. And this is Shangclan City. Slap. Fong Yuan waved his hand and slapped the young man, sending him to the ground. Scram. Fong Yuan looked down at the young man with a cold gaze, speaking calmly. The young man covered his face with his hands. He was so frightened that his whole body was trembling. He raised his head and looked at Fong Yuan. But when his gaze met Fong Yuan's dark pupils, he immediately shifted his gaze. Then he got up without saying a word, stumbling as he ran away. Brother He too. Shang Xianci looked at the young man's departing figure, feeling pity in her heart. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, unconcerned. Xianci, I am a demonic Gu master, I have my own way of doing things which is to do as I please. Fong Yuan casually explained, feeling justified. The surrounding stalls looked at him. His gaze swept around and immediately everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. If it was the Fong Yuan of the past, he would naturally feign civility and use coaxing and deceiving methods to buy the goods from this stall in a friendly manner. But now his strength had risen greatly. He was no longer the same as before. If he could use the most direct method and save time and effort, why not? Righteous path people cherished their reputation and displayed their grace. Thus they often express kindness to the weak. Fong Yuan, however, was not a righteous path person, but a demonic path person. Since ancient times, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. It was just that demonic path people tore apart flesh and blood, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. Righteous path people, on the other hand, shed crocodile tears as they ate, saying they had no choice. There were always many foolish people who were deceived by hypocrisy, or they were foolish enough to deceive themselves, unwilling to face the cruel truth. In fact, it was all eating. The exploiter ate the exploited, the invader ate the invaded, the strong eat the weak, the oppressor eat the oppressed, the superior eat the inferior. There was no living being that did not eat. If they did not eat, they would not be able to survive. It was just that there was a difference in the way they ate. Fong Yuan chased away the stall owner and bent down, picking out a token from the stall. This token seemed to be made of black iron. It was black and had half a piece missing. There were words carved on it, but after grinding for so long, and with half missing, it was impossible to make out the words. But Fong Yuan knew it was the word rice. 300 years ago, there was a demonic path Gu master who fell into the water with heavy injuries, and was saved by a little girl washing clothes by the riverside. The little girl was kind, and after saving this demonic path Gu master, she secretly placed him in the woodshed, and even sent him rice every day. After the demonic path Gu master recovered, he felt the little girl's kindness and made a black iron token, with the word rice carved on it. He broke the token into two, giving one half to the little girl and the other to himself. When the demonic path Gu master left, he carefully instructed the little girl. If she had any difficulties in the future, she could go to Dan Huishan's Wailing Ghost Cave and seek his help. Even if the little girl died, This promise would still be effective to the new owner of the half-token. The little girl remembered it well. But in less than 50 years, a huge battle occurred in Danhuashan. The volcano erupted and Wailing Ghost Cave was destroyed. And that demonic path Gu Master was captured alive by Tai clan and imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower. This half of the token had lost its use. It was passed down among the little girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, the little girl did not reveal any secrets to her children before she died of old age. She buried this past in her stomach. The little girl's descendants were banished by the clan. After settling down in Shang Clan City, the clan gradually declined. His descendants were unfilial and talented. Only one son was left, and now there was only a young man left. This young man was spoiled with a young master's temperament. He indulged in all sorts of things. After his parents died, every once in a while, he would rely on selling his ancestors' belongings to survive. But in a leaf festival, his fate took a turn. Chapter 334. The three were overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and assembling it into one. It turned out that the demonic Gu Masters back then also had a bloodline. Before being arrested by Tai clan, he had instructed his descendants to remember this past, and if possible in the future they had to repay this debt. The three brothers were the descendants of the demonic Gu Masters. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the situation to the young stall owner. They asked him if he needed any help, and that he would do his best. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, saying that he lacked 3 subordinates, and had no one to help him. The three brothers looked at each other, and immediately knelt down in front of the young man, acknowledging him as their master for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years they would be at his beck and call. But after 20 years they would regain their freedom. These three brothers were famous figures in the battle stage. Each of them had rank 3 cultivation, and were most proficient in joint attacks. The young man relied on the three brothers' abilities, and had another 20 years of wealth. During this period he asked the three brothers to bring tea and water, and used yuan stone, and they all agreed. But after 20 years, the three brothers repaid the debt, and left him. Because he had already forgotten how to work, and was even more ashamed of begging, he did not even know how to control himself, and continued to lead a befuddled life. Not even half a month later he died. Of course, these were all things that happened in Feng Yuan's previous life. Right now, the 3 demonic Gu Masters had not found this half-token. And this half-token was already in Feng Yuan's hands. As for that young man, who cared about his life or death? According to his previous life's memories, this half-token would only be found by the 3 demonic Gu Masters next year. But now Feng Yuan had the half-token, and brought by Ningbing and Shang Xianci to find them. The 3 brothers also set up a stall in front of their house, enjoying themselves. Ah, it's Lord Fengzheng and Lord Bai Ningbing. Seeing Feng and Bai, the 3 quickly stood up. They had all been beaten up by Feng Yuan or by Ningbing. In this world, strength was respected. In the demonic Gu Master's perspective, it was even more so. Bai Ningbing had rank 4 cultivation, and Feng Yuan defeated Zhu Kai Bei. Thus all the demonic Gu Masters respected them. This time I came to find you guys. Feng Yuan was expressionless, his gaze sweeping across the 3 brothers. These 3 brothers had the surname Xiong. The eldest was Xiong too, and was the shortest among the 3 brothers. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage Gu Master. The second brother was Xiong Hua. He was bare-chested and wore short pants, and his body was red. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage. The third brother's name was Xiong Feng. He wore a bamboo hat and had a pair of phoenix eyes. He liked to squint at people. He was a Wind Path rank 3 initial stage Gu Master. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, the 3 brothers immediately felt uneasy. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, greeting Feng Yuan. Lord Fengzheng, may I know why you are here? If my brother has eyes and unintentionally offended you in any way, I apologize to you. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. You must have heard that I have given up on the battle stage and chose to help Shang Xianci to become Shang Clan Young Master. We're short on manpower right now. The 3 of you can come over. The 3 Xiong brothers immediately frowned. They came to Shang Clan City and participated in the battle. They only had one goal. That was to become Shang Clan external elders. However, Feng Yuan wanted them to assist Shang Xinci, which was far from their ideals. Shang Xinci was just a silly little girl. Her cultivation was only at the first transition, and her aptitude was even worse. All three of them had B-grade aptitude, and together they could even contend against a rank 4 Gu master for a short period of time. The three brothers were extremely unwilling to kneel at Shang Xinci's feet and become her subordinates. If these words were spoken by someone else, the three brothers would have immediately attacked and beaten the person to the ground. However, it was Feng Yuan who said it. The three brothers felt very embarrassed. They had seen Feng Yuan defeat Zhu Kaibei with their own eyes. Even if they worked together, they were not Feng Yuan's match. Feng Jing came with ill intentions. Those with good intentions won't come. He is clearly trying to force us to acknowledge him as our master. Sai, this is an unlucky year. We actually caught Feng Jing's eye. The three of us cannot beat him alone, not to mention he has Bai Ningbing as his helper. He even has a purple thorn token. The three brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's thoughts. They did not want to acknowledge him as their master, but the situation was against them. They could only lower their heads. However, Feng Yuan continued, I don't want to force you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The three brothers looked at each other, not knowing if Feng Yuan was speaking the truth or just trying to show off his elegance. In the end, Xiong Feng was the youngest. He mustered his courage and said carefully, Lord Fengjing, to speak the truth, we are used to living like wild cranes. We really don't want to participate in the Shang Clan Young Master contest. So. The other two smiled sheepishly, nodding and bowing to Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining with a sharp and cold light. You three are really daring. You dare to reject my invitation? The three brothers' hearts thumped. Xiong Tu quickly cupped his fists, explaining hurriedly. It's not like that, it's not like that. Lord Fengjing, don't misunderstand, we feel honored to be recruited by you. My third brother is too excited, he doesn't know how to speak. He can't express his meaning. Actually, he wants to say that he really wants to join Lady Shang Xinci. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Xiong Feng quickly agreed. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. You three are so eager, Xinci, just accept them. Feng Yuan turned around and said to Shang Xinci. At the side, Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Forcefully recruiting people like this will not win their hearts. What's the use of having subordinates who seem united but are actually divided? Shang Xinci had the same concerns, but she still chose to believe in Feng Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, from now on work hard. Yes. Xiong Clan's three brothers greet Lady Xinci. The three brothers cupped their fists and bowed, answering weakly. Ha! Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers scolded in their hearts. Fengjing is too despicable. He's the son of a B*T, yet he still wants to maintain a chastity. He speaks righteously, but his actions are the worst. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Take a good look. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped laughing, taking out half a token and tossing it to Xiong Tuesday. Xiong Tu subconsciously reached out and caught the token. What is this? The other two brothers also looked over curiously. But soon after, the three brothers were dumbfounded. This is his. Xiong Tu, who had always been calm, cursed in agitation. Xiong Hua snatched the token and turned it around to look at it. Xiong Feng also saw some clues, and urged his brother Xiong Tu. Big brother, quickly take out our token. Under Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci's strange gaze, Xiong Tu took out the other half of the token. When the two tokens fit together perfectly, the token started to emit a flame-like glow. This is real. The three Xiong clan brothers' eyes widened. Xiong Tu's hands that were holding the token were trembling slightly. What's going on? Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci were confused. Xiong clan brothers, do you think I'll come looking for you for no reason? What are you waiting for? Feng Yuan spoke at the right time. His words woke the three brothers up. Grandfather once said that no matter who the owner of the token is, even if he's an enemy, he has to repay the kindness of the past. That's right, even though grandfather is trapped, We cannot tarnish his reputation. From today onwards, Lady Xinci is our new master. However, it was only for 20 years. 20 years is enough for us to repay the kindness. The three brothers spoke one after another and quickly came to an agreement. Immediately after, they knelt on one knee and cupped their fists towards Shang Xinci. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, Xiong Feng, three brothers greet Lady Xinci. They shouted together. Their tone different from before. Filled with sincerity and excitement. Big brother Hey Tu, what's going on? Shang Xinci immediately knew that these three had submitted to her in body and mind. She became even more curious. Fang Yuan chuckled. This is a long story. Let's not talk about it for now. Next, I'll bring you to recruit another person. The group of 6 arrived at the slave market. In this world, there was a slave business. Any first-rate family or super first-rate family with great power would be in the slave business. Shang Clan City's slave business was personally managed by the head of the 5 great clan elders, Shang Bu Li. The slave business was too profitable, and Shang Clan's higher-ups would not be at ease handing it over to an external clan elder. Thus, it had always been handled by Shang Clan members. Fang Yuan had planned this first, and had already investigated the situation. He walked in front, leading the group, and with great familiarity they arrived at a cage. In the cage there were many people imprisoned. Lady Xinci, Lord Fangzheng, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to buy slaves? If so, I don't recommend you to buy the people in these cages. A Gu master in charge of business immediately walked over. Oh, why is that? Shang Xinci asked. Lady Xinci might not know. These people are from Wei Clan. Wei Clan had a coup some time ago, and the younger brother of Wei Clan leader seized the position. These people in the cages are the clansmen of Wei Clan leader's faction. They were all sold by the current Wei Clan leader. The Gu master answered. Shang Xinci immediately understood why this Gu master did not recommend her to buy these slaves. Wei Clan was a first-rate clan. Although it could not compare to Shang Clan, it was famous in the southern border. Wei Clan's coup was said to be supported by Shang Yanfei. The current Wei Clan leader had even sent his family to Shang Clan as hostages. Many Wei Clan elders had also secretly transferred their assets to Shang Clan. Wei Clan could be said to be Shang Clan's puppet. To Shang Xinci, who was competing to become Shang Clan young master, these people were like hot potatoes. Chapter 335. This. Lord Fangzheng, are you sure you want to buy them? The Gu master in charge asked hesitantly. What, are you questioning my decision? Fang Yuan glanced at this Gu master lightly. This Gu master chuckled. He was a Shang Clan clansman and was not afraid of Fang Yuan like the 3 Xiong clan brothers. I don't dare, I don't dare. He cupped his fists and turned to Shang Xinci. If I am not wrong, Lord Fang wants to buy these people to increase Lady Xinci's manpower. But these people are at a disadvantage in the competition for the young master position. Lady Xinci, you are so intelligent, what do you think? Shang Xinci looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Brother He Tu's thoughts are my thoughts. Just do as I say. Is that so? The Gu master in charge was stunned for a moment before smiling. Since Lady Xinci insists, I will do as you say. Honestly speaking, I support and look favorably upon Lady Xinci. You talk too much nonsense. Fang Yuan coldly looked at the Gu master in charge, interrupting him with a cold voice. Hee. The Gu master laughed. Then I will handle it for you. But there are too many people and the procedures are complicated. You will need to wait for a day. After a day. Bam! Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked fiercely. That Gu master did not expect Fang Yuan to attack him and was caught off guard, getting kicked in the stomach. He flew 30 steps away and crashed into an innocent passerby, falling on the ground and vomiting blood before fainting. Who dares to attack in Shang Clan's inner city? You don't want to live. Quickly surrender and be captured. Such a commotion immediately caused a commotion. The slave market was heavily guarded and soon, 3 groups of Gu masters surrounded it. I was the one who kicked. Fang Yuan stood out without fear. It's Fangzheng. The aggressive group saw Fang Yuan and immediately became sluggish. Fang Yuan had rank 4 battle strength while they were only rank 2. The leader had the highest cultivation level, rank 3 initial stage. However, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between Fang Yuan's teeth. Fang Yuan calmly took out his redbud token again. Shang Clan's Gu masters saw this token and their morale fell to rock bottom. The leader's ferocious face suddenly changed. With a smile on his face, he said to Fang Yuan politely, "Lord Fangzheng, we all know that you are our Shang Clan's honored guest. But even if you are an esteemed guest, you can't casually attack in Shang Clan. You even injured my clansmen. According to the rules of Shang Clan City. According to the rules, I should be fined 49 yuan stone," Fang Yuan said. The leader was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with Shang Clan's rules. Fang Yuan threw out a bag of yuan stone and waved his hand. "There are 50 yuan stone in here, keep the change." The leader took the primeval stones, feeling like he was a beggar. With a stunned and confused expression, he left with the others. If Fang Yuan did not have the strength, even with the redbud token, he would not be able to handle this situation. But now that he had the strength, even in Shang Clan City, beating up a Shang Clan clansman, as long as he was not an important person, was nothing. The Gu master in charge fainted from Fang Yuan's kick. At the slave market, another Gu master was sent to take care of them. "We will buy all the people in this cage." Fang Yuan pointed at the cage and said. The people in the cage looked at Fang Yuan. Most of them had a numb expression or a lifeless gaze. But a few stared angrily at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's casual attitude in buying and selling goods made them feel insulted. "Yes, yes, yes." The new Gu master wiped his sweat as he bowed to Fang Yuan. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. "This is a rank 3 poison scorpion Gu. Please keep it well, Lord Fangzheng." Finally, the Gu master presented a Gu worm to Fang Yuan with both hands. This poison scorpion Gu was pure white, like a flawless porcelain, and was only the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 Gu worm. It only had one ability, to defecate. The scorpion's defecation was black like a bean. It was a rank 2 Gu. As the saying goes, scorpion defecation is unique. This scorpion defecation Gu's poison was very unique. Once someone was planted, the corresponding poison scorpion Gu had to sting it once every 7 days before it could be removed. This was the most commonly used method to control slaves. Although there was slavery Gu with better effects, it was a rank 5 Gu. It was expensive and rare, not something ordinary people could afford. Shang Xinci could not activate the poison scorpion Gu, and could not make it defecate. But using it to sting people did not expend primeval essence. This poison scorpion Gu, Fang Yuan was going to refine it first, before giving it to Shang Xinci. It was too difficult for Shang Xinci to refine this Gu alone. "What did you say? That group of people from the Wei clan was bought by someone? What did I tell you? I told you to take good care of them. After I settle the score with Shang Chonyo and the situation calms down, I will buy them." In the room, Shang Pu Lao's expression was ugly as he reprimanded the Gu master in charge. The Gu master in charge was lying on the bed with a pale face. After being kicked by Fang Yuan, he had just woken up. But now, Shang Pu Lao came to question him. "Young Master Pu Lao, I've already tried my best. I wanted to sow discord, but that Shang Xinci only listened to Fangzheng. I wanted to stall for time, but before I finished speaking, Fangzheng kicked me unconscious." The Gu master in charge laid on the bed weakly, crying out in grievance. Sigh. These Wei clan people were once in high positions holding authority in Wei clan. They have their own cultivation and management abilities. If I could obtain them, I could create half of Wei clan. Among them, especially Wei clan's Madame Wei de Exine. She is most skilled in nurturing guards. Wei clan leader's guard army was famous for a while. They had successfully dealt with many assassinations and sneak attacks, and even resisted the attacks of 5 rank 3 Gu masters. If it wasn't for this, how could it have dispersed just like that? Shang Pu Lao heaved a long sigh. "Let me ask you, can this matter be salvaged?" He looked at the Gu master in charge with a sharp gaze. The Gu master shook his head helplessly, saying with a sobbing tone, "The people were taken away by them. There were no problems with the procedures. It is hard to find fault with them. Young master, I have let you down. Forget it, take care of your injuries." Shang Pu Lao heard this and lost interest. After consoling him, he flicked his sleeves and left. The next morning, at Nanshou Garden Square, Over 30 Wei clan members stood. Fang Yuan and Shang Xianci came together. Just earlier, Shang Xianci had already grasped the poison scorpion goo with Fang Yuan's help. Rank 3 goo was too strong for her. Thus Fang Yuan chose other goo worms to help Shang Xianci control the poison scorpion goo. From today onwards, Shang Xianci is your master. Come and pay your respects. Fang Yuan handed the poison scorpion goo to Shang Xianci in front of everyone. The Wei clan members slowly kneeled on the ground, paying their respects to Shang Xianci. Their voices were weak, filled with helplessness, numbness, and all sorts of other emotions, like they were made of wood. They were chased out by the clan, they had high positions and were well fed, but now they were slaves. Thus it was normal for them to be depressed and dispirited. Would they be able to rest assured when using such a person? Shang Xianci sympathized but was also worried. Wei de Xian, come out, I want to talk to you alone. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, pointing at a person in the middle of the crowd. The crowd immediately became restless. Many pairs of eyes that were originally dull suddenly burst forth with a strong and fierce light. What do you want? Many people stood up at the same time, protecting Wei de Xian. I'm warning you, don't even touch a hair on the madam. A person pointed at Fang Yuan, his face full of vigilance. Slap. Fang Yuan's expression sank, he took a step forward and slapped. The person who was pointing at him was immediately sent flying by a powerful force. Blood flowed, his teeth were shattered on the ground. It seems you still do not understand reality. Although I spent a huge sum to buy you, I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. But I don't mind killing a few of you for fun. Even if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife, can you stop me? Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his voice as cold as ice. You. The Wei clan was furious, some of the youths clenched their fists tightly, but did not dare to act rashly. All of you leave. Wei de Xian took the initiative to dismiss the people around her and walked out. Although there was dirt on her face, it could not hide her peach-like beauty. She bowed to Fang Yuan. I wonder why Lord Fangjing called for me? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, using a sharp gaze to size up Wei de Xian's body. Madam Wei, you talk too much. Come with me, just listen carefully. With that he turned and walked away. Wei de Xian was helpless. She bit her lips and followed Fang Yuan to the pavilion by the lake. A cool breeze blew gently, the small lake rippled. Carp swam freely in the lake, the green leaves connected together, and red and white lotus flowers dotted the lake. Such a beautiful scenery made Wei de Xian slightly relax. Who knew what Fang Yuan said next made her nervous again. She only heard Fang Yuan say, Madam Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei de Xian quickly kneeled on the ground. This servant is lowly, my looks are shallow. It is this servant's fortune to receive Lord Fangjing's favor. But this servant does not dare to stain Lord's majestic body with this withered body. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed lightly 3 times. Wei de Xian, don't misunderstand. I am very interested in your talent, but your looks, to me, are only a set of withered skin and bones. Next, you need to train a group of loyal female guards for Shang Xianci. At the same time, you need to explain clearly to the people of your Wei clan, tell them to work hard, and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Wei de Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly nodded. Yes, this servant will definitely do as Lord says. Fang Yuan laughed deeply a few times, and stared at Wei de Xian with deep meaning. Madam Wei, I know you are pregnant, and I also know your plan. You want to protect your husband's only bloodline. And at the same time you want to contact your blood brother, Wei Shenshi, to help you take revenge. Is that right? Chapter 336. Wei de Xian's pregnancy was something she had deduced from her own reaction. The new life in her belly brought her great hope in life. This was her greatest secret, but she did not expect an outsider to expose it in just a few days. How could she not be shocked? How could she not panic? In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was Wei de Xian who helped Shang Pu Lao defeat Shang Qiu and became a popular candidate for young tribe leader. But during the Righteous and Demonic War, Wei de Xian and Wei Xinjian secretly cooperated and helped Wu tribe plot against Shang clan. She destroyed Wei tribe's village and took revenge for her husband's death. After the matter was exposed, Wei de Xian, who caused Shang Yinfei's first loss, became famous. Shang Pu Lao was also implicated and exiled. His fate was pitiful. His success was because of Wei de Xian and also because of her. Wei de Xian's talent was outstanding, and now she was in Fang Yuan's hands. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to control her and make her work for Shang Xian Ci. Wei de Xian, don't be afraid. As long as you work hard to support Shang Xian Ci, I will not do anything to you. In fact, I will even help you raise the son in your womb. Also, I advise you not to search for your brother Wei Xinjian in the short term. He has already been recruited by Wu tribe and is being monitored daily. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers as he sat on the stone stool. His tone was like he had everything under control. Wei de Xian was stunned by his aura. She knelt on the ground, her expression changed. She opened her mouth a few times, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Finally, she bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, her forehead touching the ground as she said respectfully, "This concubine." But just as she spoke, Fang Yuan interrupted her. "No need to say more, it is useless. The performance of you and your clansmen will be the best answer to that question. You can leave." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian retreated. Fang Yuan sat in the pavilion and did not get up for a while. He looked at Wei de Xian's back as she gradually disappeared into the green forest. He knew that after this conversation, she would definitely do her best to assist Shang Xian Ci. After all, in his previous life, Shang Paleo had also used the child in her womb to entice her to support him. A cool breeze blew over as Fang Yuan gazed at the surface of the lake. The ripples of the lake reflected in his dark and deep eyes. He was deep in thought. Now that Shang Xian Ci has the Wei family, she has the backbone of the middle and lower class. With Wei de Xian, he would be able to form a female guard, forming a strong and stable armed force. There were also the three brothers of the Xiong family who could be trusted. My personal maids Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan can be trusted aides. In this way, the general framework of power has been constructed. This was more than enough to deal with this young master battle. However, if they could recruit Zhou Quan and make him the chief steward, then they would definitely win the battle for the position of young master. Wei de Xian, the three brothers of the Xiong family, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan and the others would all be trusted aides, while Zhou Quan would be the commander. Fang Yuan was clear that with Zhou Quan's help, Shang Xian Ci would definitely be able to obtain the position of young master, and at the same time become more and more stable. Even if Shang Xian Ci did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her force would become more stable and slowly expand. Only Zhou Quan could suppress these subordinates of Shang Xian Ci. Right now, even Shang Xian Ci could not control these talents. After all, Shang Xian Ci was still too young, her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was insufficient. In the world of Gu masters, the rules of the game were cruel and real, and the most important thing was strength. Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan, especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Shang Xian Ci had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Shang Xian Ci's prestige. However, even though Fang Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet, and he already had a plan. A few days later on a night, in Nanqiu Garden's secret room, swish swish swish, in the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fang Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used the relic Gu to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day he made huge progress. It was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4, I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fang Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely. Advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent, but there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many Gu masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped? Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ningbing had given to Fang Yuan through bone-flesh unity Gu in the outside world. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fang Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. The cracks continued to expand, and the crystal walls started to crumble, like an iceberg collapsing, sinking into the primeval sea piece by piece, turning into nothingness. After 2 hours under the continuous support of Bai Ningbing's primeval essence, this transformation finally ended. The original crystal walls had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of light. But it was even brighter, illuminating the entire aperture in white light. A trace of light gold primeval essence seeped out from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. This signified that Fang Yuan had also entered rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. It has only been 2 to 3 years, and I have already improved so much in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shining brilliantly, like a flash of lightning in the dark secret room. He was very satisfied with this result. In a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had advanced to rank 4. The main contributors were Bone Flesh Unity Gu by Ningbing, and the favorable environment of Shang Clan City. At the same time, there was his rich experience from his previous life, as well as his own hard work. Advancing to rank 4 was stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and rank 2 were at the bottom, rank 3 were the middle tier, and rank 4 and rank 5 were the upper echelons. Many clan leaders had rank 4 cultivation level. If Guyue village still existed, Fang Yuan could already compete for the clan leader position. Whether it was southern border, central plains or other places, rank 4 cultivation allowed a Gu master to roam the world. As long as a Gu master had rank 4 cultivation, they would at least be a hero of a region. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Fang Yuan could only be considered to have matured after reaching this step, surpassing the majority of Gu masters. Since rebirth, I have reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, it is many times faster. Step by step, accumulating advantages to reach today's achievement. This is the huge help from my previous life's experience. It is all thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could rebirth. However, although I advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is faster. Right now, the pressure it exerts on my aperture is also increasing. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. The light gold primeval essence allows me to use more rank 4 Gu. Next, I need to refine charging crash Gu. But before that, I have one more thing to do. 4th Inner City. This is the house Zhou Quan is in charge of? Fang Yuan stood in front of a courtyard, his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. Immediately, a subordinate reported. Yes, Lord Fangzheng. Right now, standing behind Fang Yuan were Bai Ningbing, Xiao Dai and the 3 Xiong brothers, as well as Wei de Xian who had just replenished some Gu worms and recovered some strength. This is the place. Miss and I have been here many times, but the door was shut in our face. Xiao Dai added angrily. Lord, if you wish to see my master, please hand over your visiting card. My master is still taking an afternoon nap. The courtyard's doorman walked forward with an arrogant attitude. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood that this was Shang Xian's people. Afternoon nap? Visiting card? Fang Yuan sneered. His expression suddenly turned grim as he waved his hand. Go smash. The people behind him were stunned. The three Xiong brothers were the first to step forward. What are you trying to do? The doorman was incomparably frightened as he shouted. Little thing blocking the way, get lost. Xiong laughed sinisterly, raising his leg and kicking the doorman away. Bam! Xiong Tu used brute force and forcefully smashed the courtyard's door open. What are you trying to do? Some servants ran over, but seeing the group of fiendish Gu masters, they immediately became terrified. Clang clang clang. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's group rampaged and barged into Zhou Quan's house, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty maids. Chapter 337. What do we do, master? The steward trembled as he ran to Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan had already woken up, seeing Fang Yuan's group wreaking havoc in his house. His expression was ashen. This Fang Jing is simply lawless. He actually dares to use force in Shang Clan City. Wait, this aura, he is clearly rank 4. Heavens, how old is he? He has already advanced to rank 4? Zhou Quan observed in secret. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. He was once a rank 4 Gu master, a clan leader. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was 40 or 50 years old. Fang Yuan's age had already been known by everyone in the battle stage. He was only 20 years old. What kind of outstanding talent was this? Zhou Quan sighed inwardly, feeling envy and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fang Jing has also advanced to rank 4. He is a true rank 4 Gu master. He also has the purple thorn token, and now Shang Xian Ci has a relationship with Shang Chaofeng. This person is too arrogant. Not long ago he caused trouble in the slave market, and was only fined 49 yuan stone. His future is bright. He is likely to become a rank 5 expert. According to rumors, Shang Yanfei thinks highly of him. Now even Shang Clan is turning a blind eye to him. How can I fight him? I can't afford to offend him, but can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to the old steward, quickly pack up, we will move to a shop. The other party is too strong, we need to lie low for this period of time. Yes, master. The old steward hurriedly went to pack up. A moment later, everyone turned the courtyard upside down. The elegant and quiet courtyard was now in a mess. Lord, we searched but did not find Zhou Quan. Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He can't have gone far, he must be hiding in a shop. However, this was also within my expectations. I purposely left a back door. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Zhou Quan thought he would care about Shang Clan and not cause trouble. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? In his heart, even the super first-rate merchants were nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone. Have you prepared everything that I have instructed you to do? Fang Yuan turned around and asked Wei Dexin. Wei Dexin quickly replied, it's ready. Very well. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. Everyone walked out of the courtyard and immediately caused a commotion. Shang Clan City had always been peaceful and stable. Fang Yuan had caused a huge commotion when he smashed up the courtyard, attracting the attention of many people. Furthermore, Fang Yuan instructed Wei Dexin to spread the news. Therefore, it created an even more sensational effect. Countless passers-by were attracted over. Let's go. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the group through the streets. Along the way, more and more passers-by were attracted by the liveliness, almost forming a phenomenon of rubbing shoulders. Master, that Fang Jing has brought people here again. The old butler reported in panic. Don't worry. This shop is Shang Clan's property. Even if he had more guts, he would not dare to barge in. Zhou Quan stroked his goatee, consoling. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan had sent the shop's door flying with a kick. Then he took a big step into the shop. Wait! A group of Shang Clan city guards walked out with gloomy expressions. Fang Yuan's group had such a huge commotion, the city guards were already attracted by them. This is Shang Clan's shop, you cannot barge in here. You are violating Shang Clan City's rules. The leader of the city guards was sweating profusely as he shouted. It was his turn to be on duty today. If he did not stand up now, Shangclan City would definitely punish him for his negligence in the future. But Fang Yuan did not care about him, continuing to walk in as if he did not hear him. The rest of the people entered one after another. Bai Ningbing stayed behind, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting a rank 4 aura. So what if we barge in now? Can you stop us? The leader, who was only a rank 2 cultivator, felt his heart trembling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face extremely pale, but he still shouted with all his might, even if we cannot stop you, we have to do our best. Because this is Shangclan City, this is our duty. You have to know, Lord Fangjing's actions have already violated our Shangclan City's 3rd chapter. Rule 25. Of course we know, it's just a fine. Bai Ningbing raised his eyebrows, throwing a bag of yuan stones at the leader's face. There are 500 yuan stones in this bag. Keep the change. We still need to smash it later, pay up first. Saying this, Bai Ningbing followed them into the shop. The leader stood stupidly on the spot, holding the heavy bag of yuan stones, stunned by Bai Ningbing's imposing manner. Too arrogant, too arrogant. The passers-by excitedly shouted. I have never seen anyone who dares to act so arrogantly in Shangclan City. Fangjing and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters. They have the strength and the purple thorn token. With the red bud token as his capital, who else would dare to do it? Even if I have the strength and qualifications, I might not dare. Their guts are too big. They actually dared to do this in broad daylight. Really? The passers-by discussed. Many people were dumbstruck. Some people wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked by the men left behind by Fang Yuan, or chased away by the city guards. Leader, are we going in? A city guard asked carefully. What for? To continue throwing yuan stones at our faces. The leader suddenly shouted, wait for Lord Clan Elder to come and deal with it. Back to Fang Yuan, he walked into the shop. Fangjing, what are you trying to do? You dare to attack Shangclan's shop. Do you still want to stay in Shangclan? Zhou Quan's face was ashen. He wanted to use Shangclan's name to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan with disdain. Old thing, aren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? You and I are smart people, let's not beat around the bush, I am here for you. I will give you 2 choices, one is to submit, the other is to die. You choose. Hee young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his arrogant nature flared up. He was unwilling to lose. You want to touch me, but look at where you are? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Zhou Quan's expression was extremely ugly. You have lived for so many years, your eyesight is terrible. Why can't you see that I am different from Shang Xinci? Well, I'll be merciful enough to give you an opportunity to know me well. Fang Yuan said as he suddenly shouted and attacked. Zhou Quan did not expect Fang Yuan to be so unbridled. He was immediately ambushed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. But he had a strong foundation, he quickly got up and fought with Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom. The intense sounds of battle spread out. The crowd outside the house was also stirred up. He is attacking, he is attacking. He really dared to attack, this Fangjing is too daring, too crazy. Zhou Quan is going to be unlucky to encounter him. Everyone sighed, almost no one thought Zhou Quan would win. The crowd's eyes were bright. The battle in the shop ended quickly. Zhou Quan was not Fang Yuan's match. He still had hidden injuries, even though he was rank 3 peak stage. He could not block the powerful Fang Yuan. The shop was unavoidably affected. Half of it was destroyed. After the dust settled, everyone saw Zhou Quan lying on the ground after being beaten by Fang Yuan. Bleeding and with broken bones, he could not move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing. He stepped on Zhou Quan's head. His fierce gaze was filled with power. Lord Fangjing, what are you doing? 3 Shang clan elders rushed over and asked coldly. What are your eyes doing? Can't you see it is so obvious? I am beating him up. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and replied loudly. The crowd laughed. Lord Fangjing, we are not here to joke with you. This matter is too serious. Do you know what the consequences will be? The elders' expressions were grave and solemn. Under Fang Yuan's feet, Zhou Quan snickered coldly. When he opened his mouth, a string of blood foam came out. This time Fangjing is too rash. This matter is too big, I don't know how to end it. Even though Fangjing is a great genius, he is not a Shang clan clansman. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Of course I know what the consequences will be. Not only that, I also know the consequences of killing this person. Saying so, he took out his purple thorn token. Elders, if I kill someone in Shang Clan City, it will be a serious violation of the peace of Shang Clan City. According to the city rules, I will lose this purple thorn token, am I right? Fang Yuan asked back. Yes. An elder immediately replied. After getting a clear answer, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, forming a cold smile. Then he clenched his fist, crushing the purple thorn token into pieces. This sudden change immediately caused the crowd to burst into a wave of intense cries of surprise. The three elders' pupils shrunk. Fangjing actually crushed the purple thorn token. That's a purple gold command token. He actually crushed it. What a waste. Fangjing doesn't even want the purple thorn token. He clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant. He rejected Shang Xianxi's recruitment many times, and ended up angering Fang Yuan. He is really unlucky. Seeing the purple thorn token's fragments fall to the ground, even splashing on his face, Zhou Quan's sneer froze. This is a purple thorn token. Fangjing even destroyed the purple thorn token. He wants to take my life. Is he crazy? Chapter 338. He originally thought that Fang Yuan wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, and was even willing to pay such an expensive price like the Redbud token. For me, you are so brave and ruthless, is it worth it? Zhou Quan wanted to cry after receiving such attention from Fang Yuan. He was a normal person. He was also afraid of death. Or else, after the Zhou clan was destroyed, he would be alone and heavily injured. He would have taken the chance to die. But he survived. Survival was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xianci because he didn't like her. He was naturally arrogant, and was once the leader of a clan. How could he submit to a silly little girl? But he didn't expect things to become so big. Now he was facing the threat of death. Fang Yuan's craziness was something he never expected. If I had known this, I would have listened to that girl and let it go. But I actually ended up like this. Zhou Quan's heart was filled with intense regret. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Between survival and arrogance, of course survival was the priority. Or else he wouldn't have been a stray dog, living without purpose until now. That's right, I understand now. I rejected Shang Xianci multiple times, and severely damaged her reputation. Fangjing is also Shang Xianci's biggest supporter, so he wanted to get rid of me. Shang Yifan misled me. Feeling the increasing killing intent from Fang Yuan, Zhou Quan's mind was in a mess. With his intelligence, he only needed to probe a little to understand that the rumors on the streets were caused by Shang Yifan. At first, he was still very pleased with himself, hiding his pride. These rumors would be an excellent excuse for him to reject Shang Xianci. At the same time, from the rumors, he could see how highly Shang Yifan regarded him. If he really couldn't, he could rely on Shang Yifan. There was no difference between Shang Yifan and Shang Xianci to him. As long as he was willing to assist them, he could make them the young master. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was filled with regret. It was because of these rumors that caused Fang Yuan to have killing intent towards him. It was too late for him to rely on Shang Yifan now. Fang Yuan was a madman, he didn't play by the rules at all. This time Zhou Quan was completely screwed. Zhou Quan was lying on the ground, his bones were broken, and his face was being stepped on by Fang Yuan. He couldn't move at all. He opened his mouth wanting to beg for mercy. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. There are so many people watching. Begging for mercy in front of everyone would be a complete disgrace. But if I don't beg for mercy and surrender, my life will be over. At this crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still. At this moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance still remained. Zhou Quan said. Zhou Quan, since you don't know what's good for you, then you're not a hero. That Fang Yuan to Fang Yuan Zhou Yu Ti. Ti to Zhou Yu to Ti Zhou goes. Quan Ti Fong to Fong Tian, but Fong Yuan's leg exerted so much force that his cheeks were stuck. Zhou Quan wanted to say something but he couldn't. Zhou Quan panicked. Wait, I don't want to die. I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me talk. He roared in his mind at the same time. He used all his remaining strength to swing his arms and legs. He grabbed Fong Yuan's calf, but Fong Yuan's body was like steel. He didn't move. My life is over. Just when Zhou Quan was in despair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big brother Hey too, have mercy. Shang Xianci rushed to the scene. Xianci, looks like I couldn't hide it from you. I know you're thirsty for talent, but don't plead for this guy. This kind of person deserves to die. Fong Yuan replied coldly, but he was slowly withdrawing his strength. No, big brother Hey too, I want to speak. Shang Xianci insisted. She continued, Big brother, you haven't known old Mr. Zhou Quan for a long time, but I know him better. Old Mr. Zhou has always wanted to rebuild the Zhou family. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and his ambition couldn't be fulfilled. He had once spoken to me in sorrow, saying that he couldn't let go of his family. Before his wife died, she had asked him to rebuild the family. These years he had been carrying a heavy burden, fighting hard. He had his own difficulties. It's like this. Fong Yuan withdrew most of his strength, his expression changing slightly. Why don't I remember speaking to you? Zhou Quan felt strange when his wife died. He wasn't even at the scene. But he soon realized that this was a show put up by Shang Xianci and Fong Yuan. Actually, Fong Yuan and Shang Xianci still wanted to recruit him. They used Shang Clan City as a stage and put up a good show in front of everyone. What they said just now was a prearranged stage. Not only did they proclaim Shang Xianci's benevolence and thirsty for talent, they also gave him a way out. Such a good plan, a good plan. I, the great Zhou clan leader, have fallen in the hands of these juniors. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing in his heart. There was anger, hatred, and also helplessness. I see. I didn't expect old Mr. Zhou to be such an ambitious person. However, you are still foolish. Assisting Xianci does not conflict with your ambition to rebuild the Zhou family. For your ideals, you are not afraid of death. I admire you. But you don't know, dying is easy, but enduring humiliation for your ideals, carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, that is true courage. Fong Yuan said loudly. When Zhou Quan heard this, how could he not know that Fong Yuan was giving him a way out? This was very likely the last step. If he did not grasp it, then his life would be over, he would not have any more chances. Thinking of this old man opened his mouth, sigh. Geniuses will appear in every generation. Those who succeed are the teachers. After hearing your words today, I am enlightened. Fong Yuan released his leg. Shang Xianci was overjoyed, quickly helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain all over his body, stood up shakily, and knelt down towards Shang Xianci. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xian. What did you say? Zhou Quan actually acknowledged that silly girl as his master? In the study room, Shang Yifan heard the news and was stunned for a long time. Impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even when Shang Yizi was the young master and controlled the shops in Shang Clan City, he could not recruit him. How did she, Shang Xianci, obtain Zhou Quan's loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and exclaimed loudly. This is true. Old steward Zhang sighed. Shang Xianci is still inexperienced. She naturally does not have the ability. But she has Fangzheng and Bai Ningbing by her side. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Fangzheng. She didn't expect him to be a shrewd man despite his rough exterior. He purposely caused a huge ruckus, forcing Zhou Quan to acknowledge him as his master. If Zhou Quan did not acknowledge him as his master, Fangzheng would have killed him on the spot. Now the entire street and shops are talking about this. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan endured humiliation in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fangzheng, he finally chose to submit to Shang Xianci, who is thirsty for talent. Now Shang Xianci's prestige has reached a peak. Shang Yifan heard this and was enraged. That means we spent so much effort to spread rumors, but it was all for them? Liars, they are all liars. These rumors must have been purposely spread by them. What a good story of a meeting between a ruler and a subject. Pa! Young Master Yifan, don't be impatient. This competition is far from over. Although Shang Xianci has talented subordinates, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. Next, with the help of Madam's forces, we still have a high chance of winning. Old Steward Zhang said calmly. Under his persuasion, Shang Yifan's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. You are right. Building a force is not something that can be done in a day. She obtained these people almost all because of Fang Jing's threats and promises. How can they truly submit? Next I will sow discord and use money to bribe them. I don't believe it will be ineffective. With Shang Xianci's planning, Fang Jing and Zhou Quan's support, Wei de Xian, the three Xiong clan brothers working together, the information business regarding the martial stage was finally established. Just like Shang Xianci expected. Once this business opened, it caused a huge commotion and reaction. On the first day of business, they earned back all the money they had invested in the store. On the second day, it still caused a commotion. On the third day, the excitement had yet to subside. After 7 days, Shang Xianci's 300,000 yuan stone had increased to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Shang Xianci's force was like an iron bucket, tightly controlled by Zhou Jin. Everyone's loyalty caused the other young masters to be shocked. Shang Yifan was panicking because he knew. If Shang Xianci continued to develop, with her ferocious momentum, she would definitely be the final winner. He started to borrow his mother's force to influence Shang clan's higher-ups. Shang Xianci's information business involved the martial stage. It was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups and elders discussed. Just as they were about to order Shang Xianci to stop the business, Shang Yanfei stood up and supported his daughter. Shang Yanfei's stance was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's force could not reverse the situation. They were defeated by Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci succeeded Shang Yizi's position, becoming one of the 10 young masters. But the sadness of parting washed away the joy of success. Big brother Heitu, are you really in such a rush to leave? Shang Xianci walked out of the city gates, sending them off. You have already succeeded in becoming a young master. With your talent, you will definitely be able to hold on to it. Xianci, all good things must come to an end. We will meet again, don't be too sad. Fang Yuan consoled before changing the topic. Before I leave, I have something to remind you. You have to look far ahead, above the 10 young masters. There is still young clan leader Shang Tuahai. Above Shang Tuahai, there are the 5 important clan elders of Shang clan, and your father Shang Yanfei. Above Shang Yanfei, there are Shang clan supreme elders. Big brother, don't worry. Back then, Shang Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Shang clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage. Only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything, just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. Shang Xianci's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fang Jing and Lu Qiyu involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Shang clan leader in the future. Alright, we will meet again. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Shang Xianci before turning to leave. Bai Ningbing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Shang Xianci and the 2 maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fang and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother Heitu, Sencha Mountain is dangerous, please take care. Shang Xianci's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 339. The world of Gu Masters was vast and extraordinary. To the east, there was a vast sea with islands dotting it like stars in the sky. It was called Eastern Sea. To the west, there was the Gobi Desert. The oases were like pearls sprinkling in the yellow sand. It was called Western Desert. To the north, there was a vast grassland called Northern Plains. To the south, there was 100,000 mountain range called Southern Border. And surrounded by Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Southern Border, there was a central region called Central Continent. Central Continent had a vast territory, stretching for hundreds of millions of li. It had the most abundant primeval energy in many sections. Many heroes, righteous path and demonic path hid within. It could be said to be a land of heroes. Its overall strength was the strongest compared to north, south, east and west. In the southern part of Central Continent, 100,000 feet above the mountains, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge mountain floating in the sky. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was majestic and swift, floating in the sky in the black-white sea of clouds. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the green trees on the mountain. The whole mountain was green and glistening. Mountain waves and peaks surged layer upon layer. Every time the wind blew, the sea of clouds on the mountain moved like boiling water. The pine and bamboo forests moved like waves, and tens of thousands of cranes cried out. Ironbeak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, star aurora cranes. Tens of thousands of flying cranes were either flying in the sky, resting on the pine trees or on the mountain rocks. It was a majestic and magnificent scene. The tens of thousands of cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent, and the Gu masters on the mountain were famous in the world. This was Crane Gate, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, a peak force in Central Continent. At this time on the sect battle stage of Crane Gate, a battle had already reached its most crucial moment. Two youths wearing similar clothing were fighting intensely. Both sides were advancing and retreating, sometimes tangling together, sometimes separating like they were electrocuted. Too strong. It is hard to imagine both sides are only in their 20s. Outside the stage, the spectators were closely watching the battle. Shock and admiration were written all over their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuanhua is a veteran expert. He was first in the last 3-year small exam. I am not surprised that he has such strength. But junior brother Fangjing actually has such strength. It is truly shocking. Not bad. Junior brother Fangjing was the biggest dark horse in this year's 8-year entrance exam. No one would have thought that he would actually reach the finals. All these years junior brother Fangjing has been a nobody, just like an ordinary rock. No one paid attention to him. He was completely inconspicuous. I didn't expect him to soar to the sky and become famous in the Crane Gate. Many people sighed with emotion. Some were envious and some were jealous. Fangjing's face was solemn, his eyes gleaming as he fought with Sun Yuanhua. Over the years he had grown taller. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was as thin as a bee's. He had developed a steady and vigorous aura. Suddenly, Fangjing threw out a dark green gale, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat, he said. His calm tone was filled with confidence. Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just use them. Sun Yuanhua smiled, replying confidently. All right. Fangjing suddenly whistled, the sound spread out. Soon the cries of cranes could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the sound. Countless pairs of eyes widened as countless mouths opened wide. This is an Ironbeak flying crane group. Oh my god, so many flying cranes, am I hallucinating? How can this be? This is a myriad beast king. Fangjing has already cultivated to rank 4 middle stage. His talent is already unparalleled. But he can actually control a crane group of over 10,000. What method is this? Everyone was in an uproar. They were all extremely shocked and in disbelief. Even the sect elders outside the arena were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. The group of Ironbeak flying cranes was imposing and imposing, making him feel extremely pressured. However, he did not plan to give up. His eyes shone with determination. Junior brother Fang, you are indeed powerful. But can you control so many flying cranes at once? I have not lost yet because I also have a crane group. Come out. Flying Crane Mountain had millions of flying cranes. Such a geographical advantage was fully used by Crane Gate's people. Fangjing had a crane group. Sun Yuanhua was indeed a sect genius that received much attention. He also had a crane group. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's summon, a crane group soon flew out from the sky. The size of the crane group was in stark contrast to Fangjing's Ironbeak flying crane group. There were only a few hundred of them. But the cranes that Sun Yuanhua controlled were completely different from the Ironbeak flying cranes. Most of their bodies were covered in white feathers, But the tips of their wings, tails and claws were deep blue under the sunlight. They shone with a metallic luster. At the same time as they danced in the air, traces of blue lightning could be seen coiling around their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They are ferocious, and in a one-on-one fight, ordinary ironbeak flying cranes are not their match. Master Tenchuru's voice suddenly appeared in Fangjing's mind. I understand, Master. Fangjing immediately replied, his eyes shining with brilliance as he stared at this illusion lightning crane group. While controlling the ironbeak flying crane group in his hands, they are going to collide. The ironbeak flying crane group is too huge. It is like a giant monster. Senior Brother Sun's crane group might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. No, Senior Brother Sun still has a chance of winning. Crane battles are not just a competition of numbers, but also of control. Senior Brother Sun has been cultivating hard. His ability to control cranes is top-notch in the sect. Now it all depends on Fangjing. To be honest, I don't think Fangjing will win. Fangjing might be a genius, but he is still a human. These years of cultivating to rank 4, and doing sect missions to accumulate this outstanding set of goo worms, he has already expended a lot of energy. I don't believe he still has the time and ability to control the crane group. Everyone discussed, their emotions surging. Such a huge scene was rare in the sect's 3-year small exam and 8-year high school exam. Only in the 15-year large exam would it happen occasionally. Although Fangjing had a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The current situation was like two armies facing each other. Fangjing had over 10,000 flying cranes, his army was huge, but once the numbers increased, he would not be able to control them all. He was after all only at rank 4 middle stage. His soul could only reach a certain level of strength, and his mental strength was also limited. And although Sun Yuanhua had few cranes, he was a group of elite soldiers, and could command them as if they were his own limbs. Adding that he spent a lot of time training, his outstanding crane control skill was widely known in the sect. The two crane groups were about to collide in the sky. But at this time, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated his aperture goo, and his body turned into a flash of lightning. With a crack, he arrived in front of Fangjing. Fangjing did not expect Sun Yuanhua to suddenly attack. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the ironbeak flying crane group's encirclement, and fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Sun Yuanhua unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. As if he had gone crazy, the intensity was unprecedentedly fierce. Fangjing had lost the initiative, and was suppressed by Sun Yuanhua, and could only defend with all his strength. The two crane groups fought in the sky, while on the ground, Fangjing and Sun Yuanhua were engaged in an intense battle. Although the illusion lightning crane group was few in numbers, they gathered together and charged forward, tearing apart countless ironbeak flying cranes with their iron claws. In contrast, the ironbeak flying crane group was in chaos, like a swarm of headless flies. The ironbeak flying crane group could not stop this small group of illusion lightning cranes. Senior Brother Sun is mighty. The battle tactic he chose is too appropriate. That's right. Fangjing's mental strength is limited. Commanding such a large group of flying cranes is like a baby playing with a hammer, extremely clumsy. Right now, he is being attacked by Senior Brother Sun with all his might. He cannot even protect himself, and can only defend with his utmost concentration. How can he spare any attention to deal with the flying cranes above him? But the ironbeak flying cranes are too numerous. There are many hundred beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, and even myriad beast kings. The illusion lightning crane group only has 300 beast kings, and one crippled 1,000 crane king. To avoid these beast kings, the illusion lightning crane group has to charge left and right, and even if they kill large numbers of ordinary ironbeak flying cranes, they also suffer heavy losses. Sun Yuanhua and Fangjing are evenly matched, one attacking and one defending. They are extremely familiar with each other. There is no way to determine the victor. Now let's see the outcome of the battle between the flying cranes. An elder saw the key to victory. If the ironbeak flying crane group devours the illusion lightning crane group, then Fangjing will definitely win. But if the illusion lightning crane group breaks out of the ironbeak flying crane's encirclement and rush down to help Sun Yuanhua, then Fangjing will be the loser. Persevere, persevere. Work hard to divert your attention, look after the ironbeak flying cranes, and kill all the illusion lightning cranes. If you can do that, it will be a huge breakthrough and will be of great benefit to you in the future. In Fangzheng's mind, Master Tenchuru's voice continued to guide him. Fangzheng tried his best and followed Master Tenchuru's instructions. But just as he was about to succeed, he would be interrupted by Sun Yuanhua's attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fangzheng and had put in a lot of effort to control the Crane Group. Under his control, although the Crane Group suffered heavy losses, they were about to break out of the Ironbeak Flying Crane's encirclement. Junior brother Fangzheng, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. He laughed coldly and said. When these words entered Fangzheng's ears, it suddenly drew out a scene from deep in his memories. Back then, in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in Guyue's village, he and his own brother Fang Yuan had fought in the arena. Fang Yuan had also said the same to him. No, I cannot lose. I still have to take revenge for my family, for my aunt and uncle, for my clan leader, for Lord Qing Shu. All these years, what have I worked so hard for? I want to stand in front of my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? In Fangzheng's eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire burning. He endured the pain in his head and diverted his attention. The Ironbeak Flying Crane suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth. They swallowed the Illusion Lightning Crane Group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face was ashen. He won. The entire place was filled with praises. Chapter 340. Central Continent had many sects. It was different from Southern Borders' clan system. In clans, kinship was maintained and clansmen were nurtured. But in sects, the relationship between master and disciple replaced kinship. Sects accepted disciples as long as they had aptitude and character. They could be accepted into the sect. Because of this, Fangzheng could be accepted into Crane Gate and become a member. In Immortal Crane sect from bottom to top, they were divided into Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Elite Disciple, Legacy Disciple, Sect Elder, Sect Leader and Supreme Elder. 3-year small exam, they could choose to become Inner Disciples. 8-year middle exam, the winner could become Elite Disciples. 15-year large exam, they could become True Disciples. Above the direct disciples were the Sect Elders. Crane Gate Sect Elders had at least rank 4 cultivation. The Sect Leader was definitely rank 5. While the Supreme Elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals, there were even rank 7 Gu Immortals. Central Continent was the strongest region among the North, South, East and West. And Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang Clan. Because when sects chose disciples, they did not ask about their background and only chose the best. Thus, in Crane Gate, there were almost no C-grade aptitude members. B-grade aptitude was the most common, but a grade aptitude was not rare. Fangzheng had a grade aptitude. He was indeed a genius. But in a peak force like Crane Gate, there were many geniuses like him. Fangzheng, you are talented and diligent. Now you have rank 4 middle stage cultivation. With this cultivation, you can already become a sect elder. But you have only joined for a short period of time. You need to complete a large number of sect missions to test your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard and obtain victory in the large exam, becoming a true disciple. Crane Gate's leader sat on the sect leader's throne, looking down at the kneeling Fangzheng. Yes, I will remember sect leader's teachings, Fangzheng answered. Now there's a sect mission for you and a few elite disciples to handle. Go back and think about the details of the mission. Go. As the sect leader spoke, a bookworm flew out. Fangzheng respectfully excused himself after receiving it. When he returned to his residence, he lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Controlling goo worms expended a lot of mental energy. Sometimes it required a high degree of concentration, and sometimes it required multitasking, splitting one's attention. In the battle with Sun Yuanhua, Fangzheng had used up all his trump cards and exhausted all his effort. He was too tired. He forced himself to meet the sect leader and complete the promotion ceremony for elite disciple. His brain was still hurting, and his head felt like it had turned into a heavy hammer. His neck and shoulders couldn't bear it, and he felt muddle-headed and lightheaded. Fangzheng slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian saw a group of elite disciples. There were both males and females in this group. Most of them were rank 3 while some were rank 4. Unlike a family, the loyalty of a family usually didn't need to be tested. But the sect needed it. The higher up one went, the more elite disciples, true disciples, and elders would be restricted. Many people cultivated to rank 4 but were eliminated in the assessment. Thus, this resulted in many disciples and elders in the sect having rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders' battle strength was definitely higher than the disciples. Because they had been selected through strict assessment step by step, and were outstanding individuals that were 1 in 10,000. Fangzheng, we have the same mission. Along the way we need to take care of each other. Fangzheng, I saw your battle with Sun Yuanhua, it was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people all behaved in a very friendly manner. They all knew that Fangzheng had a group of over 10,000 iron-beak flying cranes. Although Fangzheng could not control them as he wished, such a powerful force made them revere him. Greetings, fellow sect members. I am ashamed to say this, but I have been sleeping these days and have not read the mission details. Fangzheng cupped his fists towards everyone, feeling a little ashamed. So that's it. Then I will tell you directly, our sect mission this time is not a small matter. Fangzheng, a few months ago, an earth-shattering matter happened on Tianti Mountain. Do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fangzheng nodded. This matter is too big, of course I know about it. On Tianti Mountain, Fairy White Fox's inheritance suddenly appeared. Fairy White Fox is a famous righteous path figure, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and she occupies Hu immortal blessed land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they can obtain Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Tianti Mountain is surrounded by many Gu immortals. Fangzheng, I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is to go to Tianti Mountain and try our best to obtain this inheritance. Our Lord Crane Gates Gu Immortal has already discussed with the lords of the other sections. In order to avoid harming our relationship, they will not make a move, and will choose a few elite disciples from their sects to have a gentleman's competition. When Fangzheng heard that, his eyes widened. His eyes emitted a luster of desire. Are you serious? This is a Gu Immortal inheritance. Of course. Our luck has arrived. If we can become the inheritors, we will definitely soar to the sky. There is also great hope for us to become Gu Immortals in the future. But other than our Crane Gate, there are still Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and the other top 10 forces of Central Continent. Thus, we need to cooperate with sincerity and unite our wills. Of course, Fangzheng immediately nodded in agreement. Southern Borders Huatan Mountain was a half-dead volcano. It was thousands of meters tall, and there was a large circular hole at the peak. Lava flowed inside and sometimes dust would rise like a huge chimney. The biggest resource on the mountain was fire charcoal. It could be seen almost everywhere. This kind of fire charcoal could burn for a long time, had low heat, and had no smoke. It was widely used in 5th Inner City by Shangclan City. It had been several days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Huatan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain, and to reach Sancha Mountain, Huatan Mountain was the only way. Stepping on the fire charcoal, they could feel heat from their feet, and the air was dry without a trace of moisture. Looking ahead, all they could see was the dark red color of the charcoal. There were also trees on this mountain, but these trees were short and thin. Their branches and leaves were as thin as needles. They did not obstruct one's vision. Thus, Huatan Mountain had a wider field of vision compared to other mountains. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing trekked on the mountain. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like 2 tiny ants crawling. In fact, they were indeed receiving attention. They are finally here. Huatan Mountain is a necessary route. They will definitely come to Sancha Mountain. In an inconspicuous corner, 2 demonic Gu masters were hiding. They were 2 bald men. The old man was called Jiao Huang, while the young man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassin duo among the demonic Gu masters. As long as we kill these 2, Shangclan City will not only reward us with 10,000 yuan stone, they will also give us a yellow pear token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu excitedly licked his lips. But they are both rank 4 Gu masters while we are only rank 3 peak stage. The benefits of this deal are great, but the risk is even higher. I don't know if accepting this deal is right or wrong. Jiao Huang was older and more prudent, his face showing some worry. Brother Jiao Huang, don't be scared by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4? They are only rank 4 initial stage. The goo worms in his hands were mostly rank 3 goo. Moreover, it is not like we have never killed a rank 4 goo master before. Back then, didn't that Xiao Fulu die in our hands? Meng Tu encouraged. Once Xiao Fulu was mentioned, Jiao Huang immediately frowned and said nervously, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't mention Xiao Fulu anymore. He is the grandson of Xiao Clan's supreme elder. If we kill him, we will offend a Gu immortal. We must keep this matter to ourselves and never mention it again." Humph. So what if they are Gu immortals? After so many years, aren't we still living freely? Meng Tu curled his lips unconcernedly. Gu immortals are not omnipotent. Not to mention these two newly advanced rank 4 Gu masters. Brother, don't forget the trap we painstakingly set up for them these days. Jiao Huang's expression immediately relaxed at the mention of that trap. He pondered. As long as Fangjing and Xiao Fulu fall into this trap, after an intense battle, their primeval essence will be greatly damaged, and we will have a chance. That's right. Meng Tu said this, his eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly shouted. Look, they fell into the trap. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped in their tracks. The nearby mountains suddenly trembled violently. Small mountain rocks rolled down the two sides of the cliff. On the ground, the soil opened up as lava crocodiles crawled out. It's a lava crocodile group. There's 1,000 beast king. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused as he saw the leader of this beast group. This lava crocodile king was huge, with the body of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its whole body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. On its back there were 2 protrusions as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcano's crater, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground and stared at Fang and Bai. Most of its attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king's senses were extremely sharp. It immediately sensed that between the two, Fang Yuan's aura was more terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles slowly surrounded Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan smiled. It's just a group of underground crocodiles. Bai Ningbing, let's work together and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay. Bai Ningbing lightly answered, but his eyes were filled with battle intent and heroism. Back then, when they drifted out of Qingmao Mountain, they had met a lava crocodile king and avoided it. Now they were no longer the same as before, they both had rank for cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was 1,000 beast king, it could not stop them. Chapter 341. Mountain rocks flew, crocodiles wailed. The battle was nearing its end. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood proudly on Huatan Mountain. Lava crocodile corpses littered the ground below them. As for the 1,000 beast king lava crocodile king, all of its bones were broken, and the 2 volcanic protrusions on its back were forcefully crushed. It wailed softly, lying on the ground as blood flowed out from the countless wounds on its body. Its claws trembled slightly, trying to dig back into the ground, but it could no longer do so. It struggled less and less until death befell it. With the death of the 1,000 beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles scattered, burrowing into the ground and fleeing in panic. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang and Bai continued their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu hid in a corner far away, not moving. These 2 famous assassins of the Devil Dao had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment like zombies. They were frightened. Are these 2 still human? They fought against the entire lava crocodile group alone. Bai Ningbing's Ice Dao is a great counter to the lava crocodiles. That was nothing, but the crux of the matter was that Fangjing was a monster in human form. The more heavily injured he is, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he easily sent the lava crocodile king flying. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The terrifying battle prowess of Fang and Bai had greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shang Clan City, but after witnessing the entire battle, they deeply understood how terrifying Fong and Bai were. These two youngsters, are they really only in their 20s? Damn it, compared to them my 40 years of life is like a dog's. Meng Tu cursed with lingering fear. Old brother Meng Tu, don't say that. You're making me too ashamed to show my face. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. There's no doubt that these two are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. We are not their match at all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Old brother Jiao Huang, what you've said has instead aroused my competitive spirit, causing me to feel even more unwilling. This matter is not over. Although we can't beat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu spat on the ground and said fiercely, "Oh, what kind of opportunity? Think about it, brother Jiao Huang. The two of them are going to Sancha Mountain to fish for benefits from the Three Kings' inheritance. Sancha Mountain was in chaos. There were rank 4 and 5 experts. When they got there, there would definitely be conflict. Let's find the right time. If we can pick up a bargain, that would be the best." With Meng Tu's reminder, Jiao Huang's eyes lit up. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder and said, "Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go, we will also follow to Sancha Mountain." The appearance of the lava crocodiles just now was a little strange, Fong Yuan thought to himself as he walked. The timing and location of these lava crocodiles were too coincidental. Once they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fong and Bai. Bai Ningbing could not sense anything, but with his previous life's experience, the astute Fong Yuan could smell a trace of a scheme. Fong Yuan was very familiar with this smell. Someone purposely set up this trap to deal with me. Then which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan, or Shang clan? Fong Yuan thought to himself. Wu clan is because I know Li Ran's identity. If I leave Shangliang Mountain, they will most likely attack. And Bai clan? I have enmity with them. I know their clan's spirit spring has dried up, and extorted 3 million yuan stone from them. How can they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. I have offended many people in Shang clan. Shang Yazi and Shang Yifan bought Wei clan's people, and offended Shang Pu Lao. Shang clan young masters are competing with each other. I am one of Shang XinC's helpers. If I am killed outside, Shang Xinci will be weakened. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I will deal with it when it comes. Fong Yuan shook his head, throwing all the complicated thoughts out of his mind, and calmed his mind. If it was before, when he was weak, he would have to put in all his effort and scheme for everything. But now that his strength had grown, he had the feeling of being unshakable no matter what happens. Central Continent. Above the cloud sea, intense winds were howling. Tens of thousands of cranes were spreading their wings and flying together. Fangjing and the other elite disciples of Crane Gate were either standing on or sitting on the back of the cranes, rushing towards Tianti Mountain. Boss Fangjing, your crane group is truly majestic. This time you will definitely shine on Tianti Mountain, and sweep through everyone. An elite disciple said. As he spoke, he used a gu worm. No matter how the wind howled, it could not stop his voice from clearly entering everyone's ears. Fellow disciples, you are praising me too much. This time at Tianti Mountain, those participating in the White Fox Gu Immortal Inheritance Contest are the elites of the 10 great sections. If we want to obtain the inheritance, not only do we need strength, we also need luck. Fangjing said. Boss Fangjing, you are too humble. With your tens of thousands of cranes, who can stop you? An elite disciple immediately said. Boss Fangjing, you are the role model of our generation. No wonder you were sent out by the sect leader the moment you became an elite disciple. In this trip to Tianti Mountain, we will follow your lead. An elite female disciple said respectfully. Along the way, Fangjing had sparred with these elite disciples one by one. He was strong, and had the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Master Tenchuru's soul was placed in the spirit incubating flea, and could guide him at any time. He also had the support of tens of thousands of cranes. Thus, Fangjing defeated the other elite disciples one by one. He was not arrogant, had a magnanimous bearing, and was even more humble. He easily won everyone's goodwill, and was elected as the leader. They were all filled with admiration towards Fangjing. Which of the 10 great sects of Central Continent doesn't have deep foundations? I believe there must be capable people among them. Although I have the tens of thousands of cranes, I also have a weakness of not being able to command them. As for commanding the flying cranes, I still need to seek your guidance. Fangjing said, cupping his fists towards the people beside him. We don't dare. To be able to spar with Boss Fangjing is our honor. These days, Boss Fangjing has been training hard. And your hard work makes us all blush with shame. Boss Fangjing, your progress is godly, and you have great talent in controlling cranes. You only lack practice. Earlier in time you will definitely surpass Sun Yuanhua. The other elite disciples replied one after another. Their words were completely from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, Fangjing's progress was obvious to all. Fangjing couldn't help but smile. He had Master Tenchuru's guidance at all times, imparting his secret insights, and sometimes even controlling on his behalf. How could he not improve quickly? After flying for a while, the ironbeak flying crane started to call out. Fangjing and the rest understood. All right. It's time, let's go down, it's time to feed the cranes. Fangjing stomped his foot, and under his command, the flying cranes started to dive towards the clouds below. Instantly, everyone's surroundings were filled with white fog. Soon, the fog disappeared, and everyone followed the flying cranes down to the lush ground. The flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the crane flock, the higher the need for food. But fortunately, the ironbeak flying cranes ate everything. Sometimes they could even eat pebbles to fill their stomachs and were very easy to feed. Fangjing had this huge crane flock, but it was also troublesome. Every once in a while, he had to fly down to the ground to feed the cranes. There's a battle below. While descending, an elite disciple suddenly spoke. Everyone soon discovered the abnormality below. The 4 demonic Gu masters laughed sinisterly, surrounding the 3 female Gu masters and slowly closing in. It's those 4 great perverted thieves. Soon, an elite disciple revealed the identity of those 4 demonic Gu masters with a disgusted tone. These 4 great perverted thieves were East perverted Chan Yin Dao, West perverted Yu Baguang, South perverted Shi Bao, and North perverted Fan Chan Yao. They had been roaming in Central Continent, and each had rank 4 cultivation. Together, they could even contend against rank 5 Gu masters, and were extremely powerful. Look, they are surrounding Heavenly Lotus X Little Fairy by Xia. An elite disciple with a sharp gaze shouted. Humph, demonic cultivators, everyone has the right to punish them. Fangjing's expression was extremely cold, and without thinking too much, he immediately commanded the crane flock to dive down. Fairy by Xia can't escape this calamity today. To think my luck is so good today, to be able to obtain little Fairy by Xia's grace. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it is worth it. The 4 great perverted thieves winked at each other, gradually approaching the 3 female Gu masters of Heavenly Lotus sect. Damn it! Little Fairy by Xia almost crushed her teeth. She was heavily injured, and wanted to break out of the encirclement, but she was powerless. Just as she gradually felt despair and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, a group of cranes suddenly cried out in unison. Who is it? The 4 great perverted thieves raised their heads and shouted in unison. Crane Gate's elite disciple Fangjing. Fangjing stepped on the ironbeak flying crane king's back, his voice like thunder. He stood proudly on the crane's back, his body robust, thick eyebrows and fierce eyes staring at the 4 perverted thieves, before pointing his finger. The elite disciples behind him, as well as over 10,000 ironbeak flying cranes, passed him and charged towards the 4 perverted thieves. Oh my God, so many cranes! They are the elite disciples of one of the 10 great sects, Crane Gate. Oh no, we are injured, we are not their match, let's retreat first. The 4 great perverted thieves judged the situation and turned around to run, quickly running far away, their figures vanishing from everyone's sight. These demonic dregs, they don't have any other abilities, but they can run fast. The elite disciples laughed loudly. Are you alright? Fangjing walked down from the crane's back and arrived in front of little Fairy by Xia, asking warmly. I am fine, thank you, young Master Fangjing, for saving my life. Fairy by Xia looked at Fangjing, her face flushed red, her gaze filled with infatuation. She had thought she could not escape this calamity, but she did not expect a hero to descend from the sky. Chapter 342. Two young dolls, leave behind your yuan stone. Strip off your clothes and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will spare your lives. A rank 3 demonic goo master old man with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Old monster He sure is making things difficult for the newbies again. These 2 youngsters are unlucky to meet old monster He sure. That girl looks really good. Why does she look familiar? Too bad old monster He sure is here. Otherwise we would have made a move. In the darkness, many demonic goo masters looked over and laughed sinisterly. Bam! Fang Yuan's response was very straightforward, directly using a beast phantom. The moment he moved, the breath concealment goo's effect immediately dissipated, and a rank 4 aura burst out. Old monster He sure's face immediately showed a horrified expression. He wanted to escape, but Bai Ningbing attacked at the same time, restraining his movements. Old monster He sure was directly hit by the beast phantom, and his whole body was smashed into meat paste. Blood, bone shards, and brain matter mixed together and splattered everywhere. Damn, these 2 youngsters are rank 4 goo masters. I remember they are the black and white twin demons. One is called Fangzheng, the other is Bai Ningbing. They are both geniuses of the demonic path. They shine brightly in Shangclan City's battle stage, especially Fangzheng. People call him Little Beast King, almost dominating the place. Why did they come out? The temptation of Sancha Mountain's inheritance is too great. They were also attracted here. Old monster He sure kicked an iron plate, dying so miserably. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters' eyes almost popped out. They were extremely shocked. Fang Yuan did not feel satisfied after killing old monster He sure. With a thought, he sent out a beast phantom and pounced towards a certain shadow. Bam! With a loud sound, a certain demonic goo master hiding in the shadow was smashed into meat paste by Fang Yuan. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters drew in cold breaths. Jin Shenzhen is also dead. Little Beast King is too murderous. He doesn't even let bystanders go. Go. Even old monster Blackrock is no match for them. If we're too late, we won't be able to leave. The forest moved. The stone was lifted and countless black shadows scuttled out, running in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched quietly without stopping them. They trekked all the way and got closer to Sancha Mountain. The more demonic goo masters they encountered. Normally, he would only meet these people occasionally. But Sancha Mountain was like a fragrant honey, attracting all the flies, bees and so on. Even before reaching Sancha Mountain, all sorts of demons and monsters are fighting to appear. One can imagine how chaotic Sancha Mountain's situation is right now. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. His tone was grave. Since Sancha Mountain's 3 kings' inheritance had appeared, it had already been a few months and it had caused a huge impact in the southern border. Countless figures. One by one they all rushed there. The righteous path and the demonic path fought with each other for a spot to enter the inheritance. Sancha Mountain had become a meat grinder. Every day, a large number of lives were lost in open battles and plots. Kill, we can only kill to gain fame. Kill until these people are terrified. Only then will they not dare to provoke us. Fang Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Fang Yuan knew. Reputation is very important when you are outside. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing mingled in Shangclan City. Although their reputation had spread, it was mostly limited to the city. Many people did not understand Fang Yuan and Bai. Making a name for himself by killing his way out would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's future plans. Good. We will continue to use breath concealment goo to conceal our rank 4 aura. This way the process of killing will be very exciting and interesting. It will leave a deep impression on others and make them remember it for life. Bai Ningbing smiled, her blue eyes flashing with a cold light. She was as beautiful as an ice fairy, untainted by dust. Her words were like a venomous scorpion, filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath concealment goo was only a rank 3 goo. Fang and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage. Many goo on him would need to be replaced. Bai Ningbing was the same. There are many goo I need in the 3 kings' inheritance. As long as I obtain these goo, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. They will be a huge help to me advancing to rank 5 and roaming the mortal world. Looking at the time, Central Continent's Who Immortal Blessed Land should be opening soon, right? Fairy White Fox is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The inheritance she left behind is extremely complete, many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 Great Sects, and cannot participate in the contest on Tianti Mountain. What a pity. Feng Yuan looked towards Central Continent's direction, before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent, walking beside him. The two crossed mountains, rampaging around, directly killing demonic Gu masters and righteous Gu masters they met. His ruthless reputation quickly spread. In Feng Yuan's opinion, every stage has its own corresponding and suitable development path. When they are weak, they need to keep a low profile, act in the dark, endure hardships, and secretly develop. When they are strong, they need to spread their fame and make a move when it is time to make others feel fear, dread, and fear. Sometimes, reputation is a more powerful weapon than strength. Soon Bai Ningbing felt the benefits of reputation. When they had just set off, they were often troubled by Gu masters along the way. For example, that old monster Black Rock dared to come out with merely rank 3 cultivation. Feng and Bai's age, as well as Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty, were all reasons that caused others to have the impulse to commit crimes. But now, even if Feng and Bai used breath concealment Gu and concealed their cultivation, they were unobstructed, saving them a lot of trouble. They had not even reached Sancha Mountain, but their bad reputation had already spread. Good deeds are not famous, but bad deeds spread far and wide. This kind of bad reputation spread the fastest. Right now, everyone knew that there were 2 rising stars of the demonic path. Both were rank 4 geniuses. They charged towards Sancha Mountain with fierce momentum, killing people at the drop of a hat. They were both terrifying characters. On this day, they finally reached the foot of Sancha Mountain. Sounds of fighting suddenly came from the front. Don't come over, don't come over. A female Gu master's clothes were torn. Her shoulders and thighs were exposed as she panted, her face full of panic. Heh heh heh, little beauty, just obediently follow us. If you resist, Big Brother will cut off your pretty face. Don't resist. Later, Big Brother will make you wish you were dead, ha ha. Several demonic Gu masters' eyes flickered with a wolf-like green light, as they continuously attacked the female Gu master. The female Gu master did her best to resist, but she was alone. She was powerless. The situation was firmly controlled by the male Gu masters. Damn it, damn it. The female Gu master bit her full lower lip with her pearly white teeth, her face full of panic and panic. She retreated step by step, the clothes on her body continuously getting cut. Her smooth and silky hair was in a mess. As she dodged, half of her chest bounced up and down like a rabbit, causing the surrounding demonic Gu masters to howl uncontrollably. Someone save me! Someone save me! I have 30,000 yuan stone here. The female Gu master screamed, her delicate voice igniting the lust in the Gu masters' hearts. Nobody move. This little girl is our 10 tyrants' prey. Our boss will also come over later. That's right, we can give up 30,000 yuan stone. We will enjoy it first, you can continue later. Some righteous Gu masters wanted to save her, but hearing the name of the 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to retreat. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 Gu master. Who can save me, please save me. The female Gu master's voice was melancholy, like a cuckoo crying blood. She continued to run, asking for help everywhere, but everywhere she went, the Gu masters all retreated and avoided her. Only Feng and Bai stood on the spot, coldly watching from the sidelines. Young masters, please be merciful and save me. The female Gu master's eyes shone with the light of hope, begging with tears on her face as she ran towards Feng Yuan. Where did these 2 brats come from? Mind your own business. We are the 10 tyrants of Southern Mountain, you 2 young juniors. Something's not right. These demonic Gu masters' expressions suddenly changed as they recognized Feng and Bai. Although that person is dressed as a man, she is actually a woman. These 2 are a man and a woman, one black clothed with black hair and black eyes, the other white clothed with silver hair and blue eyes. Don't tell me they recently debuted. Black and white twin demons. Their momentum came to a halt as they nervously stared at Feng and Bai. their eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. They had heard of Fong and Bai's reputation the most recently. Although these two were young, they were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were extremely vicious and merciless, with a deep killing nature, especially when they had rank 4 cultivation. This kind of cultivation was incredible. Rank 1 was considered mediocre, rank 2 was a small fry, and rank 3 was a cornerstone able to hold their own. Rank 4 was already an expert among Gu Masters, the leader of an ordinary clan. Even among the 10 tyrants, only their boss was at rank 4 middle stage. As for rank 5, they occupied the peak of the mortal world and were few in number. In the huge southern border, with 100,000 famed mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 of them. Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me. The female Gu Master ran to Fong and Bai's feet, kneeling on the ground and begging. The surrounding Gu Masters all focused their gazes on them. These two are the recently famous black and white twin demons. They are actually so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons. One has been famous for a long time, while the other is a rising star of the demonic path. This is interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not appear, these people are not the match of black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons gained an advantage and saved that beauty for no reason. Tiskate Little Beast King will have many beauties in the future. His luck with women is really not shallow. Under everyone's gazes, Fong Yuan lightly took a step back. Save you? Why should I save you? Because of your meager beauty? Or because you think I have a kind nature and love to help others? Fong Yuan looked down at the female Gu Master with a cold gaze. The female Gu Master looked at Fong Yuan in a daze. Fong Yuan sneered and looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. You guys continue, I will not make a move. Since the journey is boring, let me watch a good show. Chapter 343. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, the 10 tyrants members' expressions eased up. Soon after, one of them anxiously pounced and pressed the female Gu Master to the ground. The female Gu Master struggled helplessly. The 10 tyrants member laughed loudly and stretched out his demonic palm, tearing. Swoosh! The female Gu Master's silk clothes were torn apart, revealing the bright red undergarment inside. This scene caused the surrounding wolves to howl. The demonic Gu Masters were extremely excited. Many righteous Gu Masters gritted their teeth. Someone wanted to make a move but was stopped. Don't. Not only the 10 tyrants but also the black and white twin demons. Are you courting death? Moreover, that female Gu Master is clearly not a righteous person. Don't worry about this. Damn it. Demonic cultivators are truly scum of the world, despicable and shameless to the extreme. Some Gu Masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female Gu Masters could not bear to watch and turned their faces away, closing their eyes. No, I beg you, please stop. The female Gu Master screamed for help in vain. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, glancing at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sneered, looking at them silently. Greetings to the black and white twin demons. Thank you for being merciful today and watching from the sidelines. We will definitely report this to boss. A Gu Master from the 10 tyrants walked forward, smiling politely as he cupped his fists towards Fong and Bai. The other members walked towards the female Gu Master. One of them spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, Little bitch, do you think you can seduce the black and white double ghosts with just a few pleas? Naive. Fool. You're having fun running away, I will let you die. The other laughed lewdly, his expression extremely vulgar. The one riding on the female Gu Master was about to make his move. But right at this moment, a pink light burst out from the female Gu Master's body. The male Gu Master was caught off guard and was sent flying by this pink light. He was like a shooting star, flying far away and smashing on the ground 100 steps away, immediately fainting. What? This female Gu Master is still causing trouble, brothers. Let's attack together. How dare you? Do you still want to resist? The other members of the 10 tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female Gu Master. But in the next moment, the pink light exploded, and screams rang out one after another. The members of the 10 tyrants were all swept away. The female Gu Master had an arrogant battle strength. Her eyes were cold and demonic. The disguise on her body faded away like dust, revealing an even more bewitching appearance. The members of the 10 tyrants laid limply on the ground, each and every one of them horrified. Who knew what method this female Gu master used to make them feel weak all over, unable to even get up? The ferocious 10 tyrants member was actually not a match for the female Gu master. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the onlookers to change. Many people were flabbergasted and astonished by what they saw. Only Feng Yuan's expression did not change, as if he had expected it. The female Gu master giggled. She showed her true appearance. Her charming eyes could captivate one's soul. Her body was graceful, her front and back were curvy, like a gorgeous peach smiling in the spring breeze, extremely alluring. Taking advantage of this time, the 10 tyrants members got up from the ground. Their strength began to gradually recover. Even so, the fear on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. It was because the female Gu master's body was emitting a genuine rank 4 aura. This female Gu master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Countless people's expressions changed. They were moved by this discovery. Little Beast King, you actually left a beauty to die. Are you still a man? The female Gu master looked at Feng Yuan, her charming eyes revealing grief and anger, giving people a feeling of love and hate. At once, almost all the male Gu masters stared blankly. Many Gu masters even started to hate Feng Yuan out of jealousy. If they could get a glance from this woman, it would be worth it even if they died. But Feng Yuan was not moved. His tone was like ice, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Who may err, you think you can fool me with this bit of acting? The female Gu master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Feng Yuan to directly expose her identity. But she quickly recovered, her dark red little mouth slightly curled up. I didn't expect my lowly name to be known by Lord Little Beast King. This lowly one is really honored. It's just that I haven't torn off my disguise before, so how did you see through it, sir? Feng Yuan laughed. Before you revealed your true identity, I was only guessing. Whether I guessed right or wrong, there is no loss, isn't there? Even though Hu Mei Er was a demonic cultivator, hearing Feng Yuan's cold and heartless words, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. It is actually her. This woman is a famous demoness of the demonic path. She is extremely terrifying. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance. She is actually a merciless demoness who eats people without spitting out their bones. She is extremely vicious. Hu Mei Er has a wide circle of friends. She has affairs with many demonic Gu masters. How did the 10 tyrants offend her? The members of the 10 tyrants were supporting each other. Their faces were pale as paper without a trace of blood. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could tell that they had been tricked by Hu Mei Er. Hu Mei Er's strength was rank 4. It was more than enough to deal with them. The disguise and performance earlier were all to trick them. It was very likely that she was using them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King's gaze was sharp. He actually saw through Hu Mei Er's disguise. Haha Fangjing, you really have a heart of stone. You really have a heart of stone, but don't be too pleased. You have been in the limelight these days. Right now, the whole of Sancha Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses have come. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, many seniors and experts want to measure you. You have already offended many people. I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, it will not be worth it if you lose your life on the mountain. Hu Mei Er laughed. Oh, that means you are the first person to measure us? Why are you worried about our safety? As for offending people, the thing I am least afraid of is offending people. Even if I offend everyone in the world, so what? Feng Yuan lowered his head and spoke in a plain tone, but his words made people feel a chill. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone brightly. Her charming eyes were filled with splendor. She covered her mouth and giggled. Well said. You are really courageous, I like it. Not afraid of offending people? Then let me tell you, by looking down on my appearance, you have already offended me. In this world, only vile people and women are hard to deal with. I am not only a woman, I am also a vile person. Little Beast King. Let's ride a donkey and read a libretto. Wait and see. I hope you can leave the mountain alive. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone sharply. After saying this, she flicked her sleeves and left. Extremely direct and efficient. Everyone looked at her pink dress, her long sleeves fluttering in the wind as she flew away in a beautiful manner. They were all speechless. Hu Mei Er. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. This Hu Mei heir was a famous demoness of the demonic path. Her origins were extremely mysterious. No one knew about her background. In his previous life she was very active, stirring up trouble everywhere, sowing dissension and creating a bloodbath. She cultivated the enchantment path, focusing on bewitching people. Using her beauty, she controlled many demonic path experts. Her subordinates were all over southern border. There were even rank 5 Gu masters among them. There were also many rank 4 Gu masters who fought for her affections. However, others did not know her origins, but that did not mean Fang Yuan did not know. This demoness had a huge origin. She was the granddaughter of Granny Mei Hua. Granny Mei Hua was a rank 6 Gu immortal of southern border, occupying Mei Hua blessed land. The demoness recruited subordinates everywhere. She was especially fond of young talents. 100 years later in his previous life, she gathered all her forces and went to Xiyang Mountain. No one knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was that she went down the mountain alone. What was worth mentioning was she was only a rank 4 Gu master when she went up the mountain, but when she left she was already rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable scheme. Right now she has already started to use her enchantment path to recruit people. To think that in this life I actually attracted her interest. Fang Yuan compared it to his previous life inside. Using the huge advantage of rebirth, he rapidly developed and became the candidate that Hu Mei heir wanted. Hu Mei heir saw his potential and wanted to develop him into a subject under her skirt. But how could this be possible? In the 500 years of my previous life, I have already seen through worldly pleasures. But enchantment path has its merits. I have to guard against it. Hu Mei heir is definitely going to incite others to find trouble with me. She has a gu set by Granny Mei Hua. If I want to kill her, I need to make sufficient preparations and isolate that gu for now. Let's see which blind fool dares to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan continued to ponder in his heart. Unable to kill Hu Mei heir for the time being, Fang Yuan could only deal with whatever comes his way. Fortunately, Hu Mei heir's enchantment path had not reached great success yet. The subordinates she could bewitch were at most rank 4. As long as they were not rank 5, Fang Yuan was not afraid. He was confident that with his experience and the set of gu worms in his hands, even if he could not win, he might not lose. Central Continent Tianti Mountain. Riding on flying cranes, Fangjing and the others traveled day and night, finally arriving here. Before him, many elite disciples of the 10 great sects had already arrived. It's Crane Gate's people. Why is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy Baixia with Crane Gate? Who is that kid? Fairy Baixia is talking and laughing with him. I have never seen Fairy Baixia talking so happily with someone of the same generation. The arrival of Fangjing and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. Baixia, you are here too. Do you know, ever since we parted, I have been looking forward to meeting you again. I guessed that you would come to Hu Immortal Inheritance this time. So I begged Master to send me here as well. A young man immediately went up to greet Fairy Baixia when he saw her. Baixia was talking and laughing with Fangjing, but when she saw this person her smile froze. Chapter 344. So it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fangjing's help, Baixia is safe and sound. Baixia Fairy avoided Wei Wuxiang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang? Wei Wuxiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fangjing, who was beside Baixia Fairy. Hello, I am Fangjing of Crane Gate. Fangjing had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed, exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fangjing is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Baixia Fairy looked at Fangjing as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fangjing had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only ironbeak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wuxiang's eyes flickered as he hated Fangjing to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fangjing. Fangjing, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate? Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique, and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wuxiang strode forward and glared at Fangjing with a threatening light in his eyes. Fangjing was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha ha ha. In his heart, Master Tenchiru's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl by Xia this time. This little girl by Xia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wuxiang is the first challenger. Ah, favors me? Fangjing let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy by Xia. But in Fangjing's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fangjing's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Shan Chui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Shan Chui, Fangjing's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and aunt Shan Chui, Lord Patriarch and Lord Qingshu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Ha ha ha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wuxiang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy by Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenchiru laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wuxiang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fangjing frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenchiru laughed heartily. Don't worry. Fight well. Gu immortal inheritance on Tianti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. With my soul secretly assisting you, you will have an enormous advantage. After pausing for a while, Master Tenchiru continued. You are still too young, you don't know the use of fame. Sometimes, fame is more convenient and useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and accumulate fame. Use more flying cranes, you don't need to care about these beasts' lives. In any case, Crane Gate has a lot of them. If they are used up, you can replenish them after returning to the sect. Hearing his master say this, Fangjing could only sigh and say to Wei Wuxiang, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Very well. Please. Wei Wuxiang sneered and stomped on the ground, his body shooting into the sky like lightning. Fangjing was not to be outdone. He waved his hand and stepped on the back of the cranes. Tens of thousands of iron-beak flying cranes chirped together, as if they were welcoming their king. The battle was about to start. The surrounding people could not help but become excited. Boss Fangjing, do your best. Beat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Manor. Crane Gate's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this kid a lesson. Wei Wuxiang naturally had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Fangjing's 10,000 cranes could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He also had his own trump card. Let's fight. Wei Wuxiang activated the Gu worms in his body. His body flashed in the air and vanished. At the next moment, space ruptured. He crossed hundreds of steps and directly appeared in front of Fangjing. It's actually breaking space Gu. This time even Master Tenchiru was shocked. A fierce battle was about to begin. At the same time on Sancha Mountain, in a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered together. That means you were all used by Hume Era's chess pieces to probe the black and white demons? The leader of the 10 tyrants, Tyrant Hung Mei, muttered. That's right. Boss, this time that demoness played with us, she even heavily injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you need to seek justice for us. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants shouted. Slap. Tyrant Hung Mei fiercely slapped. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants was fiercely slapped on the face, spinning on the spot. Bo boss. He covered his face, looking at Tyrant Hung Mei in shock. Heavily injured? Heavily injured is a good thing as long as you are not dead. You bunch of sperm-addled things, take care of your lower bodies. Before coming here, I instructed you to be careful with your words and actions. Do you think this is still the Southern Mountain? Tyrant Hung Mei scolded in pain. Wrong. This is Sancha Mountain. Be it Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Wu Shantong or I Chong, any one of them can crush you to death like an ant. Although you are all rank 3, what is the most important thing for you to be able to roam freely here? It's all because of my reputation. Take this as a warning to all of you. I also want to tell you, don't even think of finding trouble with Hu Mei Air. This little demoness is extremely charming. She has a wide circle of friends. She is flirting with Lin Sanqi, has rumors about Li Xian, and even has an affair with Mo Wu Tian. Tyrant Hung Mei's words no doubt shocked the 9 brothers present. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic path Gu master. Not only was he skilled in metal path, he was also an earth path Gu master. He had extreme metal and earth. He had been famous for a long time. Li Xian's cultivation was also not weak. He was not a native of southern border. He had wandered here from Eastern Sea. He was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path. He was most proficient in profiteering, buying low and selling high. He had a wide network. Many demonic path Gu masters who committed crimes went to him to sell their goods. As for Mo Wu Tian, he was even scarier. He had inherited the mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal. He was the number 1 rising star of the demonic path. An absolute genius. Be it Lin Sanqi, Li Xian or Mo Wu Tian, they were all rank 4 Gu masters. These important people all have an affair with that demoness? The tyrant members heard the boss words and their faces turned pale, their hearts trembling in fear. I will tell you one more time. This is not Nanshan. I told you to use your brains and remember more, but you didn't listen to me. Sigh. This 3 kings' inheritance is not a small matter. I wonder how many more powerful people will appear. Tyrant Hung Mei sighed. The other brothers looked at each other, they were speechless. Tyrant Hung Mei saw that it was about time and changed the topic, but you don't need to worry too much. Right now on Sancha Mountain, for rank 5 Gu masters are keeping each other in check. No one dares to act rashly. We, the 10 tyrants of Nanshan, are not to be trifled with. We cannot suffer this loss for nothing. Let's go, follow me to meet the black and white demons. Boss, you are going to meet the black and white demons personally? Some members expressed shock. Boss, you are a rank 4 middle stage and old senior of the demonic path. When you roamed the world, those 2 were still drinking milk. That's right. Boss, let's call them over. You are giving them too much face by going to meet them personally. What do you know? Tyrant Hung Mei immediately berated. These black and white demons are so young. They didn't do anything to you this time. It means they know of my reputation and know their limits. But they are youngsters, they care about their reputation. I've given them enough face by personally paying them a visit. Then, I will propose an alliance to deal with Hu Mei Air, they will definitely agree. Boss, I understand. You are using them as cannon fodder. Boss, you are really wise and mighty. These black and white demons are only over 20 years old, they are too young. Now that they are enemies with Hu Mei Air, they will definitely be overjoyed to hear your suggestion. Once boss takes action, you are truly extraordinary. The 10 tyrants members flattered. Ha ha. Tyrant Hung Mei raised his head and laughed, waving his hand. Brothers, follow me to visit the black and white demons. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing raised their heads and looked at Sancha Mountain Peak. This Sancha Mountain had a peculiar shape. From the foot of the mountain, it was divided into 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge fork, pointing towards the sky. Above the 3 peaks was the entrance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, 3 pillars of light would appear at the peak of the mountain, allowing people to enter. When the number of people reached a certain amount, the light pillar would disappear and the entrance would close. After that, there would be Gu masters who failed to pass the trial and would be sent out. Of course, every time a large number of Gu masters would lose their lives. Chapter 345. Sancha Mountain was originally deserted. It was the border between Che clan and Zhou clan. But ever since the inheritance it became very lively, with people moving about in the forest from time to time. Small conflicts often occurred, but Sancha Mountain was currently in a peaceful period. Every time the light pillar opened, the number of people who could enter was limited. At that time Sancha Mountain would definitely erupt into a storm of carnage. To fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, Gu masters all chose to station themselves on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu master, the closer they would be to the mountain peak. This was called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. When the inheritance appears, forcefully rushing in would be fast and convenient. The cave Feng Yuan chose was halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cave entrance, it was obvious someone was living there. Sure enough, once he got close to the cave, a loud and clear voice came from inside. "This is my Mengquang's territory, quickly leave, otherwise you will die a horrible death." "Ha ha ha, Mengquang. What is this? This place is not bad, I like it, scram." Feng Yuan stood at the cave entrance and laughed loudly, giving his ultimatum. "Damn it, you really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Following this voice, a strong man walked out of the cave. His upper body was naked, and he was wearing ragged pants made of coarse hemp. His body was covered with green snake scales, and his face was covered with a big beard. His eyes were bloodshot, and his black hair was messy. His beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. He walked out of the cave with a fierce expression. "You two are blind." "Ugh!" Mengquang cursed at Feng and Bai. But suddenly his pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You two, are you the black and white twin demons? What do you think?" Bai Ningbing smiled faintly, her blue eyes flickering with killing intent. Mengquang only felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading to his whole body. The black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu masters, while he was only rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, Mengquang had recently been hearing how these two killed without batting an eye, and how ruthless their methods were. Damn it! Mengquang was hiding in this cave. Who did I offend? This is truly a calamity falling from the sky. Mengquang's heart trembled. The expression on his originally fierce face suddenly changed. His raised eyebrows drooped down, and his widened eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of his mouth that had curved down immediately curled up. He tried his best to smile and express his goodwill. "For the two sirs to take a liking to my cave abode. This is the good fortune that I have cultivated in my previous life." Mengquang bent over and rubbed his hands together, giving a flattering smile to Feng and Bai. His body was tall and sturdy, but his head was hunched, and his originally arrogant and overbearing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Coupled with his rough appearance, he simply looked like a clown. "Oh, you're quite sensible. You can scram now." Feng Yuan waved his hand and said, Yes. Python Quang felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran off into the distance. Feng Yuan chased the python away and walked into the cave with Bai Ningbing. This cave had already been set up very well by Mengquang, so there was no need to spend any more effort to set it up. Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. For the next 8 days we will take turns to keep watch. When one person sleeps, the other person must be awake. Feng Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. Of course. Bai Ningbing nodded. Who may err will not let this go. In these 8 days we will have endless troubles. But it's also good that these people came to us to establish our might, which is exactly what we want. As Feng Yuan spoke, a voice came from outside the cave. Is the black and white twin demons here? I am Tyrant Hung Mei. I have long heard of your great names. I have specially come to pay a visit. Tyrant Hung Mei? Isn't this the boss of the 10 tyrants? I heard that this person is cruel, cultivates the strength path, likes to eat children's meat, and does evil in Nanshan. Bai Ningbing glanced at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. This Tyrant Hung Mei. He had originally planned to find trouble with him. To think that he actually came to him. The two walked out of the cave entrance and saw 8 people standing outside. The one at the front had a majestic body. His chest was bare, and his chest was covered with black chest hair. His whole body emitted a dense aura of rank for middle stage. But at this moment, this demonic character who was famous for his cruelty was smiling. Seeing Fong and Bai, he immediately cupped his fists, and at first glance, he looked like a graceful black bear. To think that black and white twin demons, these two youngsters have such a huge background. Tyrant Hung Mei purposely spoke in a loud voice, attracting the attention of many Gu masters. Even Tyrant Hung Mei came to pay a visit to them. Many people were surprised. Fortunately, I ran out. When has Tyrant Hung Mei been so polite? Mang Kuang had not run far, and was holding his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Tyrant Hung Mei, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Fong Yuan replied. Tyrant Hung Mei's smile deepened, thinking that Fong Yuan was going to pay him a visit. But who would have thought that Fong Yuan's next sentence would make his smile freeze? Fong Yuan said, I heard you are also a strength path Gu master. Let's have a life and death battle to see who is stronger. I Fong Zheng walk the strength path, and I will become number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life. Before he finished speaking, Fong Yuan activated his Gu worm, and charged towards Tyrant Hung Mei. What? Tyrant Hung Mei reacted, shocked and furious. He had tried to befriend him, but to think that this Fong Zheng did not appreciate it, and charged towards him without saying a word. What kind of person is this? Is he still human? Is there something wrong with his brain? Fong Yuan did not care about what he was thinking. He moved quickly and rushed towards Tyrant Hung Mei. All out effort Gu. He did not say a word, and directly charged over. Howl! The shadow of a brown bear instantly appeared in the air behind him. Violence Gu. Tyrant Hung Mei opened his eyes wide in anger. He did not dodge and raised his arms. Once Violence Gu was activated, his body expanded, and his strength rose sharply. Bam! Fong Yuan fiercely collided with Tyrant Hung Mei, and the latter retreated 5 steps. But Fong Yuan was repelled by the huge force. Tyrant Hung Mei was rank 4 middle stage, leading the other 9 people. He had dominated the southern mountain for many years, and had a deep foundation. Little beast king, I gave you face, but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Hung Mei shouted, but did not pursue. He was rank 4 middle stage, and after fighting with Fong Yuan, he knew that he was weaker than him, only rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only a rank 4 Fong Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing standing there. Tyrant Hung Mei thought he was confident in defeating Fong Zheng, but it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. Tyrant Hung Mei, why are you so wishy-washy? Bai Ningbing, deal with the others. Leave Tyrant Hung Mei to me. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, shrugging his arms, and took large strides towards Tyrant Hung Mei. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't deal with him, I'll do it. Bai Ningbing slightly raised his eyebrows, his blue eyes flickering with brilliance. 2 juniors who boast shamelessly. Hearing Fong and Bai's words, Tyrant Hung Mei felt his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had a bad temper to begin with, and being able to endure it earlier was already an extraordinary display. Now that he knew this matter would not end peacefully, he threw everything aside, and killing intent surged in his heart. Fight! Both sides collided. Fong Yuan faced Tyrant Hung Mei, while Bai Ningbing suppressed the other members. What a chaotic battle! Mountain rocks cracked, mountain streams stopped flowing, caves caved in, and thunderous explosions resounded. The more Tyrant Hung Mei fought, the more apprehensive he became. Fong Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu. The more injured he was, the greater his strength and battle strength. He had just fought with Fong Yuan, and felt that the so-called Little Beast King was only SOSO. But halfway through the battle, his expression turned grave. When Fong Yuan was able to use 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Hung Mei's face turned pale. This Little Beast King, how can he be so strong? Not only are his Gu worms more outstanding than mine, his battle experience is also so rich. How did this person live? His methods are so experienced and ruthless. There is not even a shadow of a youngster. He is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he is so overbearing. With such strength, I can also be so unbridled. I am done for this time. I must retreat. Fong Yuan fought head-on. His attacks were swift and fierce, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains, or a flood dragon overturning the sea. Tyrant Hung Mei's chi and blood were in a mess, and he was gasping for breath. Most importantly, every time he injured Fang Yuan, he would become stronger at the same time. Now that he was fighting with Fang Yuan, he was almost unable to hold on any longer. If Fang Yuan became even stronger, that would be terrible. Every time Tyrant Hung Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit would decrease by a bit. As time went on, he did not dare to make a move. He clearly had the chance to injure Fang Yuan, but he would hesitate. Should I make a move or not? How could he fight well with such thoughts? Tyrant Hung Mei gradually felt his hands and feet bound, but Fang Yuan completely let go. His attacks were like waves crashing on the table, wave after wave without end. Beast phantoms flashed in the air. Every time they collided, there would be a violent explosion. The continuous explosions caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. What kind of fierce attacks are these? Even an older generation expert like Tyrant Hung Mei is not Fang Jing's match. Fang Jing is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is able to suppress the middle stage Tyrant Hung Mei. Little Beast King. Many people who were watching the battle in the dark started to ruminate over Fang Yuan's title. Who is the tyrant here? Meng Kuang could not help but grit his teeth. He felt that Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable than Tyrant Hung Mei. Tyrant Hung Mei, who was usually ferocious, now paled in comparison to Fang Jing. Fang Jing, don't go too far. Tyrant Hung Mei was beaten by Fang Yuan until he vomited blood. His chest, arms and legs were all fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his intentions. After Bai Ningbing killed the rest of the tyrant members, she firmly restrained him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed. The 6 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and descended from the sky, drowning Tyrant Hung Mei. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Tyrant Hung Mei's entire body was beaten into mincemeat. His internal organs and bones were scattered on the ground. His countless gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 346. Tianti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also known as the Land of Inheritance, the Mountain of Sages. It was over 1,000,000 feet tall. The mountain was majestic and had an extremely grand aura. The mountain peak pierced through the sky, hidden in the snowy clouds. Strangely, there weren't many jagged rocks on this mountain. Huge square rocks were lying horizontally, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top, forming a flight of stairs. But the scale of this flight of stairs was so huge that there was an ancient legend in Central Continent that this mountain could reach the immortal realm, and was the bridge between heaven and earth. There were many moving, mysterious, tragic or joyous stories surrounding Tianti Mountain in history. Tianti Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of Central Continent Gu masters. It was the place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu masters sought immortality in their entire lives but failed. Before they died, they placed their graves here. Most of them had also set up their legacies here. There were countless inheritances hidden on Tianti Mountain, but only fated people could obtain them. Every year, after the clouds covering Tianti Mountain dissipated, a huge number of people would come to Tianti Mountain. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be placed here. But this year was different from the past. This year on Tianti Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, attracting Gu Immortals. After discussing, they teamed up and surrounded this mountain, arranging for their sex juniors to compete. Right now, at the foot of Tianti Mountain, an intense battle between youngsters was coming to an end. Tens of thousands of cranes flew together, coiling around Fang Jing. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxiang was panting, his clothes were tattered. He was heavily surrounded, his gaze fixed on Fang Jing. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card, Wei Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, he might have already admitted defeat. But at this scene, who knew how many elite Gu masters were watching attentively? Wei Wuxiang was not only representing himself, but also the heaven's envy manner behind him. At the same time, forget about the others. Fairy Baixia, whom he admired, was also watching. I can't lose. With such a thought, Wei Wuxiang activated a Gu worm in his aperture. He had been hiding this goo all along. He did not use it even in the sex-important tests. Once this goo was activated, it produced a colorless breeze that blew gently. A gentle breeze circled around his body, causing his clothes to flutter and the ends of his hair to flutter. But Fangjing felt like he was facing a great enemy, because Master Tenchiru was already warning him. Not good. This kid actually has a wound wind goo. Defend with all your strength. This goo's wind seemed gentle and harmless, but it was actually extremely powerful. This goo master, this is his trump card. This goo master, this is his trump card. As the cold wind blew, Fangjing completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Gu Tenchiru goo of the wind. 1-on-1 in goo. Feng goo. The cold wind blew on Fangjing's body, causing the protective light around his body to sway continuously. Cold sweat dripped down Fangjing's forehead. He gritted his teeth and instilled primeval essence into his defensive goo worms. The two were in a deadlock for a while. Finally, Wei Wuxiang sighed helplessly and stopped using the wound wind goo. It was not that he did not want to fight, but his aperture was close to drying up. Goo masters all had one similarity. When their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Rank 1 to rank 5 goo masters were restricted by their primeval essence. Only by transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of immortals, becoming a goo immortal, would they have an endless amount of primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze dimmed. He had calculated clearly. Right now, his primeval essence was exhausted and he did not have any battle strength left. But Fangjing had been commanding the flying cranes. His primeval essence consumption was low. He definitely had a lot left. Brother Wei is indeed an elite disciple of Heaven's Envy Manor. Your methods are so unique and sharp. It has broadened my horizons and broadened my knowledge. My primeval essence has also been exhausted by you. Shall we consider this sparring a draw? Said Fangjing with a smile. What? Wei Wuxiang was shocked. What was Fangjing saying? He was the clearest about his own situation. How could there be a goo worm that consumed Fangjing's primeval essence? But Wei Wuxiang soon realized that Fangjing was lying. Fangjing is giving me a way out of this embarrassing situation. After understanding Fangjing's intention, Wei Wuxiang showed a complex expression. Disciples of large sects usually could not fight casually, because they not only represented themselves but also the sect behind them. And with Fairy Xia present, Wei Wuxiang could not afford to lose this battle. Since Fangjing raised the price, Wei Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and saying to Fangjing, "Brother Fang is young and heroic, I really admire you. Crane Gate's foundation is truly deep to be able to teach someone like you. I have benefited greatly from this spar. Let's call it a draw like Brother Fang said." Wei Wuxiang said this on the surface, but in fact he was secretly transmitting to Fangjing. Fangjing, I Wei Wuxiang will remember your leniency this time. I will definitely repay you in the future. But Fairy Xia is my sweetheart. I will not give in this aspect. I will work hard to accumulate my strength and spar with you in the future. Fangjing smiled faintly and nodded on the surface, but he was having a headache inwardly. Wei Wuxiang secretly said, "Fangjing, be careful. There are many people pursuing Fairy Xia. I am not the only one. Even with your great battle prowess, there are still 4 great competitors. They are Celestial River Chundajiang, Purple Lightning Soaring Guting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wintang Rookie, and the Tigers Zhao Shuyi. You and Fairy Xia are so close they will definitely find trouble with you. You better not lose." Fangjing's gaze couldn't help but flicker when he heard these 4 great names, feeling his head hurt even more. Meanwhile, Master Tenchiru laughed loudly in his heart. As expected, it was as Wei Wuxiang said. 3 days later, the people of Ancient Soul Sect came to Heaven Ladder Mountain. Their leader, Gu Ting, immediately came to challenge Fairy Xia and Fangjing after learning of the matter. In order to avoid this unexpected calamity, Fangjing chose to avoid the battle. Gu Ting naturally wasn't willing to let the matter go. Every day, he would come to the cave that Fangjing was temporarily living in and challenge him. This happened every day for 7 days in a row. Gu Ting's words became more and more unpleasant. The other disciples of Crane Gate were indignant and came to challenge him, but were defeated by him one by one. Ancient Soul Sect's morale was greatly boosted. On the 8th day they directly led the crowd to block Fangjing's cave entrance, constantly shouting and cursing. Fangjing, you coward, why haven't you come out yet? Fangjing, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Obediently give up on interacting with Fairy Bai Xia, and Big Brother Guting will be merciful and let you go. Crane Gate is only SOSO, to actually raise such a cowardly disciple like you. Once Crane Gate was involved, Fangjing, who was in the cave, immediately let out a sigh and could only helplessly walk out of the cave. He could endure other people cursing him, but once it involved the sect, the nature changed. As a disciple, he had to protect the sect. This was the value of Central Continent. If he did not protect it, when he returned to Feihe Mountain, he would be impeached and punished. Master Tenchiru made a loud noise in his heart. Gagaga. Fangjing, my disciple, do you understand now? My advice to you before was not wrong, was it? Blindly enduring will cause others to misunderstand that you are easy to bully. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, it will only attract more people who want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Guting. Make all the people of Ancient Soul Sect shut up. Your reputation will soar by a large margin. Sigh, in Jianghu one has no choice, I finally feel it. I can only fight. After experiencing this matter, Fangjing also had a clear understanding in his heart. Guting, come, let us have a good fight. While Fangjing and Guting were fighting, far away on Sancha Mountain in the southern border, a battle that everyone was paying attention to had already ended. The battlefield was a mess. Blood sprayed all over the ground, rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and holes were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the battlefield, while his opponent this time, Fei Li, was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Fangjing, please be magnanimous and let me off. Fei Li kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, begging pitifully. He had rank 4 middle stage cultivation, and was also a strength path Gu master. He was originally in high spirits, but now he was bathed in blood. His right arm was torn off by Fang Yuan, and both his legs were broken. He was in an extremely miserable state. Since you want to beg for mercy, then hand over your expend strength Gu first. I will consider whether to agree or not. Fang Yuan looked down at Fei Li, his eyes shining with cold light. Fei Li hesitated for a moment, but could only hand over expend strength Gu. This Gu was his vital Gu, his core Gu. It could make the enemy's every move waste more strength, and increase the expenditure of strength. The expend strength Gu was handed over to Fang Yuan, losing his vital Gu and causing Fei Li to suffer heavy injuries, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan received the expend strength Gu, his gaze flashing. I have considered it, expend strength Gu is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide. Ignoring his heavy injuries, he shouted, Lord Fangjing, this is my most precious Gu worm. Bam! Fang Yuan willed, and the beast phantom pounced down, turning Fei Li into a pile of bloody meat paste. Pauper! Fang Yuan looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet, and sneered in disdain. Next he shifted his gaze and looked around the battlefield. There were many spectators, but seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, they all subconsciously avoided it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What? Sky Tiger Shui Sensi did not come? Go tell him we are all Strength Path Gu masters. 3 days later, I will pay him a visit and spar with him. Once he said this, many people went into an uproar. Little Beast King was too ferocious. He killed Tyrant Hung Mei a few days ago, and now he made Fei Li kneel and beg for mercy, but he still did not let him off, turning him into meat paste. Next, he still had to challenge Sky Tiger Shui Sensi. Chapter 347. What Little Beast King wants to challenge me? Hearing this news, Shui Sensi was in disbelief. She thought to herself that she had no relationship with the black and white twin demons. She had not offended him and had not even met him. How could he find trouble with her for no reason? But soon, Shui Sensi investigated and found that this news was true. How can this be? What is this Little Beast King's brain filled with? 3 Kings' inheritance is opening in a few days. He actually has the mood to challenge me? What did I do to provoke you? Why are you finding trouble with me? Shui Sensi felt helpless and angry. Don't tell me that just because we both cultivate in the way of strength we have to decide who is better? Sigh, this lunatic. Shui Sanxi thought about it and finally defined Fang Yuan as a lunatic who could not be judged with common sense. Shui Sanxi had heard of the name of the black and white twin demons a few months ago. As time passed, the reputation of these twin demons became more and more famous. They were publicly recognized as the recent rising stars of the demonic path. At first, Shui Sanxi did not care too much. After Fang Yuan and Hu Mei had a conflict, she had even rejoiced in his misfortune. But now she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white twin demons came to Sancha Mountain, not only did they not restrain themselves, they even made a bigger commotion. Especially Little Beast King's unbridled viciousness, causing people to feel apprehensive. Tyrant Hung Mei of the 10 Tyrants had visited him out of goodwill, but was killed in the end. Fei Li had already begged for mercy, but Fang Yuan did not let him go and smashed him into minced meat. One had to know these 2 rank 4 Gu Masters were middle-stage Gu Masters. Little Beast King, however, could kill the 2 with his initial stage cultivation. This kind of battle prowess really caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Shui Sanxi also had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She believed that her strength was not much different from Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li. Now that Fang Yuan wanted to challenge her, her heart was heavy and she was very apprehensive. There was even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fang Jing is too fierce and unreasonable. He wants to step on the bodies of us seniors to build his reputation. Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li were both victims of his ambition, and now it's my turn. Shui Sanxi had also done such a frivolous thing when she was young, but at that time she only killed those rank 3 Gu Masters. He was far from being as fierce as Fang Yuan, picking Gu Masters with higher cultivation levels to spar with. To be honest, Shui Sanxi didn't want to fight with a lunatic like Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation to refine Gu recently. Fang Yuan challenged her in public, she had to accept this challenge. In Jianghu, one had no choice. If she, Shui Sanxi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Shui Sanxi had been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. This was a world where survival was extremely difficult. In order to fight for that slim chance of survival, all living beings would kill each other. The kinder you appeared, the weaker you were. You would not obtain peace, but would instead land yourself in more danger, attracting more wolves. A demonic Gu Master who could reach Shui Sanxi's position would definitely have killed many people and offended many more. The world was like this: if you didn't kill so many people and offend so many people, how could you accumulate enough resources to build up strength? How could you have battle achievements to build up your reputation? To protect her reputation, Shui Sanxi quickly responded to Fang Yuan's challenge. Both sides agreed to battle, and the location was chosen in a wide valley. 3 days later, Shui Sanxi saw Fang Yuan for the first time. She was a little surprised. Fang Yuan was not as fierce as she had imagined, and instead looked rather delicate. There was no trace of arrogance, and his eyes were deep like a pool, appearing very calm. Flying Tiger, I have heard of you long ago. You offended the clan's higher-ups and were exiled. But you worked hard in secret. You took the risk to kill Beast Kings and used the goo worms you seized to arm yourself, finally becoming an expert step by step. Then you killed your way back and killed those elders who framed you. To be honest, I admire you a little. Fang Yuan spoke. These words were said very politely, but those who heard them were very surprised. Why did Fang Jing change his personality this time? Why is he speaking so gently? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Flying Tiger? But then again, although this Flying Tiger looks ordinary, she has a great figure and is indeed a beauty. Humph, is Little Beast King such a person? He didn't even bother with Hu Mei. This person is vicious and cold-blooded, very scary. These days I have seen through him. Don't place any hope on him. While everyone was discussing, Shui Sanxi also responded to Fang Yuan. Well said, well said. Little Beast King, I have heard of your reputation as the black and white demons. Fang Yuan smiled. I cultivate Strength Path. You are also a Strength Path Gu Master. We can spar more and benefit each other. Earlier, I had sparred with Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li. These two were very good and benefited me greatly. But I am also a little tired of this kind of sparring. Why don't we change the way we spar this time? Shui Sanxi heard this and raised her brows. Oh, What good idea do you have? Let me hear it. Very simple. I will stand still and let you spar. After you finish, I will spar. This is much better. It will be straightforward and end quickly. How about this? Seeing that you are a woman, I will let you spar 3 times. After the 3 times, I will only spar once. Fang Yuan smiled. Spar like this. Shui Sanxi's eyes brightened, attracted by the content of Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not move and allowed her to spar 3 times. This suggestion was too tempting. Alright, then let's spar like this. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and agreed. Please. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, standing still as he extended his right palm. Shui Sanxi's eyes flashed with killing intent as she shouted. First move. Several goo worms in her aperture were activated at the same time. Her delicate hand suddenly glowed brightly and turned into 2 tiger claws. The tiger claws pierced through the air and struck Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a huge rock far away. Bam! With a loud sound, the huge rock shattered and the fragments flew everywhere. Good fight. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, standing up. His chest had caved in. At least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came. Fang Yuan endured it. His nerves were severely tested. Shui Sanxi's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fang Jing is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fang Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Shui Sanxi thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her goo worm. Her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead there was also a wong pattern. Her strength had increased by more than 2-fold. When she arrived in front of Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body. Shui Sanxi's original strength had more than doubled. Now she unleashed a Biao's strength. Under this enormous strength, Fang Yuan was like a meteor sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom! The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fang Yuan below. Such strength! Is Fang Jing dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fang Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, the steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated self-reliance goo. Its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing flesh-bone goo. Third move. Shui Sanxi was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Shui Sanxi's body flew into the sky. Shui Sanxi flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet, before she dove down. She had calculated carefully. This height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Shui Sanxi charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again. But this time Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. "You will definitely die with this move," Shui Sansi roared. Her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked up at Shui Sansi and activated Golden Shield Gu. Chapter 348. In Shui Sansi's vision, the verdant valley was rapidly enlarging. The sound of the fierce wind whistled in her ears. On Shui Sansi's unrecognizable face, a pair of tiger eyes stared intently at Feng Yuan on the ground, the corner of his mouth revealing a bloodthirsty smile. She could clearly see the scene of the little beast king being smashed into minced meat under her unprecedentedly fierce attack. He definitely won't be able to withstand such an impact. When she saw Feng Yuan activating the Golden Shield Gu and raising a bright golden defensive barrier, she could not help but sneer inwardly. What a joke. Rank 3 Golden Shield Gu? Humph, even if it is a rank 4 Golden Bell Shield, it will not be able to block my attack. The battle between rank 4 Gu masters was very intense. It was not something that rank 3 Gu worms could defend against. This time, I will teach you the consequences of being young and arrogant. Shui Sansi's killing intent was overflowing. It's over, Feng Jing is finished this time. Feeling Shui Sansi's fierce attack, many people outside the valley shouted, "Very good, Little Beast King is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson." Many righteous Gu masters were also rejoicing in his misfortune. It seems Little Beast King still wants to rely on Golden Shield Gu to resist. How naive. No, maybe he'll use his beast power phantom. The power of the 8 great beast phantoms' joint attack was not to be underestimated. However, if Ruguo were to make a move like this, he might not be able to fulfill the sparring agreement that they had just made. As long as he makes a move and breaks this agreement, it means that he has lost this competition. Many of the people present, whether they were from the righteous path or not, even the demonic Gu masters hoped that Feng Yuan would lose this round. These days Feng Yuan was very active. It brought them a huge psychological pressure. No, there's still one more factor on the field. That's Bai Ningbing. So. A few figures suddenly landed at the entrance of the valley, faintly surrounding Bai Ningbing. These people had a tacit understanding and took measures together. If Bai Ningbing were to save Feng Yuan, they would stop her. This was what made the black and white double ghosts so terrifying. It was because these two rank 4 Gu masters were extremely close partners. Now that Bai Ningbing was restrained, the Little Beast King would be in danger. Once the Little Beast King falls, Bai Ningbing will be left alone. Thus it was not as scary as before. Looking at Shui Sansi in the sky, Feng Yuan's gaze was calm, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Shui Sansi had yet to collide with his body, but the formless wind pressure she created was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. She engulfed him in an overwhelming manner. Displayed from the other side, the impending impact was enormous and violent. Biao's shadow shrouded Shui Sansi, and the wings on her back kept flapping. Her speed was getting faster and she was getting closer to the ground. Just as the collision was about to hit him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Feng Yuan's eyes shined as he activated the Gu worms in his aperture. Horizontal charge Gu. He swerved to the left and dashed out. Then he turned sideways. Vertical crash Gu. Another 100 steps later. Little Beast King Yu. Shui Sansi saw Feng Yuan suddenly ran away. He was instantly enraged, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were about to split open. She tried her best to adjust herself, but her speed was too fast. Even after using all her strength to accelerate, she could only let Feng Yuan run out of the attack range of the Ziji. Seeing Feng Yuan's sudden retreat, the spectators had yet to react when a huge explosion resounded like thunder from a clear sky. Bam! Shui Sansi fiercely crashed into the ground. In an instant, the spectators at the side of the valley could feel the rocks under their feet shaking. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and the impact created a violent wind pressure that spread to the surroundings. Wherever it went, Rocks were swept away, and trees and flowers were uprooted. Smoke and dust billowed, and in an instant, the huge destructive power formed a circular pit with a diameter of more than 3 feet. Everyone was in shock, sighing at the huge impact force, when Feng Yuan suddenly changed his direction and charged into the dust and smoke. Horizontal charge gu, vertical crash gu. He used both gu, ignoring the biting cold wind pressure and the pain from the broken rocks, and quickly approached flying tiger Shui Sanxi. Shui Sanxi's whole body fell into the deepest part of the huge crater, and the huge impact force caused her whole body to be covered in dust, looking extremely miserable. Her ears were buzzing, and her head was dizzy. Biao's fierce phantom had already dissipated. The incomparably powerful aura that burst out earlier was no longer there. Bitter strength gu, all-out effort gu. Feng Yuan arrived, his eyes shining with an ominous light. Howl, 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 8 beast roars resounded at the same time. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python. 8 beast phantoms appeared above Feng Yuan's head. Strength Qi Gu. Yellow gold primeval essence was injected into strength Qi Gu, and a formless and enormous strength was produced. The 8 beast phantoms attached to this strength Qi Gu, and turned from phantom to solid, suddenly becoming vivid and lifelike. Feng Yuan willed, and the 8 beast phantoms pounced into the deep crater together. Shui Sanxi's body swayed, and just as she was about to pull her legs out of the ground, she suddenly heard beast roars above her head. She hurriedly raised her head to take a look, only to feel her vision darken. Countless attacks rained down on her body like a torrential storm. Bam, bam, bam. At the bottom of the huge crater, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. Shui Sanxi struggled with all her might, resisting with all her might. She was after all a rank 4 gu master, and had a deep foundation. But after half a cup of tea's time, the sounds of fighting stopped. Of the 8 beast phantoms, only 5 were left, and were immediately taken back by Feng Yuan. And Shui Sanxi, as the loser, had a miserable ending. The whole bottom of the crater was filled with her dismembered corpse, and blood was scattered all over the ground, mixed with white bone fragments, brain matter, hair and so on. As the dust settled, the whole battlefield became clear. Seeing this result, the spectators burst into an uproar. Flying Tiger is dead. Another rank 4 gu master was killed by Little Beast King. Didn't Little Beast King make an agreement with Shui Sanxi? He said not to move, but in the end he actually left. This battle. It should be Little Beast King's failure. Because he violated the rules of the arranged battle. The valley was filled with clamor, and everyone was discussing with astonishment. Anger, they expressed intense anger and disdain towards Feng Yuan's shameless actions. Bai Ningbing chuckled coldly as he swept his gaze across the room. She had already expected such an outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap dug by Feng Yuan. What kind of person was Feng Yuan? And she, Bai Ningbing, was the clearest person in this world. The Gu masters who had surrounded Bai Ningbing. Then they all retreated at the same time. Feng Yuan listened to the countless Gu masters around the valley reprimanding and disdainful towards him. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm as he squinted his eyes. There seemed to be a sense of enjoyment in it. From his point of view, the so-called integrity. It was only because he was afraid of being cheated, so he hoped and demanded other people's standards. Walking the demonic path, one had to be fearless and have no taboos. So what if he broke the agreement? So what if he didn't keep his promise? As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. So what if others disdain and ridicule him? These powerless words could only show the helplessness of the weak. Could they touch even a hair on him? As for the Shui Sanxi, she was really stupid. She was actually restrained by her reputation. She came to fight with him. Feng Yuan felt disdain towards this in his heart. Reputation is something to be used. It is only a tool. But in this world, there are many people who treat reputation as something more important than their lives. What a joke. Of course, I also played some tricks in this battle. Shui Sanxi was different from Tyrant Hung Mei and Fei Li. She had a flying gu. And as long as she sensed something was amiss, she could fly into the sky, and Feng Yuan could do nothing to her. Thus, from the start, Feng Yuan proposed the duel. His goal was to restrict Shui Sanxi's movement ability. The so-called 3 strikes, when Feng Yuan proposed it, he had never thought of complying with it. Shuesan fell into Fang Yuan's trap step by step. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries tempted her to continue moving forward. After the second strike, Fang Yuan purposely healed his injuries in front of her. Shuesan didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. She was anxious and didn't think too much about it. She flew into the sky and chose her strongest attack. But in the end, Fang Yuan instead borrowed her strength and deftly counterattacked, killing her. If it was a fair and square battle, Shuesan could fly and would not be killed by Fang Yuan so easily. Little Beast King, you are really despicable and shameless. You broke the agreement. You are the loser of this battle. Among the spectators, many people were shouting and shouting, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat, so what? Fang Yuan sneered and replied loudly. His voice echoed in the valley. The originally noisy shout suddenly quieted down. That's right, so what if he lost? Look at that Ying family. She had turned into a pool of blood and flesh. Even her parents would not be able to recognize their daughter. What was the meaning of this kind of victory or defeat? After realizing this point, the voices in the valley suddenly increased by an octave, becoming even more violent than before. Fang Yuan calmly admitted defeat, showing his shamelessness, thus arousing the indignation and anger in everyone's hearts. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. You guys are so crazy, are you trying to take revenge for Shuesan? I didn't expect her to be so popular. Come. All those who want to take revenge come down, I will take you all. The noise in the valley suddenly became softer, and soon it became completely silent. Although Fang Yuan used some tricks to kill Shuesan. But Shuesan was a famous rank for middle stage expert. She would be exhausted if she did not use 3 strikes. She was also beaten into meat paste by Fang Yuan, displaying Fang Yuan's formidable battle strength once again. Fang Yuan used his rank 4 initial stage cultivation to defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row. With such strength, other than a limited number of people, who would not be fearful? Moreover, the more heavily injured Fang Yuan was, the stronger his battle strength was. Fang Yuan challenged them arrogantly, but no one stood up. Demonic path people were wary and suspicious of each other. Almost all of them were lone rangers. No one stood up for Shuesan. But among the righteous path people, there were some who wanted to get rid of the demon Fang Yuan. But it was not good to do so now. For what? Because if they stood up, people would say that they were taking revenge for Shuesan. Shuesan was a demonic path person. Is there anyone who wants to take revenge for her? Is there anyone? Fang Yuan shouted a few more times. Countless spectators had gloomy expressions. Some looked at each other, but no one answered. If there is no one, then I am leaving. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, taking a few steps forward before stopping. I am really leaving. Still no one spoke. Fang Yuan's domineering aura suppressed everyone present. His attitude was too arrogant, causing many rank 4 experts to feel indignant. Many people were tempted, but they endured in the end. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.